Member of Parliament. I was the Deputy Minister during the time of the late Professor Atanga, may he so rest in peace. I was made the of Energy and Petroleum by President John Mahama. I was fortunate to also be made the Deputy Minority Leader in the last 2 years before the elections. And then I became the Deputy Majority Leader for maybe 2 weeks. And I am fortunate to have been nominated by His Excellency President John Mahama as the Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources. I am married with my beautiful wife Joyce, who is behind me, and 2 children. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed by the floor being given to Honorable Abu Jinapo for vetting questions to begin.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Right Honorable Chair. Let me begin by congratulating the nominee for being appointed by the President as a Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources. Hopefully, if this committee were to recommend him and Parliament approve him, he become my successor. So congratulations, Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair, let me begin by referring the nominee to page 136 of his party's manifesto, that is the NDC's manifesto, where some very clear commitments were made in respect of the public lands of our country. Mr. Chair, you will see that the policy of redevelopment of Accra began as far back as 1995. And as I say at page 136 of your manifesto, your party seeks to categorize the leveraging of all public lands as, quote, looted state lands, end quote. Now I have here in my hands, and I have so many of them, I have here in my hands documents which shows that in 2010, for example, in 2010, 131 parcels of lands were granted to private individuals. 2010, that is at the time of President Mills, the NDC government. In 2011, 191 parcels of lands were granted to individuals. In 2014, between 2014 and 2016 alone, 224 different parcels of land. And these were granted to MPs, ministers, senior public servants, and a whole lot. Mr. Chair, these lands were granted in cantonments, Roman Ridge, airports, and the rest. And so this is the question. First, will the nominee categorize these grants as looted lands, consistent with page 136 of his own party's manifesto? And what steps will they... Okay, let me get an answer to that.
Can you come with a question again, please?
The question is, at page 136 of your manifesto, your party has categorized almost all grants of public lands to individuals as, quote, looted state lands, end quote. And as I've just been enumerating, I have here in my hands clear evidence of public lands which were granted to MPs, ministers, public servants, and a whole other people under the Professor Mills and President Mahama government. Will you classify them as looted lands?
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Chairman, the importance of land has been underscored in our Constitution. So if you look at Article 268, and I quote, 1, any transaction, contract, or undertaking involving the grant of a right or concession by or on behalf of any person, including the government of Ghana, to any other person or body of persons, howsoever describes for the exploitation of minerals. Oh, sorry, I think I was talking about the exploitation of minerals, but the point I want to make, I think is 257.1, is that land that is vested in the president, public lands, are two types, state and vested lands. And this is, the president is entrusted to hold these lands in trust of the people of Ghana. As a matter of fact, that is why the people's representative at each point when it comes to issues of land will also require ratifications. I think the point that must be made here is that when people who are entrusted with the responsibility to hold in trust or supervise the lands of the people of Ghana, it must be guided. And I think that I'm not very familiar with the specific quotation, but I think the history of how lands has been given out is that first it started off where state lands were given free of charge. At some point it was 10%, and at some point it was 25%, as it currently was according to the Lands Commission. I think the NDC's commitment is that, first of all, state lands must be protected at all costs, especially for us who has the responsibility to protect it in the interest of the people. And if there is the need at all to give away state land, it must be evaluated, and the current market value is what the people of Ghana deserve. We cannot do anything with land to shortchange the people of Ghana. And if I get a chance as the minister, that is exactly what I will do. I will protect the interest of the people of Ghana by making sure that lands, state lands or public lands, if there's a critical need at all to really give it out, as you have described with the redistricting in Accra, it has to be done with the current market value, cautiously understanding that the people of Ghana need to be protected, their assets need to be protected, and there has to be value for money.
Mr. Chairman, I just will have one or two follow-up questions. You know, I just want us to, Mr. Chairman, it's very important. The issue of public lands in Ghana has become a very topical issue.
With all due respect, you are entitled to one follow-up question.
That's okay. I want to just establish from the nominee, so that we are clear in our minds what the policy of the government will be. And as I said, at page 136 of the NDC manifesto, the party categorized all grants of public lands as state-looted lands. And as I say, Rawlins's time. The question is simple, and we just want the nominee to be clear on that. These lands which have been granted, will he classify them as looted lands, and those who bought them, will they be state looters? And the Commission of Inquiry, which has been promised by his party, will the Commission of Inquiry begin from 1993 up to date? And further so, will your government put a ban on the sale of public lands as you promised the Ghanaian people, not at market value? Will you ban the sale of all public lands in Ghana? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, as we speak today, the guidelines for the sale of public lands, according to the Lands Commission, is that it is valued, and then 25% of the value is what is sold. And then the rest is paid through ground rents. What I am telling you that is different, and that's the commitment of the new NDC government, is that that will not happen anymore. And that public lands will be valued, and anybody, first of all, it should not be sold. If there's a need to sell it at all, it has to be done at the current market value and make sure that the people of Ghana are not shortchanged. Any attempt, and I think that I have to also say that, Chairman, as you know, the President recently communicated that the sale of all state lands be put on hold, and that a thorough investigation, a thorough review is done. I think I am yet to go to that ministry. My task is that when I get the opportunity to go to the ministry, I'll get a chance to review all these lands and what has been done, and I'll be in that position to make very good judgment. But I can tell you what I will do. Every decision I made will be guided by what I just said. We cannot take decisions that will shortchange the people of Ghana, and I will do so.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think that this obviously will be a matter that we will be following up on at the Assurances Committee of Parliament, because the commitment was to stop the sale of all public lands. Now we are being told
please,
it's going
your
to be
question,
a market value.
Your next question.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, now let me take the nominee to the issue of mining in forest reserves. And indeed, the question of mining, illegal mining, has become a very topical issue in our country. Mr. Chairman, you will recall that in a run-up to the 2024 elections, calls were made that a state of emergency be placed on illegal mining in Ghana. And indeed, the NDC, I have here in my hands, the NDC categorically committed, and I quote, NDC will have declared state of emergency to combat galamsey. There it is. This is dated 2nd October 2024. The Trades Union Congress asked for the declaration of a state of emergency to combat galamsey. The Catholic Bishops' Conference called for a state of emergency to combat galamsey. The nominees' party clearly committed to declaring a state of emergency to combat galamsey. Mr. Chairman, the question is, when will this state of emergency be declared? If he's given the nod as the minister responsible for mining, when will this state of emergency be declared to combat illegal mining in Ghana?
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, as you know, indeed it is true. The previous administration started very well. There was a ban of mining in all places for 6 months. It was extended to 9 months. But at the end of the 8 years, the outcome is what we all know. Degraded lands, polluted water bodies, and all-time turbidity levels according to the Ghana Water Company, and wanton destruction of forest reserves. These are clearly facts. That clearly indicates that indeed that fight was a failure. Chairman, I think that the question is for the nominee is asking me that a nominee who is here to go to the ministry should sit at the vetting committee to declare state of emergency. This is what I intend to do. Obviously, these are very grave issues. We are very committed to first ensuring, as you know, it is illegal for anybody to do mining on water bodies. Exactly what must be done to make sure that we stop with immediate effect mining on our water bodies. It is also very
My good brother. Thank you. Welcome to your home again. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Sorry. Two other people were killed in Tano and Wia Forest Reserve. And as I speak to you, the Ghana Coalition Against Illegal Mining has called on President Mahama to declare a state of emergency when it comes to Galamsey. The point I'm making is that, in fact, the situation as it relates to illegal small-scale mining is worsened. It's worsened. 8 people were killed in Obuasi. Anglo Gold Ashanti's concession was attacked. 2 people have been killed. Altogether, 10 people have been killed. That obviously calls for great concern. And the question is specific. If the nominee may assist in guiding us on the policy position of the new government so that we can all take that into consideration in evaluating his nomination. And the question is, the follow-up question is this. If given the opportunity to be minister responsible for lands and natural resources, will he follow through with his party's commitment to declare a state of emergency in dealing with Galamsey in Ghana? And if he says he doesn't have the power, will he make such a recommendation to the president, pursuant to the commitment of his party in their manifesto? Will you make that recommendation to the president?
Thank you very much,
for a state of
Honorable
emergency
Nominee.
to be declared in Ghana?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, we face serious crisis with the wanton destruction of our forest, with the polluted rivers. I come from Elembele district and I've seen it firsthand. The challenges we face with the polluted water bodies. These are things that we all know, and I've already. Illegal mining must be combated. And let me say it very clear here. Chairman, we in opposition were very strong on the issue of illegal mining. As minister, we are going to stand together with the people of Ghana to fight illegal mining. It doesn't matter your status, it doesn't matter your political correlation. If you want to do mining, we have legal processes for getting licenses and doing mining. And this is the good news, Chairman. We have seen why we are where we are. We are where we are because, in my view, a lot of the attempts at addressing some of the issues failed because of some of the points I'm bringing. I come from a mining district. And so I can tell you that number one of the interventions we are going to do is to change the approach. One will be community engagement in a different way. How do we get the community to really be part of this fight? For example, I talk about community engagement and describe the community mining scheme. The community mining scheme has a good name, community mining. But let me tell you how it was done in my area. It was done by government officials at the local level engaging the work of a contractor who would then go to the community and meet the community and be introduced that this contractor is coming to do community mining. And then the community, young people will be hired as day laborers. Mr. Chairman, that is not the type of community mining, community engagement we are bringing. Number one, we are going to start a very genuine and transparent approach by first making sure that the people in the areas where mining occurs understand that the destiny of their area is in their hands. The river bodies, the forests, they are the leaders of these areas, and we are going to give them that respect. and empower them, working with them to give them the support. If we are going to sell community mining, we are going to put it together in cooperatives and make sure we create enclaves, proper enclaves. And this is one of the problems, Mr. Chairman, and I think the former minister knows. Why is it that everybody is going crazy, digging everywhere? Because they are all looking for where the gold is. We are going to work with the Mineral Commission to make sure, working with the Geological Survey, to have geological investigation to identify mineralized areas where we can now focus attention in groups. When we talked about licensing and decentralizing, that's my second point, decentralizing the licensing regime, because we want the communities to be empowered. Nobody is going to wait for 4 years to get a mining license. They will do illegal mining. But guess what? We are going to make the process such a way that it is easy for them to go through the process. Because ultimately, our focus is to make sure that we deal with people who are engaged in illegal mining ruthlessly, because we've created a pathway, we've empowered the community to do the right thing. And that is what we are going to do.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Follow up.
Leader, congratulations. Yeah, your answer to the honorable member's question on sale of state land, I like the aspect where you said that you are going to go out there for value for money. And
That's correct.
Now, I am reliably informed that these sales started way back 1995. What are you going to do? All the lands that have been disposed of since 1995, where value for money was not established, would you, because this is a subject matter that is very critical to Ghanaians, value for money was not established, in your view, would you reverse this sale?
Chairman, I've told you how far we've come. Started where state lands were basically given for free. We got to a point where 10% was required, and then the rest will be paid through ground rent. And then we moved to 25% of payment and the rest paid in ground rent. What I'm saying is that the new focus will be that first, state lands must not be sold. But if there's any need at all in the interest of the public, and obviously that happens when urbanization and the need to develop, the need to commercialize and other factors, we even get to that point, then we have to make sure that the current market value is what will guide that sale, so that the people of Ghana who we are holding this land in trust will not be shortchanged. And as minister, I will guard that jealously.
Okay, so you are looking into the future. That is going to the future. Is that
That's correct.
Case?
That's
so
correct.
What about the wrong that has been perpetuated already? According to your view?
Chairman, I already said, His Excellency the President has already directed a complete review for us to have a long list of all sales of land. When you give me the opportunity as minister and I go to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the good news is I'm here in Parliament. I'll be happy to come back to this house to discuss with you the way forward. But this is what I know. We will not allow anybody to shortchange the people of Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's all well and good, but the commitment was to ban...
Your last question, please.
The commitment was to ban the sale of all state lands. No, I'm taking the place of the Chief Whip, so I'm entitled to 6, I'm told. So I have 4 more questions. Yes. He's the minority. He's taking... Yeah.
Please, your last question. Honorable member, your last question. Let me place on record that apart from the ranking member, no other member has a right to ask unlimited questions. I do not want a situation where we set the rules and come here and break the rules. So if they want you to act as the ranking member, then please take the rightful position. But since you are not a ranking member, you are entitled to 3 substantive questions.
Mr. Chair, just a point. He is the immediate past minister from the sector. And these are very important subject matter issues that are raised. And so, Chair, please, we have often disagreed to agree. I want to plead with you on this occasion. Let's find a way of dealing with this so that he can exhaust just a few questions left off. Please.
Honorable members, I have been given his name as a subject matter committee member. And no subject matter committee member can go beyond 3 substantive questions. So please, ask your last question. If there is a need for supplementary, you can go ahead and do just that.
Mr. Chair, if you look at the list I transmitted to you, the Honorable Abu Jinapor was not submitted as a subject matter. It was not. You can look at the list. That's his name. And then I did. Yeah, so you see my name attached to it. He's planned to represent me. That is the arrangement. So let him exhaust the
Honorable member, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Chief Whip, he is entitled to 3 substantive questions. I would allow a supplementary question at my discretion. Please go ahead and ask your last question.
Chairman, we still want to insist. We want to insist. You and I have engaged severally on same subject matter, particularly on this matter. Please. And you can see the
Honorable former minister, will you go ahead to ask your question, or I give the floor to another person?
He's eager. Let's settle this matter. Chair, with respect.
With all due respect, will you go ahead and ask your question, or I give the floor to another person?
Let him just 2 more questions. No, that cannot be. At least for nothing at all. He is an immediate past minister. He has just some few questions, and then he was exhausted. Chairman, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your consideration, Chairman. I'm very grateful. Chairman, the next question is on another very important matter which confronts the Ghanaian people. Honorable nominee, you will see that on June 20th, 2024, a commitment was made, and I quote, election 2024, I will ban mining in forest reserves if elected president. Mahama, end quote. And you will see that the president emphasized, for example, that all mining in forest reserves will be banned, just like public lands. I mean, now we are being told that there will not be a ban, but that there will be a market value. But I'm saying that in the same token, in this particular commitment, the president, then candidate Mahama, committed that, and I quote further again, where he said, and I quote, we are going to ban mining in forest reserves. As for that, it is non-negotiable, end quote. Will mining in forest reserves, all mining in forest reserves be banned? And if so, when? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, it is correct. We have said that there will be no new mining activities in forest reserve, and the intention is to make sure that LI 2462 will be amended to make sure that this provision that allows mining in forest reserve is not in place. We will make sure that happens. If you give me the chance as the minister, that will be the first order of business, to make sure that there will be no new mining activities in forest reserve. We must stop the
Honorable
bleeding.
Chair, sorry.
And that bleeding
I'm very sorry I have to interrupt. Honorable nominee, sorry.
Honorable member,
the president, no, sorry,
Honorable
Chairman.
member, with all due respect, it is not the answer that you want. Allow the nominee to answer the question, and if you have a follow-up,
he missed the question. No, sorry, he missed the question. Sorry, he missed the question. So I'm just repeating the question. So the commitment, Honorable nominee, I think you didn't get the question. The commitment was to ban all forms of mining in forest reserves. And I'll give you even a further quote when President Mahama was speaking at the Christian Service University in Kumasi, where he said categorically, and I quote, "I will ban all mining in forest reserves because I believe that many of the trees in the reserves, which are more than 700 years old, are more precious assets than any mineral that lies beneath them," end quote. So the commitment was to ban all forms of mining in forest reserve, not new mining, was to ban all forms of mining. And the question is, will that ban come into effect, and when will that happen? That's the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I'm very excited about new initiatives that will help us to heal the wounds of our country. Our country is bleeding. Our forest, that is really at the heart and soul of our survival, has been completely devastated, damaged. And don't take my words for it. This is what the NDC intends to do. We are bringing 3 great initiatives: the Blue Water Initiative, which seeks to heal and harness the environment by turning areas degraded by illegal mining into hubs of economic ecological recovery. That's what we are going to do. We are also going to do Tree for Life initiative. Reforestation will be intensified. We are not only going to focus reforestation only in the forest, we are also going to encourage afforestation across the country. Chairman, you know, we are going to really push for another policy of Restore Ghana to deal with the issue of galamsey impacted lands and water bodies through a comprehensive land and water-based rehabilitation. These are things we are going to do to really address all the damage and heal the wounds. In the meantime, as we are doing that, we are going to make sure LI 2462 is no more, so that we can stop any further mining in forest reserve, and that's exactly what we will do.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I keep insisting on these policy commitments because they are absolutely important. People go to the polls, cast their votes based on these commitments, these policy commitments. And of course, I agree with the chairman that I cannot extract an answer I prefer from him. He is entitled to answer in the manner that he so wishes. But I think it's absolutely important. The issue of mining in forest reserves has become a topical issue in Ghana. The government of President Akufo-Addo, in which I was privileged to serve as Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, put in place a plethora of measures to cordon off and protect the forest estate of our country. And therefore, just as the government implemented a 2-pronged approach of afforestation, reforestation, and protection of our forests, this commitment that was made by President Mahama, this commitment that was made by President Mahama, His Excellency President Mahama, it's a commitment which I believe the Ghanaian people would like to know from the potential prospective Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, who will have the mandate of protecting our forests. The president himself, Honorable Nominee, and you didn't make the commitment. The president himself made the commitment, categorical commitment, that all forms of mining in forest reserves will be banned. So, for example, you have Newmont Golden Ridge Limited.
Is that your question? Please, a follow-up question.
Foundation
but the foundation should not be a thesis.
No, I understand, Chairman. Just a foundation, please. Mr. Chairman, please. These are very important matters for the Ghanaian people. It's important that we delve into them. For example, Mr. Chairman, Newmont Golden Ridge Limited has been mining in the Ajenjua Bepu Forest Reserve since 2010, Mr. Nominee. Anglo Gold Ashanti Aduoprim has been mining in the Nguyen Forest Reserve for years. Golden Star Wasa Limited has been mining in the Subri River Forest Reserve for ages. Ghana Bauxite has been mining in the Afua Hill Forest Reserve since 1940. Ghana Manganese has been mining in the Bonza River and Nguyen Forest Reserve since 1916. A lot of mining is taking place in our forest reserves, and the contribution of these companies to our national economy is known to all of us. Will the promised ban of all forms of forest, of mining in forest reserves be effected And if so, when?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman,
Well, the question is asked and answered, but I will give the floor to the nominee to repeat his answer.
Chairman, I think I answered the question, but let me say that these very reputable international companies who have been mining the forest reserve are not the reason why our forest is bleeding today. The reason our forest has been degraded and destroyed is because we allowed political apparatchiks to take over our forest and destroy it. What I am saying is that we are going to stop all these illegal mining activities in our forest reserve with these measures that I have described, the Blue Water Initiative, the Tree for Life Initiative, and Restore Ghana initiatives to make sure that we harness our forests and bring back biodiversity and the ecological life of our forest. We are going to do that, but we are not going to open ourselves for further damage. And that is why we are going to stop further issuance of any license for mining in forest reserve.
Honorable Nominee, you've mentioned political apparatchiks. First of all, can you define these? What do you mean by political apparatchiks? And can you give us some examples?
Chairman, I think I meant people who are doing illegal mining in this forest reserve. I think that's what I was trying to describe.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Soini.
Oh, Chairman. One more question.
Thank you.
Oh, just one more.
Thank you.
Sweeney, you yield to me.
And you think I'll do that?
Yield to me.
Why do you think I'll do that? You have not ended. You have not ended. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to engage with the nominee for lands and natural resources, Honorable Kofi Amabua. Honorable, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Amabua is an astute gentleman who has deep knowledge in the area that he has been nominated to serve in. And I have no doubt whatsoever about his competence. I worked in the media when he was Energy Minister, and I did work very closely with him, and I can attest to his passion and his commitment to the upliftment of this great country of ours. And so I can only wish him well and hope that he will carry that same zeal and commitment and passion to the ministry to make not only his constituents proud, not only his party proud, not only the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who has reposed his confidence in him proud, but the whole country very proud. But because this is a constitutional exercise, allow me to field a few questions that I'm sure will go a long way to convince the good people of Ghana that indeed you have what it takes to deliver to the expectations of all Ghanaians. Once again, Honorable Nominee, congratulations to you. But to my first question, it's something that has been touched around this table, illegal mining. It remains a major concern in this country, causing environmental degradation, water pollution, and loss of arable land. Honorable Nominee, what strategic policies will you implement to combat illegal mining effectively while balancing the need for sustainable livelihoods for local communities?
Chairman, I have a three-pronged approach to dealing with this menace. And as I've described it, community engagement, enforcement, and prevention. Community engagement because, Chairman, we must first start by acknowledging that the people who can really deal with this problem are the people at the local level in the mining areas where this happens. And so to that extent, we must engage our chiefs, our community leaders we must sensitize them, we must give them the training needed, and we must empower them. First of all, we must also reach out to them. One of the reasons why, and Chairman, let me tell you the enormity of the problem we are dealing with. According to the Minerals Commission, 3 million Ghanaians are involved in illegal mining activities, directly and indirectly, in 12 regions across the country. So this is not a problem that you can wish away. And so we need to tackle it and tackle it well.
Just a second, Honorable Leader. You had just... Yes, speak.
Please.
Oh, Mr. Chair,
Let
bear with me.
Let the nominee land with the answer, and I can... with the answer, then I can give you the floor to do a follow-up.
Mr. Chair, let's have an interaction. He's a fine man. Let's have an interaction.
Please, go ahead and complete your answer to the question.
And so once that happens, the focus is to make sure that mining activities are going to be done legally in all approved areas. How do we allow that to happen? We have talked about decentralizing operations of the regulatory institutions. Because one of the reasons why so many people are engaged in illegal mining is that the processes for getting a license sometimes is so cumbersome and so long. Of course, unless you have political connection, as you could see. But to decentralize these services, to allow these communities who will now know that if you want to do legal mining, this is the channel. You can even do it at the comfort of your computer and register. I'm very happy that the Minerals Commission is making progress with digitalizing some of these services. Now, having done that, we also need to go further. The NDC has said in its manifesto that we are going to recategorize mining. As we speak, it's small scale and large scale. And guess what? We can have one person with 30 licenses doing mining, small scale, which requires you to do it in a 25-acre land. And then you do one small scale here. Contiguously, if you put it together, you are doing large scale. But we don't have the classification for a medium scale mine. So that makes supervision very difficult. And that is why we are saying that we're going to recategorize mining, create cooperatives, and then create what we call the gold board, which will really be the support system for this cooperative mining, providing support, providing assistance, working with the universities to bring geologists and experts to be in the same location. The reason we don't have problems with large-scale miners is that they are organized, and so you can manage them. The intention is to create a system that allows everybody to feel that it is easy to do legal mining, and that's what we'll pursue.
Thank you. A follow-up.
Yeah. Leader, just a few follow-ups. You had said that 3 million people are involved in illegal mining. I find that quite...
Direct and indirect, and I got that information from the Minerals Commission.
Okay, that's fine. You also said that you are going to ensure recategorization. Recategorization.
That's the plan.
Yes. Now, I want to hear from you solutions. I've heard you lament a lot. You talk about the pollution, turbidity of water, and all that.
Oh, keep quiet. Are you in the chair?
So,
Order.
Leader, I want you to elucidate on the effect. And the catchword is positive. What will be the positive effect on this, your concept of recategorization?
As I said earlier, the recategorization will allow for easy monitoring and supervision. It will also help build capacity and allow small-scale miners to move. You know, as Ghanaians, what are we looking for? We are looking for the day where we don't even need foreigners to come and do large-scale mining. This process is also going to help build the capacity of small-scale miners, moving to medium-scale and then to large-scale. We must indigenize mining by building the capacity of our own people.
But leader, are you saying that the recategorization will ensure good monitoring? I don't get the logic. Can you explain? How would that ensure good monitoring?
I think, as I said, what it does is that it reduces the number of licenses. I said that as we speak, the small-scale mining licenses, I know that so many people who are doing small-scale have about 20, 30 licenses. And they are mining, you know, the requirement is that if you are small-scale, you have 25 acres of land. I'm saying that they have the capacity. They have big machines. But they are still classified as small-scale mining because there's no category of medium scale. And they are all over the place. And so we can't supervise them. The other thing is that I talked earlier about making sure that we support the Geological Survey to intensify geological investigation to identify mineralized locations. Once we know where the gold is, you know, the people won't be digging in water and everywhere. They will all be where the gold is. And that is the plan. And once we do that, there's a lot of advantages of scale that we will get.
Just this. You see, leader, with respect, let's not reinvent the wheel. This statement of strengthening the geological Chairman, just a minute. Strengthening the geological department for you to give a confirmation of where the gold is. That has been done already, with respect to you. That has been done by our country. So what we want to hear from you with respect, you are rehashing what has been done already. Leader, with all respect to you, I'm not asking this question to question your competence, but I'm telling you that has been done. What is the solution? Prefer solutions rather than telling us what has been done already.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I take this vetting very seriously. So that when I got the opportunity to be nominated, I spent 9 hours with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. And as I speak, I have even the experts, or some of them with me. I have been told, for example, by the Geological Survey that if he talks about some of the projects, right, as you speak, Minerals Commission has given them one project, which costs about 10 million, and another one, they are doing 2. They are saying that if they can finish 12, then we can make a lot. So there's a lot of work to be done. And so I'm not speaking out of just the blue. I'm speaking because I had this fast from the experts.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll just do a follow-up on the question regarding the recategorization. Honorable Nominee, is it the case that the idea of the recategorization is to make room for how our small-scale miners, quote and unquote, have now gotten increased capacity? Because the understanding of small-scale mining, as it was then termed galamsey, was head pan and shovels. Now you have people with excavators, big earth-moving machinery, supposedly engaged in small-scale mining. Is it the case that this recategorization will capture such miners appropriately and regulate them just as the big mining firms are regulated, and even create space for those who want to engage in what is real small-scale mining, for more community mining to get involved? Is that the idea?
Chairman, I couldn't have said it better. Thank you, Chairman.
So is...
Any further question?
I don't have a second follow-up.
No, you don't have a right for a second follow-up. Okay. Substantive question.
All right, so I'll move on to my substantive question then. The lease of state lands, it's a big issue in this country, and it was discussed earlier around this table. And especially when they are leased to political allies. In the not too distant past, We saw how the Akufo-Addo administration did this rampantly, indiscriminately. This question is allowed? Yes. There are many examples that have been discussed, and Mr. Chairman, when the former minister was here, he was flashing a document that he said came from his ministry with about 100 and something people who had lands. Nobody.
Please candidly proceed to ask your question.
Yes, that's all. But
address the chair and proceed to ask your question.
Mr. Nominee, we do know that some high-profile officials of the regime have been accused of acquiring these state lands. Now, what is your position on this, and what action do you plan to implement to protect these and many other state lands that are yet to be encumbered?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, as I stated, His Excellency the President is very passionate about this issue. He has already directed the sale, lease, and processing of all transactions involving state and public lands. Pursuant to this directive, the Lands Commission has been directed to compile a comprehensive report. Chairman, if I get the opportunity, would you help to become the minister? I intend to study that report and advise the President appropriately for the right actions to be taken.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up on this one. Honorable Nominee, things may appear similar, but not the same. When we talk of land acquisitions by state officials, you often hear conversations suggesting that it started in 1995, 1993. But we know that government had a rezoning policy, which rezoning allowed 4 parcels of land to be allocated through proper regulations and appropriate compensations paid by officers who acquired these lands. Can you tell us the difference that you notice in the implementation of this rezoning, where in the past, say under President Mills, under President Rawlings, some state officials may have led in allocating state lands, and what we witness in the just past administration? Things may appear similar but not the same, being the guiding principle as you answer.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, indeed, there are all sorts of, I think about 5 categories, different categories. I think the main one that always becomes an issue for our discussion has always been lands that are acquired by the state, compulsory acquired by the state, paid for a particular purpose. But over the years, the particular purpose for which that land was acquired has changed. So the land is not used for that particular purpose. And then the circumstances change that there has to be a new use of that land. Now, it has been done under the Mills, and a lot of transparent processes were done. I think that is really what we are talking about. But I think the very important point that I made, and I'm going to make it, as a minister, and this is my personal view, as land minister, I see something fundamentally wrong for me as a minister to be arrogating to myself lands that I've been given the opportunity to supervise. That's my personal view. I believe the policy that we bring in that says that if there's really a need for such circumstances as I have described to allocate land, then those lands must be reevaluated and sold at the current market value so that the people of Ghana whose land we are holding in trust are not shortchanged, and that's what I intend to do.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee, for that assurance. That difference needs to be established, appropriate compensation especially. And like I said earlier, I have no doubt at all about your competence, and I join many other Ghanaians who share that same view. And so we are wishing you well, and we hope that you live up to the expectation. My last question is on land guards. Land guardism. The incidence of land litigation, double sale of land in Ghana has been recurring, especially in our cities. What will you do as a minister to address this situation, especially when people, you know, do this because of, engage land guards because of this double sale of lands? What are you going to do about the double sale of land, which leads to land guardism in some cases? Thank you once again, and congratulations. The very best of luck to you, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much. I think the Land Act 2020 at 1036 has already made strict provisions in addressing this issue. As Minister, what I will make sure we do is to make sure we strictly enforce this act.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Amprechum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity. I would like to create your indulgence and defer the opportunity given me to the immediate past Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the first question.
Please. Honorable members, I understand Honorable Amprechum is here as a subject matter committee. Let me remind all of us that Standing Order 217 is very clear. If Standing Order 217 allows leadership of the subject matter committee to join, the same rule will not allow you to come here in your capacity as a subject matter committee to say that I now want to give the position to another person to ask the question. So, Honorable Amprechum, if you do not have any question to ask, I will proceed to give the floor to another person. Honorable members, order. Honorable Amprechum, the floor is yours. You have the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, there is no need for any noise, please. Why should there be? Yes. Please.
The honorable member who introduced himself. Yes, sir.
Out of order. Please. 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 Amprechum, you have the floor, Honorable.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you for giving me this opportunity to ask my question to my good friend, Honorable Kofi Bua. In all honesty, I see in him somebody who will do a good job if he's given the nod.
Thank you, Chairman.
But I hope that he will do justice to the questions that will be posed to him today. You can't direct me. Okay?
Honorable Amprechum, address the chair.
Chair, advise the members.
Honorable Amprechum, address me.
Yes.
Address me.
You threw fire, I will throw fire. Yes.
Senior member talking. Senior member.
Withdraw. Police have got to behave. You don't come and heckle me, right? Yes. I've got chairman to defer to. Don't. Just do the note. Mr. Chair. Honorable, I want to find out from you, first and foremost, if you are going to allow chiefs to be part of the issuing authority of licenses, mining licenses.
Oh. Chairman, I think that the chiefs are already a very important, integral part of land administration in Ghana. I think that what I had said was to make sure, and I will tell you my experiences as a member of parliament from a mining district. The reason why I kept talking about this decentralization, I kept talking about making sure that the regulatory authorities are at the fingertips of people at the local communities, that the chiefs have access to them, is that we are trying to avoid what has happened in the past. When you are in your village one morning, a guy comes to you and waves his document that I'm here to do prospecting. I've been given a prospecting license by Minerals Commission. He meets this guy, they say this is the Abusun opinion. He go and see him, he buy him the drink and give him all the things he has to give him, pour the libation, and the guy go and start. Before we know it, there's a problem. There's a problem because the guy that he saw and gave him all that drinks is not Abusun opinion, in fact. When we decentralize, when we get the mining authorities, the EPA, the Minerals Commission, to be in direct link with the authorities at the local level, what it means is that the processes will be done in a way, you know, the requirement now is that before you give licenses, you have to go and give notice and do public hearing. Does that happen? No. So these are attempts at empowering the people at the local level to make sure they have access to the authorities that are giving these licenses, to be able to give proper feedback so that all the challenge you've seen, I have witnessed prospecting licenses being given to a mining company going to somebody's cocoa farm and tearing it down. And then there's problem. These things will help, but more importantly, we are also doing that to empower the people at the community level, saying to them, you are very important in this process. We are not going to do anything without you. In any event, you have access to us. So you want to do mining, please don't do it illegally. You have access to us, we'll give you the right channel and train you and give you the capacity to do it. And that's why we are doing that.
Thank you very much. Are you done? Are you done? Are you done? Any further questions? Yes.
Honorable nominee, my question was very specific. And it looks like you have just been dancing around it without actually hitting the nail on the head. I was specific.
Honorable Amprachum, you may not like the answer, but apparently that's the answer.
I want a specific answer, and it's regarding the role of the chiefs. Simple as that. You can give me all the answers, but I will go back that I will want a specifics. Would you permit chiefs to be part of the issuing of mining licenses?
Chairman, you know, when you are drafting a policy, you envision it and you think about the problems that has happened in the past. I've just described why we are moving in that direction. I believe that it is obvious to me that if we are setting up a local board or authority at the district level, key stakeholders will be part, and obviously chiefs are key stakeholders, so that the thing will be done. But we've not gotten to that point yet. I believe that, Honorable Member Chairman, if you give me the chance to go to the ministry, we will fine-tune those policies, and I'm sure that I'll come here and I'll be able to give you concise answers.
Any further questions?
Thank you. I know we will be around to give you all the help you need.
Good friend, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nominee, my question has something to do with the involvement of the military in the fighting of Galamsey. On page 78, which one? This one. What is wrong? What is wrong with it?
Address the chair and proceed to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No.
Will your government, again, another specific one, I like specifics without going round in circles. Will your government continue with the military involvement in the fighting of Galamsey?
Thank you, Chairman. I've already described the enormity of the challenges we face. We are already aware of what has been happening with the effort by the security service, especially when it comes to our polluted waters. Today, as we speak, the state of our rivers is nothing to write home about, and the police and the military has played a very critical role. If I get a chance as a minister, we are going to evaluate the new program. For example, I have very new, exciting ideas about what to do with the protection of our water bodies. Because one of the problems that I got to know was that it's not cheap to get the military to continue permanently in these locations. So they will be in a place. It used to be that they will come in the place and clear everybody, and for 6 months nobody will be there. Now they come, clear, and they go away, and within 1 month they are back. So we have to think about new ideas. Some of the ideas as to, we have forest guards. What about forests? What about water guards? So these ideas are going to be thought through, and we are going to come out with creative ideas to make sure that these matters, that goes to the survivor. And these are very important. For example, I was thinking about the creation of water guards who are going to be trained to understand that this is not some security job they are going to do, that they are going to fight for the soul of our country. That's our water bodies. So these are very important. But we are going to do that and really make sure that we address these comprehensively.
Thank you very much. Is there a follow-up question? Do you have a follow-up?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
On the last question regarding the use of the military to fight Galamsey? Yes. Very well.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable Nominee, it seems I'm getting a bit impressed with your mention of the water guards.
Water guards, yeah.
So the issue of Galamsey, the issue of environmental deprivation, the issue of the water problems, that is something that is very dear to my heart. And you mentioning the probable introduction of water gas is something that warms me. I hope you will be able to develop the concept and be able to implement it.
With your support, I'm sure we can.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I will then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Toffee. Please, let me repeat them for you. The first question is on mining license. The second question is on the consent of the chiefs in doing so. The third question is the use of the military in the fight against Galamsey, which I have given you the opportunity to ask a follow-up question, if any. And you have asked the follow-up, and the follow-up has been answered. Apparently, former minister responsible for lands and natural resources, you are not the chair.
Chairman,
so
I'm helping.
I give the floor to Honorable
Chairman,
Toffee.
just a minute before you do that. With respect, as an available ranking, I have a duty to help you navigate. In fact, what you are referring to as his second question was a follow-up to the first question. So in actual sense, he still has one question to ask, a substantive question. Please, no, second one, and then a follow-up. It was a follow-up. Yes, that's it. He can speak for himself. He can speak for himself. Chairman, let him answer the last one and then that's it. He hasn't ruled. Not dragged.
I have given the floor to Honorable Toffee. You have the floor.
Chairman, with respect, we will not challenge your authority here. We will accept that with the understanding that Honorable Amprichum has one substantive question to exhaust, because his follow-up, the second question was actually a follow-up to the first question. So he still has one substantive question to ask. And we want to respect your directive. So let him exhaust it, and then we can go ahead. We have nothing against Honorable Fote. I'm not challenging. I'm just suggesting to him. He has the definite ruling.
Honorable Dorcas Toffee, you have the floor.
So we'll come back and you do your last.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to congratulate Honorable Nominee. To me, I know he would deliver to make our country proud, and some of us also proud. So I want to congratulate him in advance.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Let him do just one sentence. Then we are done. See, oftentimes you ask us to understand. We always understand you. Let him do just one, and then we'll...
I will give the floor to Honorable Kwesi Konedu.
Let me ask this one first. Chairman, thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, I'm starting. This will be my first question, so I would want you to take notice of it. Honorable Leader, congrats.
Honorable, just a minute. Chairman, let me make a suggestion to you. In order for us to get clarity on the type of question, it's important we allow our colleagues to indicate, this is my first question, substantive. Second one, this is my follow-up question, so that we get clarity on it, because we are not being fair to Honorable Amprichum. So proceeding forward and taking lessons from that, Honorable Kwesi Konedu, indicate to the chair and the committee questions that are substantive and those that are follow-ups.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, I think I have made an observation, and that is that, for instance, today, we don't have the Honorable Member Apiaje here. We don't have the Honorable Ranking Member, the Honorable Apenyomakin here. Now, I see that the minority would come and say that they want somebody to replace. They will come before the committee. Please, we were in a meeting this morning. I didn't see you. Chairman, I think that practice must be stopped. When a member is absent, he cannot be replaced. Please, let me make, because replace, please. Can I finish?
Chairman,
with all due respect.
No.
Chairman, with all due respect.
Which standing order? This committee is a committee of rules and procedures, Mr. Chairman.
May I?
And Parliament is a parliament of rules and procedures. Which rule?
Abu, please.
No, it's not about that. Which rule?
Don't interrupt me. You don't have.
No, which rule?
Please, let me.
You want to make your own rules?
No, Chairman, I'm not done. Chairman, let me refer the committee to Standing Order 217, Rule 1. The Appointments Committee comprises the First Deputy Speaker as chairperson, Minority Leader as ranking member, the Deputy Majority Leader as vice chairperson, the Deputy Minority Leader as deputy ranking member, and the following other members: A. Majority Chief Whip, B. Minority Chief Whip, C, 5 other members selected based on the numerical strength of the parties in Parliament. Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, no caucus can whimsically appear before the committee and suggest that a member, bona fide member, is absent, and therefore a certain honorable member be used to replace that person. The only practice which we have adopted is that because the subject matter committees are in the process of being constituted, leadership of the caucuses are mandated to submit names of leadership of those subject matter committees to chair of the committee for purposes of posing questions. But this practice where a member is absent, no excuse is given, then another is brought to come and replace him, is not borne out by our standing orders. The replacement cannot be whimsically done. It appears to be abused. So, Chairman, with all due respect, when a member on the other side is absent, please proceed, if you have quorum, to deal with the issues. Please.
Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Chairman.
Honorable members.
Chairman.
This is a house that we always say we are masters of our own rules. We are guided by the practice and convention. I believe strongly, we all know that when our leaders are not available, we normally have available leaders to work in place of that particular leader. So that is what exactly is happening today. So with all due respect, can we make progress? Let us not use this to truncate. Honorable Akwesi Kwanedu, you have the floor. Please, you have the floor. You have the floor.
Chairman, thank you.
Order. Honorable, you have the floor.
Chairman, respectfully.
Honorable former minister, you cannot be asking the honorable member having the floor to hold on. Please, Honorable Kwanedu.
Chairman, respectfully. Chairman.
Proceed with your question.
Chairman, respectfully, can I make the
appeal? Mic was not working, so Chairman, I was not asked to hold on. That is what I want to make the appeal. Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, this is my first question, and I would like to lay the basis for the question so that my honorable former leader would appreciate the question. Mr. Chairman, on page 78.9 of the NDC manifesto, you say that you provide a predictable regulatory regime and build confidence for local and foreign investors. Our Minerals and Mining Act of 2006, Act 703, has been hailed as one of the best laws globally in terms of certainty and predictability for investors. And one of those certainties is that when you conduct exploration and you abide by all the mining laws, you are entitled to the grant of a mining license. That is section 39(2) of Act 703. Now that we are familiar with this issue of a company that exploited for lithium for over 10 years and eventually made commercial finds and was granted a mining lease in accordance with our law, the SWAL MPP administration went on further in negotiating for an enhanced terms outside the law, and I would want to state some of this. An increment in royalties from 5% to 10% to the benefit of Ghana. An increment in government's fee carried interest from 10% to 13% for the benefit of Ghana. And an additional interest to be taken by the Minerals Income Investment Fund. And mandatory provision for the company to list on the Ghana Stock Exchange, which it complied with. Providing altogether provided for a minimum of 30% Ghana participation in the exploration of lithium, making this provision as one of the greatest values.
Please,
in terms of
question.
our
Your question.
mining license negotiations and grants. And now my question. Despite all this, you opposed it. How are you going to ensure that investors that have invested in the exploration of mining and minerals in this country, their concessions will not be taken away from them, but they will be granted necessary leases and permits to mine in accordance with our law?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I think the premise of the question, I am aware that this came to Parliament and it was referred to the committee. I don't recall that the committee came back with a report that was opposed.
Any further question?
A follow-up.
Yes.
A follow-up.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yes, it was referred to the committee. Same as this committee is working for the totality of Parliament and present a report. So if it was halted at the committee level, it's still a halt to the investor confidence that they would have. Regardless of the fact that referral was made to the committee, how are we as a house and a government going to help that investor confidence, whether at committee level, governmental level, will be assured, such that when they put their money in exploration and abide by all the rules, laws governing mining in Ghana, their leases will be granted for them?
Chairman, I was the former energy minister, and I was very aggressive in making sure that when investors express interest in exploring oil, and we negotiate, I follow through and make sure those are approved. And that's the record I have. You were in charge of government business. I think your responsibility was to have brought the agreement back from the committee. And so to say that what happened there, but I'm simply telling you that there was no a report that was debated and defeated on the floor of Parliament. But this is what I would say. When it comes to new minerals, Chairman, my strong view is that Ghana must really win in new negotiation for our new minerals, and that there must be a paradigm shift in some of these agreements to ensure that, yes, we've held some of these old minerals for a long time, but the new minerals, we must focus on value additions in our country and make sure that we can really get, Ghana can win bigger than we have before. That's my view on it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move on to my second question.
That is so.
Mr. Chairman, sustainable forest management activities, and in current terms, the global trend towards carbon trading makes it very, very important for this country. And looking at how sustainable forest management is plagued with inadequate governmental support due to budgetary constraints, what will be your approach at finding sustainable financing for natural resource management in terms of both the forest and wildlife management, bearing in mind the passage of Act 1113, that is the Wildlife Management Resource Act?
Chairman, I think that's a very, very important question. There's a lot of money on green efforts, climate change mitigation efforts. And I think that as a country, we must be seen aggressively doing things to protect our forest reserves and adding new forests. And that is why I have described some of the big initiatives that I have described. Tree for Life initiative, the Restore Ghana initiatives that is intended to restore our forests and bring biodiversity and ecological life. These efforts will let us attract more funding. and make sure that Ghana will have an advantage. And we intend to make sure that we heal our forests and undertake aggressive efforts in reforestation so that we can attract this funding, this climate mitigation funding that you have described. And as Minister, if I'm given a chance, that's the focus of my administration.
Thank you. The floor is yours, Honorable Konedu.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, my last question will be on one of the last acts that we passed.
Please, that's your last question. I recognize the Chief Whip on a follow-up on the second question that you have asked.
Leader, just a quick one. The carbon trade concept and the Red Plus concept, I have told last year, it enabled the raking in of a lot of dollars into our country because of our ability to position ourselves as a country to buy into that concept. And you rightly spoke to deforestation and its attendant effect. What is your appreciation or understanding of the Red Plus concept and the carbon trade concept, and how will you be able to appropriate this efficiently when you are made the Minister of Lands and Forestry?
Thank you, Chairman. I think these climate mitigating measures has a lot of advantages. I've already described it, and you have described one. As Minister, we will take all the steps, getting the advice of experts to make sure we position our country to take advantages of all of these funding sources.
Thank you. Then we'll proceed to take your last question.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, my last question will be on the passage of one of the last acts that we did. That is Act 1123. That is the Boundary Commissions Act. The Boundary Commission plays an important role in the maintenance of the territorial integrity of Ghana. It doesn't have a dedicated funding source that would equate to the role that it plays. Being familiar with the Act, what measures would you help put in place so that they will have at least a dedicated source of funding to complement their activities aside the mega budgetary allocations that they get and donor funding?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, the importance of the Boundary Commission cannot be overemphasized. As former energy minister, I witnessed firsthand how critical it is for us to protect the territorial integrity of our country, our three borders, with Togo, with Cote d'Ivoire, with Burkina Faso, and Nigeria. And I think it is imperative that we take the steps to ensure that this is done. If I get a chance to be nominated, I'll work very, very hard with the Ministry of Finance conferring to make sure that we fully fund the Boundary Commission. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Hajia Ladi Ayamba.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me first of all congratulate my able, hard-working, and don't listen to my language. I'm going to say my beautiful leader. Congratulations. May Allah guide and protect you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my first question is, in January 2018, His Excellency President Akufo-Addo reportedly revealed that $5 billion was unaccounted for in gold exports from Ghana to the United Arab Emirates. A similar report indicates that Switzerland imported $7 billion worth of gold from Ghana, but records show that Ghana exported just over $3 billion to that country. Honorable Nominee, Can you explain the cause of the disparity between the volumes of gold that is reported in, say, Dubai, and the volumes of gold that are reported by the Precious Minerals Marketing Company, PMMC, and what would your approach be to address this? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, this is a very serious concern. A country that is struggling to get money to bolster ECD in foreign exchange will hear stories that we are being shortchanged. I think that it is a matter that we must take seriously. Chairman, if I get a nod as the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, this is a matter I'll take up seriously, working with the Ministry of Finance, working with the security agencies to basically follow the custody issues from the mines all the way to the last point and in between, and make sure we revisit the strict accountability process and the sanction regime to ensure that this does not happen to our country.
Any further question?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Nominee, for the precise answer. Mr. Chairman, my second question is, how do you intend to address the recurring clashes between indigenous communities and large-scale mining companies, as was recently witnessed in Obuasi, and were the victims mining when they were killed? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, this is a very important question that is so dear to me. Chairman, I come from the Western region, and I have been a member of Parliament before the regions of the Western North and Western region was divided, so I'm very much aware of some of these challenges. But Chairman, I think that there's something that I hope and I pray I will be remembered for. I want to be remembered for as the minister that finally got large-scale mining companies to finally bridge the gap between these companies and the communities in which they operate. Chairman, this is very critical because this has gone on for very long. What are the root causes of this problem? And I'm going to be very brief. Chairman, if a company is given a huge tract of land to mine, and they mine the area for 10 years, and they move to another site, and they have no plans to visit this location for a period of time, the community in that area, their lands, 50% of their lands is what has been taken. It used to be before that mining, that's where the farming, that's where food crops were produced. And then they get to a point where they say, we can't, we have to survive. Give us an area for us to also engage in mining activities. And then that's where the problem starts. Chairman, I think that it calls for an engagement and an understanding. It all starts with how this whole mining process starts. The belief that somehow when you get your license in Accra and you go to the communities, that is it, and all the powerhouses in Accra must change. Mining companies must work with communities for them to believe that they have the social license at those grassroots level, and they give them the respect and they will engage them. That way, you will see that there will be a win-win. For example, how beautiful will it be for a mining company to allow this cooperative mining that I'm talking about, to allow a community that we ourselves are going to take the lead in building your capacity, because we live here with you. We're going to help you build your capacity, and in the process, Chairman, you know, the community will start believing that there's real benefit for this mining community being here. Oftentimes, it is not the case. And I give you the example of a 2-kilometer road where a mining company, yes, they pay taxes, so that responsibility is with the central government. But guess what? This is not about the central government. It's about you and that community and how you can build trust and relationship. I think all of the things you described comes out of that. I believe if we can reset this fundamental relationship and build trust between mining communities and companies, all of these challenges will not happen. And as minister, I intend to drive this new paradigm shift.
Thank you very much. Very well. You have the floor for your last question.
Thank you, Chairman. The recent discovery of green minerals such as lithium in commercial quantities in Ghana has raised questions about what Ghana stands to benefit from this resource, given our experience from several years of mining gold and other minerals. Mr. Nominee, if given the nod as a minister, what would you do differently to ensure that these new discoveries inure to the benefit of our country? Or are you yet going to wait to make sure that people who might run there illegally, in quotes, their excavators and other mining equipment would be seized and burned, as we saw previously? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's a very, very important question. Chairman, we must focus on these new minerals. But we must have a new mindset when it comes to new minerals. When our great hero, Osajifo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, said long time ago that as a country we must ensure that we start building the commanding heights and make sure Ghanaians are the ones holding the commanding heights of our economy. He meant that in critical sectors of our economy, we must build Ghanaian capacity to make sure that we can get Ghanaians to lead in our industrial capacity. Somebody asked the question, why is Johannesburg so prosperous? And why is Obuasi so impoverished? The answer is simple. Chairman, the reason is because the people who are mining in Johannesburg are all in Johannesburg and investing the money back. The people who are in Obuasi, yes, we want the investors to come, but oftentimes those reinvestments do not happen there. I think that in going forward, that is what should be our mindset. Trying to make sure that these new minerals, and somebody said it in a very blunt way, if we are not going to get companies to come and add value, let it remain on the ground. That should be our mindset.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Alassane Umar.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
From the responses, eloquent, and the precision of answers that you provide, I'm confident and believe that the resetting agenda of President Mahama will really come to pass. And my question is a follow-up on the licensing regime. And Chairman, if I may take your leave to cite or... Yes, Chairman, I have a news item from Joy News. And it says that this was reported on the 24th January 2025. More than 100 mining-related licenses issued in the final week of Akufo-Addo's government. And the reporter is Anthony Menu. Now, if I look at that month, January, you have first, January 2025, 67 licenses were issued. January 2nd, 11 licenses were issued. January 3rd, 19 licenses were issued. January 6th,
please,
5
you have mentioned the total
issued.
number of licenses. Proceed to ask your question.
Thank you, Chairman. In all, you had over 102 licenses issued in just 1 week or 3 weeks, last week of Akufo-Addo's government. I want to ask you, Mr. Nominee, Mr. Nominee, I want to ask you, also, it has been further reported that just about 50 small-scale mining licenses were issued between 2009 to 2016, as opposed to over 2,000 licenses from 2017 to date. What is your position on the current licensing regime in the small-scale mining sector? Do you think the current status quo has contributed to the increased rate of environmental destruction in the country? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, when I get the opportunity to be approved as the minister, my intention is to undertake a holistic review of the licensing regime. I've already talked about how there's so much duplication in the issue of licenses. I've talked about one individual who will be holding almost 50 licenses because he has not been classified as a light scale and he wants to continue to do mining. So he's doing mining in contiguous area. And if you put it all together, he's probably close to light scale mining. We need to look at this recategorization. We need to do a holistic review of this licensing regime to address the issue you've brought about. I think that part of the problems we've had, as you have described, in terms of what we see in the pollution of our water bodies and destruction of our environment, has to do with some of the illegalities, not only perpetrated by the illegal miners, but even people with small-scale mining licenses. That is where we must focus on, and to make sure we organize them well, to make sure we can have supervision and monitoring, to make sure we can use modern technology to focus this industry so that we will not have the challenges we've had. Thank you.
Chairman, just a second.
Thank you.
Before you come in, please.
Hold it. Do you have a supplementary?
No,
on the main question. If you have a supplementary, go ahead and ask, and I will thereafter give you the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, will you consider revoking licenses that were acquired without the process or procedure?
Thank you, Chairman.
Please.
I've said that there will be a holistic review of all of these processes. Chairman, we are guided by the law. And what I would do as minister is to make sure that the right things were done according to the law. And so we will make sure that that is done.
Thank you very much. This is a matter of law.
Chairman,
please, you have the floor.
Just a quick follow-up. The honorable member who just spoke, Honorable Nominee, if you listen to me attentively, he alleged that over 100 plus licenses were issued by the Akufo-Addo administration just before they exited. And I was expecting you to either confirm or deny. You are now going to the ministry, and you gladly went ahead to answer the question. Would you confirm the data he put out? It's a newspaper. He quoted from a newspaper. Would you confirm that? Did you check? Is that the truth?
Chairman.
Honorable
Chairman.
Minority, please come. Honorable Minority Whip. The questioner was making reference to a newspaper publication. I do not know whether it is the newspaper publication that you want the nominee to confirm, or what exactly you want the nominee to confirm.
Speaker, just to reframe my question, I know the mining leases, the Supreme Court ruling, mining leases come to Parliament for Parliament to either approve or otherwise. I don't remember any mining lease of such volume, such mining licenses of such volume coming to Parliament. So what were you speaking to? You were allowing yourself for him to mislead you? Is it the case that you were allowing yourself for the honorable member to mislead you? Is that the case? No, let him answer.
Yeah,
no.
Chairman,
Let him answer. I'm out of order. And you have the power to, you have the power to rule me.
Okay, I recognize Roxanne Dapamako.
Let him answer. Let him answer.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, let me plead with my counterpart, the Minority Chief Whip, who is the acting ranking, to take it easy. I know that he's had a lot of follow-ups. Please, Uma, please. Honorable Uma, please. We want to have this done expeditiously but effectively. So if the Honorable Chief Whip has a follow-up, it shouldn't be argumentative and badgering the witness. He could ask a follow-up, and the nominee will provide answers that they require. Some data was referenced, and the Honorable nominee spoke to the data. If the Honorable Chief Whip has a contrary view on the matter, he could post it as a follow-up. So this can be done in a more quieter manner. I plead with it.
Chairman, yes, indeed.
Well, you want to reframe?
Yes.
Okay.
So, indeed, we want to do our work. But this is a House of Records. And you know, you have often made that statement, House of Records. The honorable member referenced some data. And I'm saying, for the number of months we were in Parliament before the 8th Parliament was dissolved, I do not remember such volume of mining licenses coming to Parliament for approval. Would you confirm this or not?
But honorable ranking member, the nominee never said so. It was a question that was posed to the nominee. Yes. I do not know whether your question is to the question being posed to the nominee. I think a follow-up must emanate from the answers given by the nominee, with all due respect.
Chairman, with all respect, it is also important. We also have inherent responsibility to guide you where we are being misled. In effect, I'm saying the question was wrong because of the data he referenced. And he was misleading the nominee. He was misleading the leader. And the leader, on the spur of the moment, didn't realize that there were inaccuracies in the questioner's statement. And therefore, I'm saying that the questioner should be made to retract. He should retract those words. Because we don't have any of such data. Parliament has not approved any of such license here. And therefore, he was wrong. That's what I want you to admit. You are seeking to go to that ministry, and don't allow him to mislead you.
Mr. Chairman, I think
honorable member, Honorable Soini, you do not have the floor. Please, your microphone
point of
off.
Information, though. It will be helpful
Let
for this
your
committee.
microphone be
As
off.
Former ranking member, I do know that
Let your microphone be off.
For small-scale mining licenses.
Let your microphone be off. Honorable Umar, you are entitled to your last question.
Mr. Nominee, thank you so much for educating Ghanaians on these licenses. Anyway, I have one more question, and this is in reference to how the country will earn revenue, how we can increase our exports.
Can we have some order listening to the question and the answer?
In terms of aluminium. So my question is, what has prevented Ghana from developing the integrated aluminium industry to achieve the optimum impact? Aluminium.
Chairman, this is a very important area that we must work hard to unearth. Successive governments have taken a lot of steps. What is really preventing this to happen is for us to get a strategic...
Honorable members, let there be order so that we can listen to the answers.
What has really prevented the takeoff is a strategic investor that will be prepared to really invest the huge billions of dollars that is required in this area. But it also requires us to really do a lot of preparatory works. As minister, I am going to work with the agencies involved to make sure that we can position ourselves to attract such investments.
Thank you, and I wish you well.
Thank you very much. I will stand on Order 2177 to recognize the Deputy Whip, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations, my former colleague in leadership. My question, eighth Parliament, just the tail or the end of the eighth Parliament before dissolution and dissolution of the eighth Parliament. Are you aware, or your briefing from the ministry before appearing before this committee, are you aware, or have you been briefed, whether there was some mining licenses over 100 that was approved?
Chairman, I read a news report. I've also not seen any rebuttal from the Minerals Commission on this matter.
Chairman, I think my question is not answered by the nominee. I am saying that, Chairman, I clarify my question. Chairman, I clarify.
Honorable Habib.
Chairman.
Honorable Habib.
My question was very specific.
Honorable Habib.
Yes.
Honorable Habib. You see, I have always indicated that it is not the answer that you expect from the nominee that the nominee will give you. So whatever question you ask, you must take his answer. And the answer is that he has only read in the newspapers and there was no rebuttal from the Mineral Commission.
So Chairman, Chairman, I appreciate your guidance, but I made reference to I was saying that as a deputy minority leader and a nominee for the position responsible for lands and natural resources, whether you have been briefed or when you were a deputy leader, minority leader, you have seen any approval. I'm not talking about newspapers. In respect of these two, have you been briefed?
No.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, he has answered that no, and I'm satisfied with his answer. Now, my next question, and I want you to be to carefully listen to me, and know that you are under oath. Know that you are under oath. And previous nominees who have appeared before this committee have admitted that they own government land or have interest in public and government land. My question to you is, do you Emmanuel Amakofubua have any interest in state land, either Accra, Elenbele, Pusiga, or anywhere?
No, please.
My last question, but Chama, is supposed to be a follow-up question. Your CV, residential address.
Look, a follow-up question on his interest in government land?
Yes.
Very well.
And your residential address in Ajingano. Are you aware that part of the Ajingano lands are state, and including where you are staying, is government and public land?
Chairman, you just told me. I didn't know that.
Chairman, my last question. Apart from the residential address that you have provided, do you have any other residential address aside this residential address? Remember, you are still under oath.
Yes, I'm under oath. I have a property in Botiano.
And are you aware that the Botema area where you have...
It's not Botema, it's Botiano.
Chairman, a follow-up question on that. Chairman, a follow-up question on that. Aside that, no other residential property in your name. Remember, you are still under oath.
I have a property in Elenbele district, my house in Elenbele.
Okay, Chairman, it's okay. He's my colleague in leadership. I wish you well.
No remedy. Stay there.
Order. It's now the turn of Rita Odolesoa, Honorable.
Thank you, Chairman. I wish to congratulate you on your nomination by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There have been serious agitations among the people of the Greater Accra region that fortunately or unfortunately, being the country's capital, the government has encumbered many of their lands for the public good. However, over the period, these projects elapsed, or the government did not have use of these lands again, but instead of the lands reverting to the allodial owners, it is alleged that government officials and public officials ended up appropriating these lands, selling them to people, sometimes even foreigners, without recourse to the allodial owners of these lands. And I'll cite a particular example, my constituency, Dadekotopon. The chiefs are not consulted when these lands are given out. My question, what are you going to do to ensure that the policies embarked upon by the late president at Mills continued under John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, are continued, and that those lands that were taken for the public good and the government has no use, and if the government has no use for them again, are reverted to the allodial owners per Article 26 of the 1992 Constitution? Thank you.
Chairman, I think this is a very important question. And as I stated earlier, there's already a directive for a comprehensive review and a report on all these lands. I believe that the right things must be done. And if indeed the right processes are done, as minister, I will make sure that once this report, I'll provide the right advice to make sure that the people of Accra in all the areas get the right treatment that they deserve when it comes to the issues of land.
Thank you very much, but let me use the opportunity to explain to the whole world that all these issues have been dealt with in the case of Okujato versus Jacob Ejepilamte. Thank you very much. You can proceed with your other question.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Nominee, the people of Dadekotopon will really appreciate if these issues are taken seriously. Because under the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, some lands were released to the good people of Dade Kotopon. But as we speak, those lands were never given back to the people. And so I would be grateful, the people of Dade Kotopon would be grateful if these issues will be looked into. And whatever lands the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government said they have released to the good people of Dade Kotopon be given to them. Thank you. Chairman, my other question, it's about the Peshi Lagoon in Dade Kotopon. It has been encroached upon seriously as we speak. Before I was coming here, somebody called me that there were demolitions that were carried out along the banks of the Peshi Lagoon. People are going back there. I recall when I was Municipal Chief Executive, I worked with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama with the Environmental Protection Agency and other agencies. And there were even signboards that were erected along the Peshi Lagoon so that the lands around the banks, the river banks will not be encroached upon. But as we speak now, people have encroached upon those lands. And even entering into the sea, you realize that we have the polo courts that they have constructed there. And this, I believe, brings a lot of flooding when it rains to the areas around that place. What will you do to ensure that these encroachments are stopped? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairman, the Land Act 1036 has really laid out what must be done in all these instances. As Minister, I will work with the Lands Commission and the experts there to make sure that the letter and spirit of those laws are enforced and that those who are breaking the laws are brought to book.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to congratulate you and wish you all the best. And I believe in your office as Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, you are going to work with the chiefs and people of Ghana to ensure that justice will be done for everybody. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kofi Obreyebo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Congrats, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you.
I've known you for about 20 years, and I know your competency is not in doubt.
Thank you,
I'll,
sir.
however, have some few questions for you. The NDC government, led by His Excellency John Kwame Dramani Mahama, almost reduced the 2024 election to a referendum on how the MPP manage the state lands, our water bodies and natural resources as a whole, giving it names such as state capture. As a sector minister, will you allow individuals, institutions, and private organizations to acquire state lands other than state and its agencies? Thank you.
Is the president one?
Chairman, I have already stated that we must jealously protect state and public lands and make sure that if it is important at all in the interest of the state to sell any state land, we do so such a way that the people of Ghana will not be shortchanged. And as minister, I will make sure that happens. And that's what I will do.
So if I got your answer right, you allow individuals to acquire properties. Is that correct?
Chairman, I will be guided by the laws of this country. As I've said, as we speak today, there's a clear directive for the halt processing of any public or state land pending the review and the report. I'm sure when I get a chance as a minister, I'll review this and I'll be guided by that, making sure we understand that it is in the interest of the people of Ghana for us as people who have been privileged to serve them to jealously protect their lands.
Thank you. Follow up.
You don't have a right to ask a follow-up question on a follow-up unless you want me to take the follow-up question as a substantive question by which you'll be entitled to do a follow-up.
Yes.
Other than that, Should I take it to be your second question?
Yes.
Then you are entitled to a follow-up.
Speaker. Yeah. Honorable nominee, in a letter dated 9th January 2025, the Executive Secretary to the President directed the Lands Commission to immediately cease all sales, leases, or processing of all state and public land transactions.
Yes.
Meanwhile, all these pending land transactions have been sanctioned and approved by the Lands Commission, and various Ghanaians have acquired legal interest to same. Honorable nominee, will you agree with me that this letter violates the legal rights and interests of Ghanaians? If you agree with me, don't you think this letter will result in unnecessary court actions against the Lands Commission and also the government?
Chairman, I do not agree. I believe that the Constitution is very clear. It vests the power of state lands in the President, who is supposed to hold it in trust of the people of Ghana. What the President is doing is to make sure that that responsibility is being exercised. And I believe that it will not be done, as our former majority leader would say, capriciously with ill intentions. It will be done in the right way and make sure that the right things are done. And those who are found foul of the law will be prosecuted and the right penalties be applied.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dominic.
Your last question, please. Please, your last question.
Honorable nominee, when Galamsey 5 becomes so tough, the new patriotic government placed a ban on a small-scale mining, both legal and illegal, upon assumption of office.
Honorable member, do you mean the new patriotic party
The new
or
patriotic
new patriotic
party,
government?
The new patriotic party. I beg your pardon. We place a ban on both legal and illegal mining. Upon assumption of office, honorable nominee, will you support the placement of a ban, for example, say 2 years, to facilitate the restoration of our water bodies and natural resources? Will you support such a ban?
Chairman, as I've said, we know the challenges we face: degraded land, polluted water bodies, the destruction of our forests. These are very grave issues. It requires a real approach. It doesn't require ad hoc measures, and I believe that we must take our time to find the solutions that will be long-lasting. When I'm giving the nod, I will do the right consultation with the experts and make sure that we take an approach that will help us to solve this problem permanently.
Thank you. I would give the floor to Honorable. You have a follow-up on the Galamsey band. Very well.
Not
Go
on
ahead.
Galamsey band, but on Galamsey.
Very well.
Honorable Minister, designate. In your view, what are the fundamental reasons that drive Ghanaians, especially the youth, to involve themselves in illegal mining, which cause massive destruction to our environment, especially our water bodies?
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. This is not a follow-up question. I'll give the floor to Honorable Jerry Shaib.
Honorable Amako Fibwa, congratulations.
Thank you.
Very well. As Minister Designate for Lands, please, have you vetted your mind respectfully to the processes by which one has to go through to acquire or to be granted a government lease? Do you know the steps?
Chairman, I not necessarily the steps, but I can tell you my own personal story of I just gave you my address. My processes to get my land title at the Lands Commission. It's probably in the 3rd year. And that is enough to tell me that there's a lot of work to be done there to make sure that we simplify those processes and allow Ghanaians to have utmost customer service on time when they want to access any of the services at the Lands Commission.
So my question was to the effect of state lands, but I'm sure perhaps you do not. So I'll depart and ask just a follow-up on the same one. So before you get a state land, you write an application to the effect. That is when you have seen a parcel. And when you do so, the Lands Commission now would conduct a search. And when the search is conducted, it will tell you whether or not the land belongs to the state or government. And when that is done, they now write to the municipal or metropolitan or district assembly in which the land is to ask for what they call the planning comments. When same is done, they revert to Lands Commission. Lands Commission now would go on to say that this land is available. They've given us a comment, it's either residential or commercial or misuse. And then they proceed to tell you that we will now go to do an assessment and an inspection. When same is done, and Mr. Chair, I'm doing this just for the purposes of, for minister to know that it takes a lot to go through to first of all acquire, and I do not think that these processes have been departed from. So when same is done, then they will tell you this land is available, we have assessed it, you would have to pay a certain amount of money before a lease is engrossed. And that, before the lease is even engrossed, it comes to the Standing and Technical Committee of the Lands Commission. So whether Greater Accra, Western, wherever, when they agree, before it now comes to the commission. Now the commission members debate on same before, first they debate on even the parcel of land, the size and all of that. They also debate on the assessment, the value.
Take it easy.
Before they proceed to say that we'll make an offer. Mr. Minister Designate, these are the processes. My question now is that, would you think that anybody who had to go through all these processes did not acquire a land legitimately?
Yes. Chairman, I think that I have been aware of the long history of the attempts by the Lands Commission to digitalize. There's something called Lab 1, Lab 2, and even there, we have not gotten to where we are. I believe that we need to move faster in trying to address these processes and make it easy. For example, I've been told that the digital-based map of Ghana, when it's in place, will cut all these processes and make it easy. And so I believe that the Lands Commission's bureaucratic processes, quite frankly, is really, does not really help in allowing people to, apply for these services there. But I think I'm missing the last point. What are you trying to get at? You are trying to get, I missed the last, what you are trying to get at. So I believe that the Lands Commission's processes must be simplified. We must help them with the technology. They've told me about digital-based map of country. That is in place.
Honorable Minister. So
the
just
rules,
to help.
Honorable Jerry Shaib, the rule that we have set is that allow the nominee to complete his answer. Then you can proceed. Even you can hold it after the answer is done. Then you can also come in.
So I believe that if that is in place, for example, you can sit in the comfort of the office in Accra and assess the lands in, say, Axim or Takoradi and make the decisions without all these long processes that you have described. And I believe that we have to support the Land Commission to continue this digitalization process.
Honourable Minister, the ministry...
Honourable questioner, let me remind you that you are not entitled to a follow-up question, so proceed to ask a substantive question.
So this is my second question. Honourable Minister, the ministry you are going to, lands, you have about 4 other ministries that are likely to deal with issues of climate and the environment. So you have the Ministry of Lands, you have the one Honourable Mutala, my very good friend, is likely to go to. And then you have Ministry of Energy and Transitions. Is it Green Transitions? And Sustainable Change. What I'm trying to find out. And then you also have a Minister of State in charge of climate change and sustainability. Who is going to be the lead person with reference to issues of the environment and climate change? And what is going to be your role as Minister of Lands?
Chairman, I think that is why all these ministers, some of the ministries you mentioned are our cabinet positions. I believe that there will be an opportunity to collaborate closely with these ministries in working out and making sure that we are effective in implementing government policy. My good friend, the nominee for Environment, Science and Technology, is a very smart man. I've worked with him on the Trade Committee, and we have very good working relationship. And I believe that I'll do the same with my other colleagues in energy who, quite frankly, was my deputy in energy, and he's more than my brother. We work together. I think we'll have a chance to collaborate even more better.
So, Mr. Chair, is a follow-up. So, under this ministry, are we looking at issues of galamsey, environmental pollution, and who is going to be given the powers to deal with them directly?
Honourable members, the nominee has answered the question to the effect that there will be a cabinet meeting. And at that particular cabinet, the president has a right to say that I want the minister responsible for environment, I want the minister responsible for lands to do ABCD. So,
with due respect, we are all here. I don't know if any of us heard the leader saying that. I haven't heard that. I'm not surprised if you say that you heard. We didn't hear that.
Chairman, my third question. On the honourable nominee, on the 11th September 2024, His Excellency the President, President John Dramani Mahama, at Impoho constituency, in the Impoho constituency, specifically at Edum Banso. Thank you very much for the question. Edum Banso said this, and I quote, I will grant all galamseyers imprisoned under Akufo-Addo amnesty. And this is captured on the Ghana website. Please, I want to know, honourable nominee, what would be your advice to President Mahama on this comment? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Illegal mining activities is devastating our environment, destroying our water bodies. The stories about diseases, deformities of children being born are very serious matters that I have described. And that is why we have laid out all the programs that will give opportunity for anybody. And Chairman, let me put it bluntly. And I've said, and I want to say it again, this fight against illegal mining, you can call it galamsey, is going to be pursued with the support of the people of Ghana. It's going to be a bipartisan fight because it goes to the root of whether our country will survive or not. And we don't take that as a joke at all. And so let me say it clearly. I think that there was a reference to making sure that those powerful forces that are always behind the small guys are dodging. That's the reference the president was making, if that's what you are trying to make. And that's the point we are making. We are not only going to make sure that people who are small guys who are working in the fields are the ones that are going to be right, but the big guys who are buying the machines, once we've created the avenue and the opportunity for the right things to be done, all those powerful people who are in the dark causing this havoc are the ones who deal with.
So there's a final follow-up. This is actually my follow-up. So, no, that was the substantive question. Mommy, that was the substantive question. Mr. Nominee, Honorable Nominee, so these powerful people that you, as you described, do you know any of these powerful people? No. And if you do, and if you do, what would be your advice with reference to dealing with such powerful people? Thank you.
Chairman, as I've said, we are determined to make sure, working with the people of Ghana, working with mining communities, working with our chiefs, to make sure we reset not only Ghana, but the mining sector, and to make sure we do all the right things. And we are determined to do that. If you give me the opportunity to go to the ministry, I can't wait for this work to start and to make sure that our country is healed.
Thank you. I recognize Honorable Mahama Shaib.
Chairman, thank you very much. Leader, congratulations.
Thank you.
A very well-deserved nomination. Leader, I want us to go to land ownership and security of title. Before 2008, the land administration generally was quite fragmented. You had a survey department and many others. Thankfully, in 2008, a unified law was done to put all these fragments together, hoping that it will reduce so many issues that the lands administration was plagued with. And which ones are they? The turnaround time of processing documents, customer feedback. You could send your application for 2, 3, 4 years. Nobody gets back to you. And importantly, the perception of bribery and corruption. So the new law was promulgated in 2008, the Lands Commission Act. Unfortunately, that rather became a monster. Even as lawyers, we struggle so much to navigate our way through the Lands Commission process.
Question.
Tell us, if you get a nod, what you would do to improve these 3 key issues that the Lands Commission is plagued with. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think that I've already described the processes that is already ongoing at the Lands Commission. I've talked about the long history of the Land Administration Project 1 and 2. There's still a lot of work to be done to make sure we simplify the processes, to make sure that provision of land services are at the doorsteps of the people of Ghana. And as minister, that is what I intend to do. I also intend to make sure that the Land Act 1036, which really has a lot of provisions to make some of the challenges you've described easy, is implemented. And so we will do an aggressive work to identify areas and work with the Lands Commission there. I've met some of the people, they're very fine people, who are determined to try to make sure that they provide good services to the people of Ghana. What I would do is to provide the leadership required to make sure that happens.
Any further question?
Yes, Chairman, just one more. And that has to do with a very critical, I know you have touched on it briefly, regarding our forest reserve and the pieces of legislation that have been issued in this regard. Indeed, in 2019, Cabinet directed the Lands and Natural Resources to suspend the issuance of new licenses and permits and by the Forestry Commission. And so, but practically on the ground, there are still issues. Okay, should you get a nod, what would you do to prevent mining in the forest? Thank you.
Chairman, this is something that we must collectively agree that it won't happen again. The first thing I'll do when I'm giving the nod, and the President has already indicated publicly, is that I'll come to this House to make sure we repeal LI 2462 to make sure that there will be no new mining in forest reserve. That will be the starting point. Once we do that, then we heal the process and make sure that biodiversity and ecological life is returned to our forests, and our degraded lands will be restored with the initiatives of Tree for Life and Restore Ghana to make sure that our forests are restored again.
Thank you very much. You want to ask the last question?
Chairman, thank you so much. My very last one has to do with the timber industry. Indeed, for many years now, it's just failing. Replacement has been quite minimal. Please tell us your plan, how you need to do to revamp the timber industry.
Chairman, the timber industry revamping is a very critical piece of the puzzle. It begins with us making sure that we start, as I said, renewing our forests and planting and making sure that we begin this exercise that I've described, that tree initiative, planting of these new trees. There are species that are completely missing in our export business, and we need to go back to it. Odum, pig, and other species. We must also embark on an aggressive program to stop the mafia in that area. And this is something I will do. The other aspect has to do with creating an environment where the timber industry is revived, providing all the support that is needed for the new timber industry to be revived. And as minister, we will look at all those options to try to see where the support can be so that that industry is revived.
Thank you. I will recognize Roxanne Nelson, Eche Dapamako, Honorable.
Chairman, thank you very much. My leader, congratulations.
Sir, thank you, sir.
I have no doubt in your abilities at all. And so I wish you all the best. We'll be here to support you.
Thank you.
On the floor anytime you bring your business. Yes,
sure.
My questions are framed in such a way that I just need a yes or no answer. Just yes or no. So, His Excellency promised my people as part of the campaign, and it's actually in our manifesto, areas or traditional areas that lost their land during the construction of the Akosombo Dam, for which compensations due them haven't been paid. Your Excellency has assured them that his government will refocus on those traditional areas that have been left out in the payment will be paid. So in South Dine, we have the Kpali traditional area and the Tongo traditional area, as well as Kweve. They've lost land. They have not been paid their compensations. Will you consider expediting work on that promise so that my people can be paid?
Chairman, yes, I'll be happy to do so.
Brilliant. Now, we have also considered or bemoaned the fact that land registration, you see, land is a source of revenue for the state. The more people register, the more revenue we generate. Now, individual landowners in the new Land Act are encouraged to register their lands, even to the remotest areas. So will you consider establishing land registration offices at the assemblies? So as we have district health directorates, GES, would you consider having a land registration directorate at the district offices so they can assist our rural folks who own farmlands, family lands, individual lands, two lands, so they can register them? Registration center will be closer to them. They are not put at great expense in going through the processes to having their land properly registered and demarcated. Will you consider that?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, this is very, very important. And the Lands Commission itself has been working on expanding services. And I believe that this is a very important first step. The people of Ghana must have these government services at their fingertips, at their districts. And as our country grows, with the effort to get the government at the district levels must also be deepened. And as Minister, I intend to work with the Lands Commission to fulfill that.
Thank you very much. Now, would you also consider revising the existing system regarding how land title certificates are issued? It's too laborious and time-consuming. Would you consider revising that system?
Surely. As I said earlier, we need to, there's been an effort at digitalization. And as I said, a digital map, a base map, will simplify these processes and allow, I mean, as it is, if you go to the Lands Commission and you are looking for a particular file, and they will tell you, come next week, because that whole 2 weeks, they are looking for the file. We must get to the point where...
So you consider revising it?
Definitely, definitely.
Thank you. Now, oil has been found in commercial quantities in the lower Voltaian basin, the Keta area. As we speak, the country and Togo, Ghana and Togo, are in negotiations regarding some maritime disputes. I believe that you consider, when you get the nod, and you will get the nod, you consider prioritizing this process so that that negotiation can be concluded expeditiously, so oil exploration activities can take place in the basin. You consider that?
I mean, that should be a top priority. As I stated earlier, yes, they want me to say.
Okay. Chairman, my last
follow up on the last question.
Yes.
A follow up on the last question.
Yes.
Which one? Last question?
Yes, my last question. Now, there will be a need to improve the land demarcation in that coastal area, in the Keta Avu Lagoon area, because when exploration begins, you know of the environmental impacts, whether adversely or otherwise. And you also consider remapping and redemarcating this environmental land use and reuse and all that in the area for purposes of the exploration. You consider that?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Once more, I wish you all the best, my leader. Chairman, that will be all.
Thank you, Honorable Patrick Yabuama. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, Kofi. Chairman, you need to protect your member from undue harassment from the member from Pusiga. Kofi, you are promising the people of this country that you are going to abolish VAT on mining and also proceeds from mining, let me put it that way, and also offset and use part of the 5% royalties for infrastructure development. That's a very popular position of Honorable Collins Dowda. I know the chiefs have sent him here to ask that question, so I've taken that from him. How are you going to do this? It requires a lot of amendments from you and the government, and it's going to be a drain on our revenue base. What steps are you going to take to ensure that this is done? Thank you.
Chairman, obviously these are matters that lies with the Ministry of Finance, working closely with them. And when I get a note, these are manifesto proposals that must be fleshed out. I'll engage the Ministry of Finance and we'll see the way forward.
Second question, no follow-up on the first one. Which aspects of the Lands Act are you going to seek amendments to on the floor of Parliament? I realize you've spoken at length on the Lands Act of 2020, and you seem to have some challenges with some aspects of the Lands Act. Which aspects do you have issues with, and what amendments will you be bringing to the floor?
I think the only thing I've said is that LI 2462 that deals with mining in forest reserve must be repealed, and that's what I intend to do. I am sure that when I get to the ministry, we will have a comprehensive review of the Lands Act. I'm not able to tell you as specific areas that must be focused on at this point.
Last question, Chairman. I'm being brief. There is a policy in your manifesto on the extractive sector. And there's also a policy position on the salt industry. And if you look at Article 2681 and 2, you require a certain number of MPs to ratify some of these concessions, transactions, and dealings. It's a very difficult hurdle to surmount. And it's hindered a lot of ratifications on the floor. Do you think, as a House now, we should look at lowering the threshold to enable a lot of investors coming into those sectors, salt and other extractive industries? I wish you the very best, Kofi.
Thank you, thank you. Chairman, these are finite resources, and I think that threshold is there for a good reason. We must all agree that this is the position that is in the interest of the country. If we are agreeing to allow resources that are finite to be given to any foreign investor, the two-stage threshold is important. I do not see that we should use it. And I believe that it doesn't matter where you are. the interest of the people of Ghana must always guide our decisions. And so if the agreements are going to be right, there's no point in reducing the bar at all.
Yeah. Thank you. The chairman gave me a follow-up. You realize that we had some leases before the 8th Parliament expired. Some of which were on bauxite, lithium, and other leases. Are you going to consider reintroducing them to the House, subject to your own reviews and internal arrangements? Thank you.
Chairman, I'm not at the ministry yet. I'm sure when I get to the ministry, I will properly get the briefings that are required and the right decisions will be made on behalf of the people of Ghana.
Thank you. It's now the turn of Vice Chairman, Honorable Rickett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Nominee, Kofi, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, if I can call my friend Kofi. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman.
I have no doubt in my mind that you've been a tried and tested leader in this House, been a tried and tested minister in the days of your time at the Energy Ministry. So I know you do well, and it's a very good appointment. I just have a couple of questions for you. The ministry you are going to is quite a challenging ministry. There is a lot going on in this country with that ministry. What will be of course, you'll be inundated with a lot of issues. But when you arrive there, what will be your top 3 priorities when you are given the nod? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, the first priority is to stop the bleeding and make sure that we bring sanity in the mining area and allow legal mining, and make sure that in areas where water has been polluted, we heal our rivers, we heal our water bodies, we heal our forests and bring back our biodiversity and ecology back, and even plant more trees and continue the process by making sure that finally we are able to get people in all these mining areas to accept that the way forward in this country is not to destroy our forests and our water bodies, but if you are interested in mining, there's a better way to do it. That is clearly a priority. My second priority will be that in the lands ministry, we have done things to allow the people of Ghana to access services in a very efficient manner.
Thank you very much. Chairman, I'm satisfied with the answer, so there will not be a follow-up on this particular question. But my next question, this I think will be an opinion, because I'm not aware of any such policy. But can I ask my question? I have seen it. Just in your own opinion, or if you've spotted anything anywhere, but what would you, Ghana is a country that has abundant in terms of natural resources. We've been producing gold for hundreds of years, diamonds and all that. But yet we are not getting enough. We don't seem to be getting enough export revenue, enough royalties, enough carried interest. What will be your priority in terms of the table of minerals that I have mentioned, that you will focus on, or to add on to what we are already doing, to make sure that we expand our export revenue base and also be able to get all the other benefits that we get in terms of carried interest and royalties. Thank you.
Thank you,
Honorable Nominee, it is not your opinion, but your priority.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I think it's a very important question. There are a lot of new minerals we describe as green minerals that are very critical. But Chairman, I think we talked a lot about lithium. There's salt, there's clinker, there's clay. We must look at these new minerals as an opportunity to basically change the narrative and make sure that these new minerals are where we are going to really, we must add value to the things we have comparative advantage and change our story. I've said that if we discover new mineral today, we say that we are looking for those who will come and add the value here. And I tell you this, if we insist that that's all we want, we will get the companies that will do that, so that the industries that will create the jobs and give us the ultimate advantages in terms of value is what we will create. And so going forward, I think we must take the past experiences and look at these green minerals as an opportunity to transform our country and change our economy. And as minister, that is what I will drive.
Thank you. Mentioning lithium, you are right, discovered, lithium in commercial quantities, especially in the central region. Agreements are being signed, more will be signed in the future. As a minister, how would you ensure that the agreements that we sign, the opportunities that are created in the way of jobs and other proceeds that we get are actually done in the interests of all of us in Ghana, but not a selected few? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I think that this is a very important question. These big investors that are coming to Ghana to negotiate these agreements are coming with top-notch firms and lawyers. I think Ghana must also be ready to go to the negotiating table with all the experts in the world, the best practices in the world, to make sure that we understand that when we are doing these negotiations, we are doing it for over 30 million Ghanaians who have given us their trust to make sure we can make the right decisions on their behalf. As minister, I will be guided by this principle in any negotiation to make sure that in all of these negotiations, Ghana wins.
Honorable Emmanuel Amakofibwa, I wish you all the best in your new ministry. I know that you will get through, and I know you do a good job for Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the chief whip, who is acting as the ranking member. And honorable members, by practice, the ranking members are not limited to the number of questions they are supposed to ask. So I'll go by the practice and convention and what the committee has agreed upon. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chairman, let me start off by joining colleagues to commend our former deputy leader. We've had a very good working relationship. And just a number of questions. Honorable Nominee, I've heard you speak eloquently about the newfound minerals. And I hear you, your passion. What are the hindsight lessons flowing from what we are used to? Hindsight lessons you are bringing on board for maximum benefit to country and people, and departing from the challenges associated with the traditional minerals?
Thank you, Chairman. I think we've made some progress in the extractive industry in terms of where we've come from. And I'm very proud as former energy minister that when oil companies dragged their feet on how quick we can move in terms of flaring of gas, and in this particular case, we remember His Excellency J.E. Mills, may so rest in peace, and President Mahama, who were steadfast that we must stop flaring and make sure that we monetize our gas. Today, it is truly a benefit for the people of Ghana. I think we must continue to make sure that as we go forward, we learn these lessons and ensure that the new minerals that are coming are minerals that will be near to the benefit of us, because we insist that the right things done, that we insist that value additions be done in country, that we insist. For example, we are talking about the mining industry. 30 years ago, I'm sure the technology required to do mining was not in place. So, for example, big companies will come here and they'll bring all the experts to come and undertake all the development, all the services. I'm talking about millions and billions of dollars. We must begin a process of indigenizing these services and building the capacity of Ghanaians to be in a position to also run big, large mining companies. I believe that we can do that if we get and set our minds to it and put in systems that support indigenous Ghanaians in this effort. And as minister, and I think with my record as a key driver of local content, I think I want to bring that in the mining sector.
Okay, so you mentioned indigenizing the sector, and you were in leadership in the 8th Parliament. So you were aware of the lithium agreement that was brought. The former deputy minister has spoken to the content in parts, chiefly 30% dedicated local participation. How do you appreciate, or what lessons can you glean from the lithium agreement that was brought by the MPP administration to Parliament, in the 8th Parliament? Lessons.
I think we must take these matters on a case-by-case basis. And as minister, as I've indicated, I am going to this ministry with a mindset that negotiations must, of necessity, make sure that Ghana, the people of Ghana, have all the advantages, that will build Ghanaian capacity, that will make sure that in-country spent is increasing every day, that will make sure that we position even the Ghanaian private sector to be in a position to do some of these works. Because when they do, their capacity, their revenues, and the money they get stays in this country. And I believe that that is what I will do as minister if I'm given the chance.
Okay, Honorable, your then minority, some of your colleagues on the Energy Committee then, relative same lithium agreement, were not in support. And it's not debatable, it was a fact. They were resisting that agreement. On hindsight benefit, and also being told the fact, as the Deputy Minister rightly reiterated those facts in terms of the content of the agreement, would you say that your approach to that agreement then was wrong? You were not patriotic? If you had thought about it again, it's an agreement that should have been allowed to be passed?
Chairman, I think this must be put in perspective. They were not in support of what? The agreement had different facets to it, with different issues. People have specific, genuine concerns about different aspects of the agreement. And so I think that it is going to be so unfair to just simply say that we're against the agreement. They probably say individuals and even people on the other side of the aisle were not comfortable with certain provisions here and there. And as members of parliament, I think we must respect that.
Well, I do not remember any parts of the agreement that we then majority was not in support of. If you do, share with this committee and go further to elucidate on the part of the agreement that your side was against.
I've said that the agreement went to the committee and never came back to the floor. And I think that it will be a little bit of a futile exercise to talk about an agreement that is still with the committee that never came to the floor for us to deal with it. And so I don't know where you're driving at, but that's my point.
Honorable Leader, what I'm basically driving at is I get your sense of patriotism and you keep harping at it. We shouldn't be repeating mistakes of the past. And I know you agree with me to that end. So our inability to pass that agreement must be as a result of some disagreement. Tell us, what were the issues with the agreement on your side, and why were you not supporting its passage?
And I think what I can say, and if I want to agree with you, I think that when it comes to representing our people as members of parliament, and it comes to these agreements, we must always make sure that we take off our partisan hats and put on our patriotic hats. And that is what I would say, and I expect every member of parliament to do that. And I would drum that home everywhere I find myself, that when it comes to negotiating agreements for the people of Ghana, it has nothing to do with party politics. The question that we have to ask is that, will this inure to the benefit of the people of Ghana? And I'm sure once we answer, the answer is yes, we all go forward together. That should be the focus, that should be our posture as members of parliament who has been strong with the responsibility to stand up and protect the interests of the people of Ghana.
Honorable Leader, then candidate Mahama, now His Excellency President Mahama, said he will free illegal miners who have been incarcerated. Now, I recognize that the granting of amnesty is the president's right. You are professing to be a champion, fighting galamsey, illegal mining. So you are going to be fighting illegal mining at one hand, arrest all the perpetrators, and the president will also be freeing them. You arrest them for abuse of the law, and the president will free them. How do you marry the two?
I think that the commitment of President Mahama to make sure that we stop illegal mining is not in doubt. And I think he said it. I don't want us to really misquote the president and say things out of context. I think when somebody is speaking about the big elephant in the room who has been the real cause of the problem and makes it and say something in the context, you can't put it in context. But the real issue, and this is what we have to talk about, because we are not going back to repair the damages that we all know has happened. I am very proud of the passion of the president and the plan that he has laid in place, the initiatives that he has espoused, the Blue Ghana Initiative and the Restore Ghana Initiative, the attempt at decentralizing the regulatory institutions, the cooperative mining, the recategorization of mining into small scale, medium scale, and the engagement of the local communities, including chiefs, to make them champions in this effort. I believe this cumulatively is what will get us to win the fight. President Mahama is committed to that. But what he's saying is that, listen, let's take the steps to make sure that we have done everything possible to clear all these bottlenecks and give the opportunity to the more than 3 million direct and indirect people who are engaged in illegal mining and create a pathway for them to do the right thing. And that's what we are going to do. But we are going to make sure, and let me say it clear, those who are going to still insist that they are going to engage in illegal mining, mining in water bodies, mining in forest reserves, wanton destruction of our forests, they should be ready.
Okay. Order. So, please take part in the proceedings in silence.
Honorable Leader, your endless narratives. We are going to do the right thing. We are going to make sure the water is clean. We are going to... Well, that...
Leader, with all due respect, how do you describe that to be endless?
Chairman, would you allow me to ask my question? Let me build my foundation. Let me build my foundation, Speaker, if you may. Mr. Chairman, allow me to build my foundation. So you kept on mentioning very beautiful things. I will ask my question, so just be tolerant. So the question was, the president stood on political, unless you are telling me what the president... Now, my question to you, Leader, is you have been heard saying all the things you are going to do. And then you said that the president said it in context. I heard you. What is the context in which the president spoke then? And what context are you speaking now?
I think, Chairman, as Lands and Natural Resource Minister nominee, what I'm looking forward is the enormity of the challenges in front of us. And I'm not here to talk about political platforms. I'm here to talk about solving serious problems that confront the people of Ghana. I'm here because I know where President Mahama's heart is. I know it through the policies he has espoused. I know the things he has said that has given him the mandate of the people of Ghana. And I'm here to tell the people of Ghana that the new government is committed to ensuring that there will be no new mining in forests reserved. The new government is committed to make sure that we protect our water bodies with new initiatives. The new government is going to make sure that we reclaim our degraded lands and give a pathway to help individuals who want to be in mining to do it legally with the support of government. But we will ruthlessly deal with anybody who decides that he will not follow the law. Illegal mining will not be tolerated. It doesn't matter your political party.
That's a beautiful one. And you are also on record. Now, let me proceed to your CV. I'm sure you have a copy before you, or you are very familiar with it. Page 2 of your CV, coming under leadership position held. And E, I'm interested in E. ranking member, Parliamentary Select Committee on Mines and Energy. You must have achieved something with that. As a ranking member then. Would you, let me build a question for you. Will you apprise this House in the face of all the beautiful things you've said or spoken to in terms of mining, protecting flora and fauna, our water bodies and all that? Are there things you can boast of as achievement when you were a ranking member on the Mines and Energy Committee in this context?
Chairman, I'm very proud of my record as ranking member. I work closely with the chairman then of the committee to prosecute the agenda of President Akufo-Addo. And we made sure we did that in a bipartisan fashion, making sure that the issues that came before us were in the interest of the people of Ghana. And that's what I will continue to do.
It's not convincing, you know. It's not convincing. But, well, allow. Well, let me
Honorable Chief,
Honorable Leader.
Convinced.
I should be convinced.
Yes.
All right. You should try hard. Leader, let's proceed downwards to H. After E, let's go down to H. Member, President of Ghana's Gas Task Force, 2010. Very interesting.
Yes.
Can you elucidate on it?
Chairman, I was then a deputy minister. I was a very lucky person when one afternoon my minister invited me to President Mills and was told that I was a member of the Gas Task Force chaired by then our illustrious former finance minister, the late Professor Kwesi Boche. And there were a team of about 5 or 6. And I learned a lot. And that was really the committee that laid the groundwork for what we now know as Ghana Gas and the gas infrastructure project and the pipelines that will go to Prestia and all of that. And so, yes, I was there from day one and it was such a privilege.
Okay, on the same page of your manifesto as page 2, conferences and capacity building programs. Anyway, I'm told your wife is a beautiful chorister. Is that the case?
Yes, yes.
Yes, so F. Let me ask you a question on F. Commonwealth Business Forum, keynote speaker, November 2009, Trinidad and Tobago. What did you go there to do?
Chairman, it was a very early stages of the ministry. We had just started the government. We were learning best practices. And I think that I went there to talk about the gas industry we were trying to build and learning the lessons of Trinidad and Tobago. And so those are the things that we talked about.
On same page, and Growth Week, keynote speaker, September 2010, London. Growth Week, what's that?
Well, I think this is an annual event. I think it's an annual event on the downstream sector. Normally the MPA and others to talk about the downstream industry and product availability and all the regulatory things that will make the downstream petroleum industry work.
Leader, come with me if I'm not sure you have the Hansard parliamentary debate. I have Hansard Friday, 3rd January 2025. And with the permission of the chair, I want to quote extensively your words. Deputy Minority Leader, Mr. Emmanuel Kofi Amabua. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to thank His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation that he has just delivered. Mr. Speaker, I need to remind you that the people of Ghana have already given their verdicts on the true state of the nation, and you got a good cheer for that. And that verdict was very clear. Economic hardship, huge debt, overhang, high youth unemployment, hopelessness, and more. We have come to the end of the road for what has been undoubtedly the worst government under the Fourth Republic. And you got a good cheer for that. Mr. Speaker, this abysmal record was confirmed on 7 December 2024 when the people of Ghana returned the most overwhelming and emphatic vote of the rejection of a government ever witnessed under the Fourth Republic. There should be calm. I have engaged you extensively on this matter. It was a very emotional moment for a president who was exiting. And you know that it was not all hopelessness under His Excellency President Akufo-Addo. You have spoken in admission of some of the high things President Akufo-Addo did, the free SHS and many others. Sitting in this chair now, the benefit of hindsight, and reflecting deeply, would you say that these words were harsh on the outgoing president? And when you are given the opportunity, you will retract some of them in part and apologize unreservedly.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I have enormous respect for President Akufo-Addo and any president that will occupy this highest seat of our land, because the decisions that they are confronted are enormous and grave. And so I don't think we take that lightly at all. As deputy majority leader, I had a duty that day. And I believed, and that's what I thought, I believe those were words that resonated with the people of Ghana. Now, if there are words that came out that sounded in any way disrespectful, I'll regret it, because the intention was never to disrespect the president at all. It was simply to talk about the government of the day. And yes, obviously, there were very good things, some things that were done that obviously we can talk about, that were right, obviously. But I was reflecting the views of the people of Ghana, who felt that they have gone through so much hardships. And that's why the reference was to his government and not to his person. Thank you.
Okay, so...
Please, order.
Well, no problem. I hear your colleagues cheering you. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. But I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You've spoken in context, and in part, I get the sense that, well, you were only a conveyor belt, conveying the aspirations and the views of people, of Ghanaians. But as a leader, you also had a responsibility then to pick and choose and to convey what was edifying and to only convey what was important at that time. It was a significant and a very emotional moment for us as a country. Reflecting deeper, would you say that some of your words were harsh and not acceptable?
I think I have answered it very well. But words. Chairman, if there are words that can convey the exact things that I said, that in your view are better words than what I said, maybe you can give me. And then another opportunity I can use those words.
Okay, so come with me. There was an earlier question on land guards. And you answered in part. The new Land Act, can you educate us on what it seeks to do or deal with issues of land guards? What does the Land Act aspires to do, and what is your view on what should be done?
I think Section 20 of the Land Act clearly has dealt with the issue of land guards and made it clear that those acts are all illegal, and has spelled out guidelines for prosecuting those who engage on those acts. And those are very clear. And as minister, if any of that happened, that's what we would just apply the law.
Honorable Boa,
Honorable members, we have an act dealing with vigilantism, and then we also have a land act. These are two separate laws.
You earlier admitted that the involvement of chiefs or traditional leaders in dealing with mining challenge will be topmost in your scheme of things. Can you explain the role the chiefs will play vis-a-vis the law or our laws?
Well, I've given you the example of the current structure. For example, where persons will get prospecting licenses, and the first time they are going to, the chief is meeting them, is already they've gotten the license. They now go to the chief to take them to where that land is located. I'm saying that that structure is problematic in the first place. Can we do it in a way that before that license is given, the input of the chief and community leaders is part of the process of issuing that license? So, for example, we won't have a situation where we'll go back and write a petition to the Minerals Commission and say, the prospecting license area you've given to this person cannot, because the river is too close to the area you've given. The cocoa farms are too close to it. And so the paradigm shift or the change I talk about is to make sure that we decentralize this process. We get this feedback early in the process before these licenses are issued.
Minister, do you appreciate that there's a difficulty there, especially in its implementation?
Anytime you come up with ideas, new ideas, there's always problems with the concept. But I'm sure that, as I said, these are early times yet. I'm going to go to the ministry with lawyers, with experts, and I'm sure that I will get the benefit of the advice and input to make sure we can fine-tune this, making sure that we work within the laws and making sure that in areas where there's conflict, we address it. But I think that some of the ideas I'm bringing are things that we can look at.
Leader, you earlier bemoaned the involvement of the military in the fight against Galamsey. There are times you need them and they are not there. You said that, maybe you've forgotten. Then there are times they come, let me put it in perspective. There are times they come and spend a fleeting period and go off. You said that. And then when they are needed, it becomes difficult, kind of. What will you do to sanitize the situation going forward as a minister when you approve of?
Chairman, I think that we saw some of the experiences of, is it Galamstop, where some of what happened meant that the structure that was put in place was really not well thought out, because they will go to the field and realize that they are overwhelmed with the challenges they have. They will be calling for backups. We've seen situations where soldiers have been overpowered. I'm saying that going forward, we must really approach this in a view to making sure that it is long-lasting, that the solutions are enduring. So, for example, I talked about making sure, knowing that we can't get the soldiers to patrol rivers permanently, what can be done? And I'm proposing that the same way that we have forest guards, we can have well-trained water wardens or water guards that are trained to understand the challenges we face, so that even when the soldiers come and go, there's always constant monitoring. We're using modern technology to make sure that the soldiers are brought in when needed. So these are ideas that I brought up, but these ideas will be fleshed out when I get to the ministry, when you give me the chance.
Leader, there are all manner of ideas, and you must premise your ideas on the unique happenings in our country, vis-a-vis best practices. Have you thought about best practices in clamping down on destruction of water bodies, illegal mining, so that it just doesn't become ideas, but the ideas are premised on well-founded, tested, solutions?
Of course, Chairman, that's exactly what I would do. When I get a chance to be at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, I'm sure you'll be invited to bring all your ideas. We'll be open to all these new ideas, best practices, because our goal is to make sure that we get the results right.
Can I assure you that the minority, we have well-prepared and good alternatives? So, not me as a person, he's speaking me as minority. Chairman, would you speak for him? That's what you say, that's the understanding I get. So when you consult us, in fact, the minister was here a while ago, the Honorable Obri is here, I see my good friend, Kwesi Kunedu, and Prechum, all of them are very experienced. So if you'll be humble enough to reach to us, I will not be unnecessarily partisan. We'll give it to you pro bono. What do you say to that?
Well, Chairman, it's not the ideas, it's the results. And I've already described, giving you your scorecard. Degraded land, polluted water bodies, our forests completely gone. That's the result. And so that's what we are going to try to turn around.
In fact, I heard you loud and clear. Now, on your thinking on Ramsia site, you know the ecological effect and the overarching effect on protection and preservation of biodiversity. Ramsia sites are day in, day out facing destruction all over the place. There are a number of places in Osu that are being encroached upon, and you do appreciate they are relevant. Do you have specific plans to dealing with that?
I think that the laws are very clear. I think we need to strengthen and tighten enforcement. We need to make sure that the laws in the books are applied. Working with the experts there, I think that's what we intend to do.
So, let me just assuming your high-ranking party official or party apparatchiki is encroaching on the Ramsia site, and you have been told, and the person is well connected, what will be like big fishes, big fishes, and for instance, your party chairman, assuming...
Honorable member, my party chairman will not encroach on any land.
Fine, that's fine. Chairman, thank you very much. Maybe let me use you as an example.
I will also not encroach on any land.
Okay.
I'm a law-abiding citizen.
Yes.
And I will not go encroaching.
Good.
And this is, we are law-abiding, so no encroachment.
All right. Well, let this day be written. Let this day be written down. That On a day, a certain minority chief whip asks you this same question. If a big party apparatchiki is caught in the fish, what would be your approach?
Chairman, this morning I swore by the Bible to defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and make sure that the right things will be done. And as minister, I'll be focused on that.
Yo, hallelujah. Amen. Honorable Leader, you spoke about vegetation. I'm an environmentalist, and it's something that is very dear to my heart. The past administration did a lot. We had a Green Ghana Day. At the time, Parliament had to go on break for all of us to support in our constituencies the planting of trees and all that. You know, the plantation of vegetation feeds into the REDD+ concept and the carbon trade. What will you do for us to enhance this opportunity and rake in all the dollars that we can have as a result of the good plantation and the concept of REDD+?
This effort at restoring our vegetation and bringing ecological life back, our biodiversity must be consistent. The Green Ghana event is celebrated one day in a year. I think that the effort must be consistent, must be on a daily basis, must be part of us. And I think what we have to do is together inculcate the habit of making sure that we restore Ghana and green Ghana, not on special occasions, but on a daily basis. We'll bring in policies that will really focus on this and make sure that it is part of our daily life, to make sure that we see our environment, tree for life, with our water bodies blue and green all around us. Do you know that it is required that every household must have 25% of the land area with trees? How do we make sure that every Ghanaian understand that wherever you live, check and make sure that 25% of your land area is covered with trees? These are the efforts we must really start making to get all of us to get to that point where we are proud that, yes, we have really recovered all the ecological loss and the biodiversity that eluded us for so long. So that's what we'll be doing.
Okay, so plantation becomes a way of life. Even where we had it as ceremonial, we had challenges. Not just the planting, the nurturing was also a challenge. Have you reverted your mind to the financial imperatives and the demands in this context?
Chairman, yes, well, every time there's a will, there's a way. And we must have the will, there will be a way.
It's not just about saying where there is a will, there is a way. Yes, we all know that. That cliche is known. We all know it. Tell us specifics. And I mean that. Be specific. What are you going to propose in terms of specific solution? You are departing. Can
Chairman,
I finish?
I've made
with respect, let me finish.
3 major proposals.
Can you let me finish my question? Yes, thank you very much. You said we are going to depart from what we are used to. We are going to depart from that. So Ghanaians want to know, what are your solutions? We've heard you say, oh, we are going to do this. The things of the old, it will not repeat itself. Yes, we are tired of hearing that. Give us specific solutions.
And I've brought 3 very important proposals. There will be the Tree for Life initiative. This is not just focused on the forest and restoring the forest. We are bringing it to every individual household in urban areas to inculcate the habit of planting trees all around us. And I've given you an example of what that's done. We are going to get everybody excited about doing this, about greening Ghana, about planting trees. And as the young people will say, we are going to make it cool, real cool, to make sure that we are all green around. And if we are consistent and focused, we can achieve that.
What is your plan towards exploitation of salt as a mineral?
Chairman, I've already said that we need to make sure that salt exploitation is very critical, and it's one of the minerals that will help really change our country. And so we must do it well, but we must do it in a way that will not only benefit our country, but will also benefit the communities in the areas where this salt is. We're going to look into that to make sure. And then as we are doing it, we do it in a way that makes sure that it adds value. We create industries that will come out of it. That's where we create jobs. That's where we empower Ghanaians. And that's where the focus will be.
Leader, come with me to page 78 of your manifesto. And the chairman will permit me to just make a quotation. The next NDC government would abolish the community mining system, which is highly partisan, exclusive, and defeatist of its own purpose, and establish artisanal small-scale mining corporation for community members interested artisanal small-scale mining. You had earlier intimated to decentralize the mining process, and at this point, you are also seeking to abolish community mining system. How do you marry the two, or the two
Chairman,
statements?
I've already described the reasons why the community mining was just in name. You know, how do you have community mining when nobody in that community knows who owns that mining? The community mining that was envisioned, that's a good idea. But its implementation was a complete departure from that idea. And I gave you the example of my own constituency, how it was implemented. A company is selected by the district chief executive, who has all his machines and capacity. They've negotiated and getting a piece of land, and then they've already negotiated the percentages. I'm not sure how many people in the community were part of negotiating the percentages. Then at the end of that mining, you know, the young people in that community will go there as by-day workers and work, and they will pay them 50 cedis or whatever. But at the end of the day, they will be there and they will go and say, community, this is your money, 100,000 Ghana cedi. How much did you get that you are bringing me 100? I'm saying that the departure from this is a program that is going to truly involve the community, in the sense that this is not going to be something driven by some businessman, because we have already given the capacity and sensitization and training to the community. We have given them the decentralized regulatory escape to register their mining company. We have set up the structure to provide all the services needed for them to operate. They will be in the lead, the chief, the assembly members, the community. They will be the drivers, and they will be mining because we have already identified mineralized areas. and all the services they need around, the gold board that we envision will be available to provide the support for them to make sure they are not only paying what they need to pay, but they are also selling the gold at the right market value, empowering them. That is truly what community mining should be. And that's what we will do.
I see. All right. Honorable nominee, interestingly, you mentioned the gold board. You mentioned it in passing. Now, and your manifesto states in part that the gold board will seek to regulate small-scale mining, amongst other things. Yes, it's there. It's captured in your manifesto. I can quote it for you. Now, you are also aware of the Minerals Commission as one of your agencies. Are you not sure what you should be seeking to do? Is the strengthening of these agencies by way of resources, capacity, training, and all that. So, creating another body, gold board, another animal, gold board, wouldn't they be fighting the already existing Minerals Commission as an agency that is backed by law? You don't think so? And if you don't, you have to explain in detail.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, you know, anytime you have new proposals, I was here in Parliament when GISDEC was being proposed. You know, the original proposal had all sorts of issues that had to be addressed. There were seeming conflict and other things. By the time we sat down and looked at it, all those were ironed out. I think these manifesto proposals are proposals indeed. We now have to go back to the ministry, engage the experts, engage key stakeholders, and make sure we iron it out. Because the intention is a good one, to make sure that we empower people at the local level and make sure that they are mining responsibly and sustainably. That's what we will do.
Leader, you know Rosewood?
Yes.
Yes. And you know that Dr. Apak is not here. He has come to personify the advocacy on Rosewood. You know the challenges it's facing in our country. It is almost going extinct. Has it come to you, and what is your thinking going to the ministry?
Oh, I'm aware of it. I remember some of the efforts that were made. You remember the story of rosewood that were seized, and we were promised by the former minister that those seized items will be used for the cathedral. I don't know where they are, but yes. So yes, I'm aware.
I thought you were going to try and land safely, but you are trying to brush things in my face.
You are still airborne.
Anyway, you are still airborne.
That was a fact. It was said on the floor.
Honorable nominee, you have landed.
Okay, let me test your knowledge, and this will be my conclusion. Yes, he's going to a ministry. Honorable nominee, climate change, which I know you are passionate, and I recall many occasions when statements are made, the things you've spoken to and your position. There is this school of thought, and experts have also affirmed it, that the industrial world have polluted to be where they are today. And now countries like Germany are shutting down their coal plants and all that. And people make the argument that Africa should also pollute a bit. We should be allowed to pollute a bit to come up to a certain stage. Climate change issues will come to you, and there will be cross-cutting issues. What is your thinking? Should we take it hook, line, sinker, or we should be selective as a developing country and get our priorities right based on our unique position as Africa and where we are in terms of industrialization?
I think that the designation of the Ministry of Energy and green transition. It's a clear reflection of our commitment to this reality of climate change and how we must embrace the consequence of it. But in terms of equity, in terms of fairness, in terms of who are the pollutants, indeed we are like a tiny bit in it. And so I think that in every discussion we must put it in context and understand our impact in polluting and those who are really aggravating the issues of climate change. I think that's important. But that does not prevent us to be proactive. That is why I'm excited about the focus in the Ministry of Energy to make sure that we continue to focus on our goal of making sure that we can look at other sources of renewable sources of energy. This must be done in all the other areas because it's important. It's important. So this issue is very, very important. But frankly, for example, when we talk about this issue, we must talk about it in the context of where we are in our development. And this is important. They are talking about us moving away from, some of the resources underground, our oil resources. When, quite frankly, we need a lot of gas to be able to develop. Our view is that this is the time to aggressively exploit these resources and get to the point where these developed countries are. And when we get there, we will be talking like they are talking.
Okay, last one. The COPs, Conference of Parties, often speaks to conservation, smartness in terms of what we do as a country, and sustainability. These narratives also come up as far as your ministry is concerned, and they are cross-cutting issues. Have you thought about it, and what will be your position when it comes to sustainability in terms of environmental conservation?
Chairman, that's where the world is going, and we are not an island. We must focus on these sustainability measures. We must be seen because it's in our interest, it's in the interest of our future, it's in the interest of the future of our children. And we must be proactive in some of the things we do even now.
Mr. Chair, let me commend my friend, former deputy leader, for having attempted to ask my question, and he's done well. Even though a few of them he's been evasive, I can forgive him for that. And to wish him the very best of luck when he's finally approved of by this House. I thank you and congratulations, my brother.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, honourable members. We have a guest for Honourable Emmanuel Ama Kofi Boa. First on my list is Mrs. Joyce Boa, spouse of the nominee.
The chorister.
Nana Kobnan Katia, the fifth, Paramount Chief of Esikado Traditional Area. We have Awulai Ejemfi Kwame, the second, Paramount Chief of Nsin Traditional Area. Nsin, okay. Awulai Angama Tu Ajan, the second, Paramount Chief of Ejura Traditional Area. Awulai Atebrukusu, the third, Paramount Chief Lower Axim Area. Nana Kokwale Menzizo Elembele. Nana Awube, the second, Ejuakople Elembele. Nana Etiasi, the second, Adontinhini Elembele. Osaberima Ajari Tinade, the second, Chief of Kede. Sheikh Suleiman Mozu, Alhaji Osman Zakaria, Reverend Alex Donko, Very Reverend Stephen B. Mensah, Prophet Joseph Aful, Kinselina Opoku, Nana Opoku, Nana Ete Akrade II, Chief of Dura Bonso. Family and friends, representative from the NDC Regional Office, representatives from Mineral Commission, Lands Commission, Forestry Commission. You are welcome. Honorable nominee, thank you very much for attending upon the committee. Before discharging you, I recognize the presence of former Member of Parliament for Menchia, Matthew Opoku Prempre alias Napo. Honorable nominee, you are discharged. You usually hear from us. The next nominee should prepare to take the seat.
That was the Honorable Emmanuel Amakufi-Aboa going through that vetting process, which started a few minutes before 10 a.m. It's 1:11 now, so it suggests that he's going through almost about 3 hours of vetting, and you can understand why, owing to the ministry that he's heading to, Lands and Natural Resources. A lot of questions, and of course he has done his best to provide answers to these questions. And so Honorable Emmanuel Kofi Amaboa, who's been nominated to the Ministry for Lands and Natural Resources, having gone through his vetting there, he will be taking over from Samuel Abdullahi Jinapo, the outgone Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Sami Wiafe is here with me in the studios. Sami, the Honorable Amaboa, a leader, a former leader himself, yeah. Deputy minority leader. Yes, but at the last parliament. Exactly. And now a deputy majority leader who's just been elevated to a minister designate position, and so has had to relinquish his position as a deputy majority leader. Per what we've seen regarding how leaders have been treated, vetted in the House, what is your own observation about this? Has this been same?
A slight difference, because he's going to a very sensitive ministry, and I'm very impressed the kind of questions that was or were asked by committee members. Not like the usual, he's our leader, so we should relax for him. This was a very tough question. And you understand that this is a very important ministry, the ministry that is leading, the fight against Galamsey, and the Galamsey issue dominated majority of the questions that were posed by committee members. It tells you how important that ministry is, because you have 10 agencies, 10 government agencies under that particular ministry, which are very, very critical agencies. And so you understand why committee members are very much interested in probing further, probing him on the plans and programs for the ministry to achieve, the needed targets that the NDC as a political party through its manifesto or the social contract to the Ghanaian people have spelled out what they will do as far as natural resources is concerned. So I'm quite impressed with the responses that he gave in respect of these questions that were posing. For instance, the fight against Galamsey. Committee members wanted to know how they are going to sustain the fight as far as, dealing with illegal mining is concerned. And his response was that, it started in the previous administration. They may want to look at the operations or review some of the things they did, and then they may also want to add up or also draw up their own strategy. The issue of community mining, also came up, which in the NDC manifesto says that they are going to abolish community mining, but then deal with artisanal small-scale mining.
Yeah.
You know, questions were posed as to what's the difference between the two. You know, in terms of, you know, community mining and artisanal. And this time around, he says that the small-scale, the community one was more politically dominated, or it was done in a partisan politics way. So that's how we didn't get the effect that we want. But then the artisanal one will be more inclusive, which will involve the chiefs and the elders and opinion leaders within the community where, you know, the galamsey usually takes place. So we are hoping and praying how they roll out this particular formula and deal with the fight against illegal mining, because as we speak, galamsey activities or galamsey is still ongoing in many parts of the country, and so we have a definite policy plan in dealing with it.
Yeah,
we should know how we are doing it already. You know, the civil society group in the extractive industry have called on President Mahama to, you know, state his clear position on galamsey and how he's going to fight it as president, because as candidate Mahama, he made a number of pronouncements when it comes to, you know, galamsey, and so they're expecting how he's going to deal with it as president of the republic. And everybody, all the Ghanaian people are looking forward on how, you know, we are going to deal with galamsey, because in the last election, it was one of the most topical issues, you know, one of the campaign messages of both political parties, I mean the MPP and the NDC, and the NDC especially, which they used to campaign against the MPP. So Ghanaians are expectant on how they are going to deal with galamsey and then return our water bodies to its normalcy, and also if there will be the need to, you know, ban mining in forest reserves, you know, because then the NDC called for a revocation of the LI that gave mining, you know, companies or galamsey in forest reserve.
Yeah.
And so they're looking at how to maybe revoke it or abolish it, and also state his definite position on this matter. So it was clear. Then another issue that also came up was the green minerals.
Yes.
You know, the newfound gold, which is lithium, which I'm one person who is very much interested in that particular area, because we are told that if that is done very well, we will benefit massively from it, and then it will help transform this country. But then the mindset we are also looking at, or not to repeat the mistakes of how we've mined gold over the years and its implications. You know, typically when gold is mentioned, you mention Obuasi, and how Obuasi is underdeveloped after all these years of mining gold, compared to when you go to Johannesburg. By the grace of God, I've been to Johannesburg before, and I see how development there is, as far as, you know, they're using the gold resources to be in there. But you can't say same when you come to Obuasi, where we get majority of our gold. So I had a committee member asking for, you know, those instances. How come Johannesburg is well developed, and then, you know, Obuasi is different? And then the recent issue that happened in Obuasi, the 2-4 has condemned it over the weekend. You know, some managers of Anglo-Good Asante were in there to meet him, and then that same question was asked to Honorable Amakofi.
I think I read your story from the 2-4.
Yeah, the 2-4's bit, you know, and how he's proposing. And I think the 2-4's proposal is perfect. If the community is involved with the development in that particular area, there'll be less tension. You know, people will not feel that they are being sidelined and their resources are being lifted out of the community to go and develop another country. So community involvement is important, and meeting the desire, the aspiration, and the development needs of the local area where, you know, mining takes place is also very important. So all in all, I am impressed. But one issue for which, you know, has come up several times is the water gas. I remember the previous government, you know, launched such a policy.
There were some attempts, but I don't know how, if the commercialization of water gas began. But there were some attempts.
I remember there were President Akufo-Addo went to the Western region, you know, to go and launch this. I don't know what new the NDC government will do with the water gas, whether they're going to continue with as it is now, or may want to bring their own plan and policy.
But it's as though the minister nominees, when they appear before the committee, are holding on to their plans. Well, some have been bold enough to give an inclination as to what exactly they hope to do regarding what sector under their ministries. But it's as though majority of them are holding on to their plans till they take up the office, and then they can roll
And I get worried when they say that I've not been to the ministry. But before you are there, you get briefings.
You would have been
from
briefed.
the chief director.
There would have been some appraisals.
Yes, at least. So you know what happens at the ministry. So you don't wait to go in there before you can implement some of these things. At least you are in the know, you have the briefings, you know what's happening in there. So you can say on authority that indeed I am aware of this, and when I am given the nod by Parliament, this and this and this is what I'll do. But then for them to always say, oh, I've not been there, wait for me to go there, we don't have that time. 4 years is short.
Or perhaps you're playing safe. Perhaps you're playing safe. Although you've been briefed, you would have to assume the office to do a proper assessment of what is. Just like we saw with the Education Minister, Haruna Idrisu, when he finally went in there after being sworn in, is when he came out and called for the validation of the figures in there. Because per what he says is his own research, the number of free senior high school students will not go beyond a 3.1 million figure. However, the figure is being put at 5.1
something,
or 5.9 thereabout. And so perhaps...
But is Minister Haruna telling us that before he went in there, the chief directors and the various directors did not give him the actual figure?
And that's why he's saying that all the figures that were thrown about prior to his assumption of the office hovered around the 5.1 or 5 million plus. But his own research puts it around 3.1. And so now that he is minister, he's called for the validation of these figures. And then, of course, he will know how to plan going forward with the exact figures. But let's go back to the appointments committee. The next round of vetting is just about starting. This would have to do with regional minister designates. And so let's go back to the appointments committee. The chairman is seated. We have still not seen the minority leader, Alexander Penyomakin, who is the deputy ranking. And just about a few seconds ago, we've seen the Honorable Anodompre also leave the meeting. It looks like Jerry Ahmed Shaib is taking his seat for this particular vetting. Hopefully they join while the session progresses, and then we'll get to know how they intend to proceed with this particular vetting. But let's go back to the appointments committee.
And I worked as a cadre of the revolution, then National Mobilization Program, continued to the Eastman Pussy Community Bank, then to National Insurance Authority. I was a manager in Eastman Pussy Municipal, then transferred to Salaga, East Gonja as a manager, and was transferred in 2018 to the regional office as a senior manager.
Honourable members, I proceed to recognize Mustafa Yusuf.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Chairman, first of all, I want to congratulate my senior brother, Honorable Ibrahim Tia, the nominee for my region, the Northeast region. And just to go straight to the question, Mr. Nominee, recently there is this armed robbery crisis very rampant in our region. And I want to ask you, what steps will you put in place to ensure that we reduce these armed robbery cases that are going on in the region? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. It is true that armed robbery has been so rampant in the region. And I will collaborate with the security forces to see how we can combat it.
Any further question?
Chairman, just a follow-up to that question. Mr. Nominee, just about 3 days ago, on a market day in Tantala, there was just a broad daylight armed robbery case in the market.
I don't know whether the police, as a nominee, the regional police command has brought that matter to your attention.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, it has been brought to my attention. And the reality of the matter is some of the areas, anytime they arrest armed robbers, Fulanis are always involved in the Mampugo district. And I think we have to deal with the Fulani leaders so that they engage their people and we see how we can reduce it. Again, we'll need more visibility of policemen within that stretch to see how we can deal with it.
Any further question?
Yes. Chairman, thank you. My second question, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, is to the nominee. Our region is blessed with very fertile land, especially the area I come from. We have most of our colleagues from here farming in the area. If you take from all the way from Wale through Uyema, and you go to around Licha, all the way to Tandu, the whole place used to call the Fimbisi Rice Valley, where during the Achampons regime, that enclave alone can feed the entire country. What steps are you going to put in place to ensure that we have we have machineries, apart from machineries, making the place very conducive for potential commercial farmers to come there so that they can create jobs for our teeming youth? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, that is very true. My region is really blessed with arable land, very good for the cultivation of rice, watermelon, and even tomatoes. I will collaborate with our MPs and the sector minister, and thank God, as part of His Excellency manifesto on the agri-mechanization centers, I think it will be a blessing for our region, and we will collaborate with all relevant stakeholders to see how we can improve production and refine whatever we are producing there before we sell it out or even export. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you so much. My last question, Chairman. Chairman, security issue is one of the major issues that confront us as a region. And to be specific, we have places like Chiruponi where from time to time we have these security issues coming up. Places like Bunkrugu, Yunyu, where we have these security issues coming up. As a nominee, if you get the blessings of this August House, what steps are you going to put in place to make sure that at least we minimize this conflict and for the place to be very peaceful so that people, the inhabitants of the region can carry out their businesses without any fear? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. One, we need to have effective engagement with relevant stakeholders, chiefs, opinion leaders, and the youth. If given the nod by this August House, I will engage all my MPs, and I will make it mandatory for every quarter for us to sit down and review some of the issues that are coming up and look at how we can combat it on the ground. These conflicts sometimes emanate from idle hands. And with this Greek mechanization policy that is coming, which I'm going to give it my blessing if I'm given the nod by this House, when the youth are engaged, I think we will reduce drastically some of these skirmishes that come up in the region.
Thank you very much. I will then proceed to give the floor to Dr. Mahama Kabiru Tia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I proceed with my questions, I also want to join the multitude in congratulating our senior brother, Ekeda, a committed member of the National Democratic Congress, who has risen through the rank to become the regional minister of the newly created Northeast region. Congratulations, my brother. And also, I will also want to send the nominee to some few corrections on the CV. The CV, page 1, you acquired Bachelor of Science, Information and Communication Technology from GIMPA. You have to check the years. It could be it's done in 2 years. And I'm not sure GIMPA offers a degree program for 2 years, so check the dates. Also, on page 3, you mentioned that you had served as an appointed assembly member from 1994 to 2001. But when you go to page 4, on the leadership position, it was from 1993 to 2000. So you correct that anomaly as well, because the House of Parliament or committee is a House of Records. And we want
Honourable member, you are presuming that these are mistakes. So you need to ask whether it is really a mistake or not, because on the CV, I see that from 2004 to 2006, the nominee obtained from the same GIMPA a diploma in computer science. So having obtained a diploma in computer science, it is possible for him to do 2 years degree. So you can assume it is a mistake.
I'm guided, Mr. Chairman, but once that is taken, but the second point cannot be, there's no explanation, but except to say that it's a mistake, because page 4. Page 4. All right, so let's go through the motion. So, Mr. Nominee, you stated here on your CV, and it is 2007 to 2009. Was that the year, the month, and then the month? Can you state the month and then the year for that program?
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable member, which one are you talking on specifically?
On the degree.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, I did the diploma for 2 years and the degree for 2 years. 2004 to 2006 and 2007 to 2009.
On page 3. You said you served as an assembly member appointed 1994 to 2001. And in page 4, you stated it was from... Yeah, so 3. Can you go to page 3?
Page 3. Okay, yeah, I've seen it.
On page 3, 1994 to 2001, East Mamprosi District Assembly served as government appointee to the Assembly for 2 terms. Now, compare that with page 4, where you stated your leadership position, and that spans from 1993 to 2000. Is there any explanation for that?
I think that might be an error on my part, but I served the Assembly for 8 years. When in the 1992, after the elections, and then the assemblies were formulated, I was appointed as a government appointee, and I served the full term until when NDC lost power, that my appointment was revoked.
All right, thank you. So you will correct those mistakes and then probably submit your CV to the committee. So my question, Mr. Nob, there are ongoing projects, and I'm sure you are aware of a lot of ongoing projects in the region. We have some of them have been stalled due to the debt exchange program. Some of them are actually inhibited because there's no funding opportunity for them. Now, Lirgo Nakpanduru Bonkurugu route, we have the Wulugu passenger route, we have the Nasia Janga route, we have the Nasia Mimima route. All of these routes, some of them were awarded as far back as 2017. What, as a regional minister and representing the president in the Northeast region, what will you do when you are given the opportunity by the committee or by Parliament to serve as a regional in respect of these ongoing projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. All projects that have been initiated in the region are so dear to the hearts of the people. And we are there as humble servants of the people. And we have to ensure that all those projects are executed. Even by the policy of our President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, he has pledged on several occasions that he will complete all projects that are ongoing and will initiate fresh projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. A follow-up. Do I get the assurance from you, and I'm asking this on behalf of the people and the communities so affected or so involved in this, do I give the assurance that those projects would be completed under your watch, if given the nod?
Thank you, Chair. I will collaborate with you as my MPs in the region, and we will lobby all the ministries and agencies where they are directly involved to seek funding to get them completed. I'm even assuring you that the watermelon factory that you have started, which is not yet completed and is not working, that is my priority. I'll get the farmers to put watermelon for it to go into full function. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My second question. Yeah, my second question. Mr. Chairman, I did a follow-up on the first question, and that has just been answered. The next is my substantive second question. What was your first question? My first question had to do with the ongoing projects. Yes. And that was answered.
Have you forgotten you asked question based on his CVs?
Mr. Chairman, I thought I saw
ask your last question.
Mr. Chairman, I thought I sought your leave.
Ask your last question.
Mr. Chairman, I sought leave from you.
Please ask your last question.
Mr. Chairman, I sought leave from you to ask preliminary questions. So if those questions are, if you are not granting me the opportunity to ask 3 questions.
Please go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you very much.
Last question.
But that is my second question. If it is granted as a last question, I take that as your ruling, Chairman. Thank you. On issues of flooding, we have a lot of issues regarding flooding. And if you recall, a lot of areas, including Wale Wale and Yakaba Kubore, have faced these perennial flooding issues. And we have the ongoing Polgu multipurpose dam. Again, that is also a stalled project. How are you going to harness the disaster, so-called, to an opportunity for the people of the Northeast region, taking into consideration that these farmers, or most people in these areas are farmers, and in the lean season, they are not engaged in, they virtually go out of work. How are you going to harness the disaster into an opportunity for the people of Northeast region?
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Kabiru is my father. He shares here and I share here. So I think he will end there because that's my father. However, like I mentioned, of the putting the watermelon factory in Walwale into good use. That is one of the policies in harnessing the water that spills over from the Palgo Dam and will even go into do dry season farming. That would encourage the farmers to do all year farming to feed the factory. 2, with the floods, I will work with the relevant agencies for us to see how we can handle it, and where some of our communities are living in communities that are not too good, we will see what we can do to advise them to move out of those areas to minimize the flooding that usually occur. For example, Nayoko immediately after Walwale, on yearly basis, they will just be there in the morning, around 7 o'clock, there will be nothing. And by 8 o'clock, water will flood the whole place and nobody can even live in that house. We need to engage them, let them understand. If we can divert the floods, fine. If you cannot, it's possible for us to engage them with the relevant stakeholders to see how we can migrate them to safer lands to avoid such a calamity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Haji Aladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me take the opportunity to congratulate the nominee and say I wish you all the best. You have worked all these years and eventually you have gotten to this high position to work directly with your people. I wish you the best. My question is, I have read on your CV and your birthplace is a place where I think I have been very familiar with, and I know so much about that area that it is a food basket. A lot of these our cereals and what have you. And you mentioned the production of a lot of rice and then watermelon and what have you. I just want to find out from you what steps you will take to make sure that value is added to these products to enable our teeming girls and boys who rush down to Accra, Kumasi, Techimang, and even places they don't know and are not sure of, so that they can have jobs and stop running to places where there are no jobs. What will you do to add value? Because the raw products are always there. What will you do to add value? Thank you.
Thank you, Mama. We have to collaborate with the sector ministry, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Trade and Industry, to see how we can put up industries within the Yagaba-Kobore enclave. The rice that we produce there, then we put them to the stage that we can even export. Two, if we are able to do that, to get the factories there, we will get these our sisters and brothers who rush to Accra on this Kai to remain there and work. And I think it will help us. Secondly, I think that if Burkina Faso can produce tomatoes, we used to produce tomatoes in Palgo, and the land in Palgo is not too different from the land in the Northeast region. We can equally produce tomatoes in the Northeast region, and that is one of my priorities that I would like to engage, to collaborate with relevant stakeholders, Ministry of Agric, and other sector ministries to see how we can raise funding, notwithstanding even getting to Exim Bank, to get funding, so that the produce that we are going to produce there will not go to waste, and also minimize post-harvest losses. By so doing, we will engage our youth, and they will be gainfully employed. They will not move to Accra to do the menial jobs that they are doing. Thank you, Chairman.
Any further Chairman, my second question has to do with the girl child. It is very important to keep the girl child in school. But as someone from the northern sector myself, I know how difficult it has always been. What will you do, specially and specifically, not ignoring the boy child, no, but especially for the girl child, to ensure that they attend, stay in school, and complete at the level that they may be able to reach? Not cutting or stopping or being pulled out of school, the girl child specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We have to work on the perceptions of our people. And this, we need to do it by constantly engaging the relevant stakeholders. Ghana Education Service, I am aware CAMFED is within the region, and they are working so hard towards the girl child education. We will collaborate effectively with them, and they engage GES to see how we can minimize that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
No, just to wish him the best in his office.
Thank you, Honorable Omar Alassane.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations.
I wish you the best. I know you have worked hard for the party since 1993, and given this opportunity, you really prove that the party, we are here to reset the country. My question is in relation to your area, which is the healthcare. I want to, let me check my question. No, it will come. No. Thank you. Mr. Nominee, what strategies will you implement to improve healthcare services in the region? In view that you've been in the healthcare industry for quite a period.
Thank you, Chair. It will be my priority to increase access to health facilities by increasing the number of CHIPS compounds in our area and upgrading some of the existing facilities. Also, collaborating with the district assemblies to see how we can get incentives for doctors and nurses so that we can retain them in the region for our people to access health care.
Thank you very much. I will then proceed to give the floor.
Okay. All right.
You have a further question? Very well.
I just want to wish him well.
Honorable Ritana Udelesowa, you have a question? Please do.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to congratulate the nominee of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on his nomination as the Minister for the Northeast region. Honorable nominee, congratulations. Your region has a lot of tourism potentials, and I want to know what are some of the programs or measures you would put in place to liaise with the tourism ministry to ensure that you promote tourism to bring more revenue to the area. And also, how would you develop the tourism infrastructure so that when tourists come, they'll have a place to live, which will be affordable and beneficial to the people of the region? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That is very true. In Gambaga, we have the ancestral graves of the Mushi Kingdom. There are 3 graves, and I think that is another good side that we can develop very well and tie it to the festivities that we have within the area, such that the chief in Burkina Faso, on a yearly basis, will be visiting the graves, which will also give us income for the assembly and the region. Secondly, we have the Nigeringa Wall, which is in Nalergu. We've all read it in the books. It's a very good place that we can develop. I'll do that in collaboration with my MPs and the sector ministry and other relevant stakeholders, such that we can bring these things on board. Again, we have the Gambaga's Cap, and when you get to Napanduri's Cap, there is a guest house that's Dr. Kwame Nkrumah used to live in, and that guest house is still there, just right on top of the SCAP. And when you are on top of that SCAP, you can view the whole, some parts of Upper East region. It's a nice place. I've been there several times, and I think when we put it to use, it's a source of tourism attraction, and then we can get a lot of income from there, and even get our youth and some of the ladies to work there. And then when they are there gainfully employed, I think that it will also reduce the menace that we always get in Accra, especially the Kaya. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes. Chairman, thank you. I wish to congratulate you again and wish you well on your new appointment. All the best. God bless you.
Madam. I'm most grateful.
Thank you, Mohammed Muniru. Nuruddin, okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations. Your appointment is a well-deserved appointment. And, your nomination is a well-deserved nomination, and the entire North-East region is very proud of you because we know you can do the job. My question has to do with the insecurity from Boku to Wale Wale. The Boku conflict is not only now in Upper East, it is now spelled to the North-East region. And you realize that whenever there's an attack on the Boku-Bolga road, a replicate attack happened in the Wale Wale, Bolga-Wale Wale road. If you are given the mandate, how will you collaborate with your colleague or your counterpart in the Upper East region to make sure that these issues are resolved amicably and the people will live in peace?
Thank you, Chair. Rightly so, the nominee for Upper East region is an uncle. I will collaborate effectively with him and with the security agencies for them to do 24-hour policing of the Wale Wale Bolga stretch. And I hope that my brother too in Upper East region, my uncle in Upper East region will do same on the Bolga Boku stretch. And when we do that, and also engage the youth and the relevant stakeholders in this conflict, it will minimize the skirmishes on that road. Secondly, in the beginning of this month, His Excellency, the President, John Dramani Mahama, was in Boku, and he came to Nalergu. He met both overlords. And I think that that is the best way to start engaging. When we keep engaging each other, I think we'll get a lasting solution to the problem. Thank you.
Any further question?
Yeah, a follow-up question to that. Honorable, you realize that in the past few weeks, there were military brutality in Wale Wale. How will you collaborate with the victims to find justice for them?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it was brought to my attention, and those military men were invited to the chief of Wale Wale Palace, and they apologized for the skirmishes that happened in Wale Wale. However, I will not leave it there. I will still engage them for us to see how we can handle it effectively. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Chairman, my final question. Let me make that one final question. Honorable Ibrahim Tia, you know education is very important for the people of North-East region. And as a young region that was created by His Excellency Nanadu Danko Akufo-Addo, we still have a lot of educational challenges. In the last few years, His Excellency Nanadu government established about 7 senior high schools that are still at the growth stage, and 2 nursing training colleges, the one in Yagba and the one in Wale Wale. And also the previous Mahama administration also started a new site for the Gambaga College of Education. If given the nod by this committee, how will you collaborate with the relevant agencies to make sure that these institutions are upgraded and get infrastructure at the level of those that are already existent? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. As I mentioned earlier, His Excellency has promised that his government will continue with all projects that were started by the former president, His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo. However, that will also depend on funds. But they are so relevant to us. As an MP from my constituency, we will collaborate and see how we can raise funds for those projects which are so dear to the people to be completed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I wish you all the best. Thank you.
It's now the turn of Honorable Mahama Shaibu.
Chairman, thank you so very much. Honorable nominee, my good friend, congratulations.
Thank you.
A well-deserved nomination. A few years ago, your region, including mine, were created. We were all very excited. Indeed, there was pomp and pageantry to welcome the new regions. And we expected some sort of fast pace in development. I'm sure you and I are disappointed that the rate at which we wanted development to go, we're not getting it that way. Mr. Nominee, you would need an aggressive economic activities to be able to promote your young region. Please tell us what plans you have in this direction.
Thank you, Chair. As I mentioned, as a new minister, I will learn from my previous ministers who have been in that position, and I will collaborate with you, some of you, the MPs too, so that we go through all the relevant ministries. Minister of Finance, the Common Fund Administrator, wherever I think we will go and raise resources to get this our infant regions also grow up to a pace with the previous regions or the existing regions. We will do, and I will rely on your support and guidance. As legislators, you know it. Most of the ministers are from Parliament. I'll use Nuruddin, my father Tia, and Honorable Mustafa, and then we'll see how. And Honorable Alajo, Honorable Alasan Suleiman Ali has just blessed, and our senior MP, Dr. Ebed Bandim Asuma, for us to comb all the ministries and see how we can bring development to our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions?
Yes, Chairman. Chairman, I have a last one. Honorable Nominee.
We have some order.
Your region, just like other new regions, is full of diverse ethnic and tribal groupings. There's normally a dominant tribal grouping, and the others would normally accuse a dominant of uneven development in terms of infrastructure and the rest. Can you assure the good people of your region, the diverse ethnic groups, that you will have a balanced development in terms of infrastructure for all of them? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. For sure, that will be my priority. And transparency and consultations with all relevant stakeholders, and getting all the districts within my region having the fair share of the cake is my priority. And I'm assuring this House that that is what I will do, and that is what I will be doing.
Chairman, I wish him Allah's blessings.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yaubwam.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. I can see your honorable chairman behind you, giving you all the support. It's our former colleague, Honorable Tanko. Welcome to the House. Honorable Nominee, there are a lot of unapproved routes in your region. I know some around you in your area. Even when you get to that point, you are able to watch television from Togo. A lot of trading activities around there. It's a source of worry and some way, somehow, some benefits in terms of trade. They sell a lot of Togolese beer there. I'm sure you are aware about that. I know your area very well. What are some of the challenges around those unapproved routes and the security concerns that it brings to you as an incoming minister? And what steps you are going to take to address some of them? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. That is a reality. In the whole of the UNU area, there's not even a single tarred road. And that is a district, not even a single tarred road. And UNU is equally having the potential of rice growing. But the route from Wenchigi, passing through to Bunkurugu, is an eyesore. And I think that if we collaborate with or lobby the Minister of Highways, getting the road network from Chereponi through Wenchigi to Bunkurugu, that means we are opening up the area. And again, if the Eastern Corridor route, that will also take off from Gushegu through Bentry, Tema, Nanswan to Napanduri, and then get into the Upper East region, I think we will open up the place for business. Again, we will have to collaborate with the security agencies to see how we can put checkpoints around the area to curb some of the armed robberies that go around that side.
Chairman, my second question. You are going to be chairing the RECSEC in a region that is split in the middle between the NDC and the MPP in terms of parliamentary seats. 3-3. The MPP won the presidential vote. It's always been like that since the region was created. That's why you have 3 of your MPs on my left here. You need to be a team player to ensure a smooth administration of the region. What assurance are you going to give to us as a minister designate?
Thank you, Chair. If you recall, I mentioned that I would like to be holding quarterly meetings with all my MPs in the region for us to see how we can develop the region as a whole. And I'll open my doors for consultations with all the 3 MPs to my right and my 3 MPs to my left. Thank you.
Well, it's easier said than done. When you are directed to stop the payment of their common fund, well, let's pray to God. I'm sure you have issues of telephone connectivity too in the region. And our advice is not a question that the previous administration took some steps to address these challenges. The area of rural telephony, I will entreat you to take the necessary steps, deal with it with the NC and the incoming Minister for Communications to ensure that the good people of Northeast are well connected in the area of telephony to ensure that they're able to communicate to the rest of the world. I thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable George Rickett Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable.
I just have one question, or could be advice, actually. First of all, welcome to the club of regional ministers, present and past. The question is that you are going to have challenges to do with decentralized ministries and departments that we have in all the regions. And many a times, projects happen, or something will be going on in your region by a ministry that you will have no knowledge of. You may even find yourself in a situation where you have to sign a certificate of a project. You might not have an idea how it was even awarded. Because the composite budget system that we have been talking about for many years actually hasn't worked. So every ministry will have their own budget, and whoever they send to your region as their office will be drawing their resources from the ministry itself in Accra. So projects are awarded from Accra, you will have no knowledge of it, and things will be happening around you. How do you intend to make sure that you are aware of all projects carried out by ministries, their departments, and their agencies? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. If given the nod, as the head of the region and the head of the Regional Coordinating Council, all relevant organizations within the region will be having engagements with them on quarterly basis or even monthly basis to see what their priorities are, which projects are ongoing, which projects are coming from Accra, and which projects can we as a region also initiate. And in so doing, having constant dialogue with the heads of departments and agencies in the region, you have a fair idea as to what is going on in their various departments. And that will give us a clear idea as to how we will cooperate and then bring good governance to our people. Thank you.
Honorable Nominee, I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
I now give the floor to Deputy Whip, available ranking.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I see you are married with 7 children. How many wives?
Why?
I'm a Muslim and I'm entitled to 4 wives.
Please, you haven't answered my question.
Personalized questions.
Oh, I have 2 wives.
It's a choice.
Honorable Nominee, my chairman tells me it's a choice, but we also want to know, just for those who are also keenly interested, if they want to apply, they can apply. I see no problem with that. Or you don't
Are
agree
you interested because you are potential?
Honorable Nominee, so there is a witch camp in Gambaga. That is correct?
Yes.
Do you, in the first place, believe in witchcraft?
I don't believe in witchcraft, but it exists.
Do you have any plans at all with reference to the witch camp in Gambaga? Any plans? Do you want to maintain? Do you want to develop? Do you want to refurbish? What about the standard of living of the people in the camp? What are your plans?
Thank you, Chair. The history of the Gambaga witches camp is so interesting. Initially, in those dark days, they used to kill them And the then Imam said, no, killing them was too inhuman. And for that matter, once the traditional leader, the Gambarana, has some spiritual powers that can neutralize the witchery, why not we send them there for him to prove, or otherwise, whether they are witches or not? And that was when they stopped the killing of witches. So the Gambaga witches camp served as a home for the witches. So when they get there, when he proves that you are not a witch, they allow you to go back. If it turns otherwise, then you remain there, and then he will use his spiritual powers to neutralize the witchery in the witch. When this is done, there's another NGO that is now working with the witches camp, and we call it Go Home Project, which is funded by the Presby Church. They will come in and go to the community to see how they can engage the stakeholders in that community for the acceptance of the alleged witch or the perceived witch back into his community. And it works out. Sometimes they assist them. They give them food, they give them clothing, they have accommodation that they are living there. As I'm talking to you, there is borehole that is serving that community with water. I can recall on a number of occasions, Her Excellency, the President's wife, Madam Lodina, has been visiting them on every occasion by giving them clothing on every festivity. And there are a lot of NGOs that also come around to assist them. Those who are willing to get back home, provided the community is ready to accept them, they move home. And there are some there, when you even want them to go home, they will tell them, look, this is a safe home for me, and I'm not willing to go back to my community. So these are the issues surrounding the Gambaga witches camp. If you do not understand the dynamics and how it came about, if you use one method, it may not work well for they themselves. Thank you.
So, in a nutshell, you think the witch camp should stand because they serve as homes for people who, as it were, are called witches? Safe havens or homes?
That privilege is left to the witches to decide. Those who want to go home are free to go. And those who want to remain there too are free to remain. Because, you know, it's a decade issue which we need to deal with. The perception has so stuck with the people saying that we have to manage it. It's a process. It cannot just be a day's event. So it's a process that we have to build the mentalities of the people to accept at a point that we can now get to where we all think that, look, this camp should be abolished. Thank you.
Don't you also think that sometimes it is interchangeably used for people who are poor?
I have observed on 2 occasions at the Gambaga Palace that a perceived or an alleged witch came and they slaughtered the fowls. And the fowls proved that the woman was a witch, and she admitted that, yes, I am a witch and I bewitched. So in that case, what else can I say? That is why I'm saying perceived or alleged witch. And if she's the one accused, admitting that, yes, this is the reality, what else can one say?
Yeah, I think you've been a youth organizer or the organizer of your constituency for about 20 years, and also been a regional secretary for about 3 years, 2022, 2023 to 2025. So if, by God's grace, this committee approves of your nomination, you are going to be the regional minister of the Northeast region. It's a double-edged sword. You are going to, as it were, be a representative of the National Democratic Congress in the high office of the region. And you're also supposed to be taking care of other political parties, including the New Patriotic Party. How do you intend to navigate this position without seeing your regional coordinating council as an extension of your party office?
Thank you, Chair. I am not only a party executive, but I'm a founding member of the NDC. In the formation of the party, I was there. When they were launching the party in Cape Coast, I was there. And as you rightly mentioned in my CV, I've served the party throughout my life. And Honorable Nuruddin from Gambaga was my boy. And now he's an MP under MPP. He knows it. He worked under me. So he knows my capabilities. And I think I can handle everybody in the region. I will not be biased at all. We want development. And where we are, we need to work collectively to develop the region. Thank you.
I want to find out, have you perchance seen or perused a report from the Ghana Statistical Service? That's the 2021 Ghana Statistical Service report on population and housing census. That says that water and sanitation, over half of the Northeast region, the urban household practice open defecation.
I've heard of that, but I've not read the document.
So assuming that that is the case, there is open defecation. Wherever you pass, there's something. You are a fine gentleman going into this big office of regional minister. What would be your plans and policies to eradicate open defecation?
Thank you, Chair. Continuous sensitization of our people in the rural communities will do the deal for us through the assembly structures. And again, I intend collaborating with my MPs, the 6 MPs in the region, for us to see how we can raise a drilling rig that will provide all the communities in the region potable and accessible water. That will also minimize some of the polluted waters that we have around. Thank you.
I was talking about open defecation.
Yeah, when we have water flowing to their houses, I think it will keep some of the open defecations, because some of them can even provide water closest for their house, provided there is water for them to use. And aside that, like I mentioned earlier, continuous sensitization with the communities through community development, social welfare, and I think we can get it eradicated. Thank you.
My chairman says good answer. I think he's your #1 supporter here. I want to find out from you, as regional minister, do you know what is expected of you? Do you know your roles, what you are supposed to go and do as regional minister?
Yeah, it's a huge challenge. I am there to monitor and supervise all the MMDC, DAs, and the district assemblies in the region.
I think that is not all. So I was hoping that you, in fact, I need you to elaborate.
Honorable member, that is the response from the nominee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm asking a follow-up. As regional minister, apart from monitoring and supervising MMDs, what else is expected of you?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm the head of the Regional Security Committee. And I will open my doors to all stakeholders in the region to see how I can minimize conflicts in the region. Thank you.
Very well. And you are aware there are some conflicts in your region. As your exec chairman, okay, so I don't have to assume, like chairman would advise. Do you know if there are some conflicts in your region?
Thank you, Chairman. Not only my region. In the whole of the country, there are conflicts all over. So as a head, Certainly, you know, once we are dealing with human beings, these issues will come up, and when they come up, you use the security agencies, the chiefs, the opinion leaders, the youth, to see how we can mitigate it and then leave it in the bag.
Gender inequality remains a challenge in the Northeast, and I'm sure you see in the whole of Ghana, since I've seen the trend of your answers. In particular, the Northeast region. How do you, Mr. Chair, so it doesn't mean that if you are going to Northeast, you can't go and deal with issues of gender inequality in Northeast. So I want to find out from you. Maybe you can be the lead advocate of gender equality, although it is perhaps in the world. What do you intend to do as regional minister with the issue of gender inequality?
Thank you, Chair. I'll prioritize the gender, the female aspect of it. That will be my priority, to get women always involved in whatever we are doing.
Are there some tourist sites in your region, and what do you intend to do with them?
Please, this question has been asked and answered, so maybe if you have another.
Yes, I do. High poverty rates in the country. Any special plans for your region as to how to eradicate poverty?
Thank you. My region is blessed with arable land for farming. And I think if the Ministry of Agric, Ministry of Trade and Industry, and all other relevant organizations that will assist my region, we can produce rice in my region to feed the whole country. Secondly, I mentioned earlier, the legacy the MPP government left uncompleted because it is not yet put to use. The watermelon factory, which is there, and our people are watermelon farmers, we'll put it into use and get our youth into groups, and they'll do all year farming. And I think, I mentioned again about the tomato farming. If Burkina Faso can produce tomatoes, we can produce tomatoes in East Mamprusi, and that is my major priority, where we'll get all the farmers engaged in all year farming, and no vehicle, about 100 vehicles leave Kumasi and go to Burkina Faso to purchase tomatoes. And I think, with the collaboration of this August House, with my MPs and the Minister of Agric, Minister of Finance, if we get the required funding, I think we can do the trick for the country in the course of tomato production. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm more excited about that response. I want to also find out, how do you intend to integrate the Northeast region into the broader national development agenda, as in ensuring that it receives maximum attention and resources from central government?
Thank you, Chair. If I'm given the nod by this August House, I'll get all the various stakeholders in the region and the departments for us to come out with a blueprint, which we will be pursuing. And that is what we will use to pursue, to see how we can get logistics funds to improve upon our vulnerable region. Thank you.
How many hours did it take you to travel to Accra? As in by road?
Several hours. I said several hours.
Okay, so I'm being asked, did you travel by road or by air?
I came by road. And I passed through from Nalergu through Bentre, Gushegu, Yendi, Bimbala, Dambai. When I got there, I got stuck. The Pantu was at the other side, so we had to wait. We waited around for several hours before the Pantu came, and we now crossed. And that really delayed our movement into Accra. So I'm pleading with you to see how we can get funds to also work on the Dambai Bridge so that we have easy access and we can use maybe less than 7 hours from my region to Accra.
Thank you. This should be my last question. The Northeast region faces challenges with reference to the climate. And this includes desertification and unreliable rainfall. Do you have any plans at all to see how you can well work on some of this? Unreliable rainfall and desertification.
Thank you, Chair. I will collaborate with all the relevant agencies for us to see how we can manage that.
Just a follow-up. Do you have an idea which agencies you are referring to?
Ministry of Agric, Forestry Commission, EPA.
Thank you. I wish you very well, Mr. Tia. Chair, that will be all from me.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Tia, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
I then proceed to recognize a guest seated behind you and available ranking. That is to my discretion.
Oh, I'm just asking my chair if he doesn't have any questions.
Honorable Alhassan Ligby, former MD, Metro Mass Transport. Honorable Ibrahim Abdul Rauf Tanko, former MP, Regional Chairman, Northeast Region. Chief Adam Bad Munsuguru, Chief of Bani. Chief Zakaria Nantoma, representative of the overlords of Mamprugu Kingdom. Chief James Salifu Yamusa, elder of the overlord of Mamprugu Kingdom. Chief Kambona Vincent Kolugu Yindana, Chief of Langbinsi, and the chief warrior of the Mamprugu Kingdom. We also have Alhaji Majid Mahmoud, Imam of Langbinsi, Chief Dan Kolbila, former director, Presby Agric Service, Chief Zakaria Guma, Mamprusi Chief Accra, Abibatu Isaku, Queen Mother of Mamprusi Accra, Professor Adams Ishaku, Director of Research, Northeast Region, Chief Malna Dauda Isifu, Representative of Walewale Chief, Mohammed Abubakari Kula, Representative of Paramount Chief of Triponi, Ndaka Jaminja, Representative of Paramount Chief of Triponi, Honorable Abdallah Bukari, former Northern Regional Minister, Idrisu Shaibu, National President Maya, Honorable Abdullahi Jabaite, former MP Chiraponi, Alhaji Mohammed Akape Avona, Regional Coordinating Director, Northeast Region, Basigi Faustina Anuha, Queen Mother, Langbinsi, Chief Ibrahim Meiko, Chief of Licha, Honorable Abubakari Sana Kudus, Regional Youth Organizer, Northeast Region, Sumaya Salifu Ligby, Women's Organizer, Northeast Region, Hajia Mariam Bawa, Member, Northeast Regional Council of Elders. Honorable members, I also recognize the presence of Honorable Dr. Kobana Dufo, former Minister of Finance. You are well recognized. Honorable nominee, thank you very much for attending upon the committee.
You hear from the committee and you are hereby discharged.
Thank you so much. I'm most grateful.
Yes. All members will take a short break and then we'll resume exactly at 3 o'clock.
It's only 30 minutes. Make it 15. 15.
That was the veteran for Ibrahim Tia. He is the Minister Designate for the Northeast region, giving us his knowledge of the region and, of course, what he intends to do, or how he intends to manage the region when approved subsequently to take over that ministry. Some of you are still here with me. My name is Nanatufo Boateng, and this is our special coverage live of the vetting of ministerial nominees by the Appointments Committee of Parliament. Earlier, we had the vetting of the Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources, Emmanuel Amakufi-Boa, and quite interesting that following his vetting, we're getting reports from Etiwa, where we understand that some persons have invaded portions of the forest, blocking the entrance and all that. Let's speak to Darrell. Darrell Bosu is an environmentalist. He is with Arocha Ghana to get some more details regarding it, and then, of course, extend the conversation into his own observation of the vetting of the Lands and Natural Resources Minister. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good afternoon, my brother. I hope everything is okay with you.
All is well. I hope all is well with you too.
Very well, yes.
We haven't spoken this year. Happy New Year to you.
Yes, many happy returns, yes.
Great. Now, what's this disturbing issue that we are picking up from the Etiwa area? If you can bring us up to speed with what's happening there.
Yes, I think what has been happening now, as you know, across the country, a lot of people, mostly purported to be coming from the NDC party members, who have been besieging concessions and forest reserves and undertaking illegal mining. So today we also informed, and our team is currently on the ground monitoring the situation, where a lot of the miners have taken siege at the Kwabin area of the Atiwa forest, mining with impunity, and also stopping the Forestry Commission officers from being able to do their work. This is very, very disturbing, and I think coming on the back of the interview by the Minister Designate, this is very unfortunate. And I think it's the kind of impunity we've been worried about right from the beginning that the president should stick to. If you see what they are doing to the forest right now, I mean, it's so terrible, so devastating, and we need urgent action with the military being deployed or the police being deployed to go and address this issue.
I know you've mentioned that it's terrible what is happening there, but what's the extent of the illegal mining within the forest?
Well, I think for a long time now we've had problems with miners going into the forest because of the poor enforcement of the protection of the forest reserve. And so we've had that issue for a long time. But I think this scale, with the miners moving into the forest, not listening to and not respecting the rule, even prohibiting the forestry officers from doing their job and moving in with excavators and all of that, it's very, very bad, and we think that it's more than we actually anticipated. The pressure now is just too much, and it's not only there. All within the region is becoming a very big problem for us to deal with now.
Do you think that the issue is beyond the Forestry Commission now, the forestry officers?
Yes, I think this issue is way beyond them now, because we realized that since the government took office, they've been very silent about the impunity. I mean, we had the incidents at Mobuase. We've had people mining in places like the Anwi Forest Reserve and all of that. All this while the presidency has been quiet, even though they've been going about visiting conflict areas and addressing several issues. We have been very, very disappointed that the presidency has been very silent about the impunity, the seizures going on across the country, the false takeovers of mining concessions that has been happening. And I can imagine that we are going to just keep quiet and wait until a minister is in office before we say we are tackling Galamsey. If we don't deal with it now, we can never be able to deal with it later. So I think for me, it's really devastating, and we need the presidency to speak to it than to stay silent on it.
Before we get to possible solutions to this, let's look at the threat. How real is the threat to human lives and then, of course, to the environment?
I think the devastation caused by Galamsey cannot be underestimated. We've seen all around and in most communities, water bodies have dried up. These are water bodies that used to flow all year round and serve as sources of water for communities. Most of these rivers have dried out, and even with this, there are miners still sitting in the few rivers that are flowing around. Miners are illegally operating in them, and so exposing communities to risk, depriving communities of access to water, and many farm areas also have been displaced, and farmers displaced, and all of that. So I think the issue, we know the problem, we've seen the devastation. There is nothing more that can be said that has already been said already, and it's only left with we taking action. The problem we've had over the years has been poor enforcement, right from the top to the bottom, from the district assembly, from the district police command, the divisional to the regional, everybody just staying silent and watching on as impunity escalates. If we sit down and watch as we did before, we are not going to be able to solve the problem. And until we do that, the impact of Galamsey will keep ravaging our communities and exposing all of us to several health risks that we would never be able to address in the years ahead.
Daryl, we've seen several measures by governments. We've seen Operation Halt 1, Operation Halt 2, the deployment of the military and all. How do we deal with this issue of illegal mining holistically to put an end to it and, of course, protect our environment?
So thank you. I think the issue you've mentioned, yes, Operation Halt and all of that, those issues have to do with enforcement and compliance. From our angle, the way we see it, to address this issue, we need to ensure that we nip impunity in the bud even before it escalates. We've seen now already people who are politically exposed, connected to the new government, already going into concessions, attacking legal concession owners and all of that, and the presidency is quiet. That is not a good sign for us. If we want to show that we are ready to deal with Galamsey, right from the word go, we need to stamp our authority and let the miners know that we will not tolerate any impunity. But the way things are going, I think this is going to be our biggest challenge. And to deal with Galamsey, we need to see compliance and enforcement taken very seriously, with nobody giving the opportunity to misuse. If we don't really get this right, we can recategorize forest and mining regime, we can bring out new laws and whatever, it is still going to fail.
On the issue of impunity, does it appear to you that it's business as usual, a luta continua, despite a change in government?
At the moment, I see it's business as usual, but with the actors substituted, because now we are seeing the NDC people moving into places where previously were occupied by NPP actors, because then they were in power. Now most people are saying that our government is in power, so they are substituting the old administration. But in terms of operations and the intent, nothing has changed. And if the statement by the minister designate is anything to go by, then we really need to see actions now, not for us to wait a week or two later for him to put his office desk in order before he starts issuing statements and deploying teams and setting up committees. No, we cannot wait, and that is why we think that the presidency is already disappointing us when it comes to the addressing Galamsey and showing that they are truly committed. I think their silence is perpetuating the kind of reckless impunity we are seeing across the country where mining is very prevalent.
Well, that's it. Let's delve into the vetting of the Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa. Some of the things that he said in response to questions posed to him, in one breath, he says, and I quote, "We'll halt all mining in forest reserves." And in another breath, he says, "Mining licenses in forest reserves will be reviewed." When you hear such commentary, from a minister designate who, when approved, will take over the Lands and Natural Resources Ministry. What does it say to you? Does it give you the kind of confidence we need from government towards dealing with illegal mining issues?
I think we also spotted that kind of inconsistency in his responses. And I think these questions were very straightforward. And with a position that is already declared that they are going to deal and halt mining in all forest reserves, the answer should have been very difficult, and we should have had two different responses to almost the same question. So for me, I think that there are some uncertainties on the part of the minister designate, but we want to give him the benefit of the doubt on the fact that maybe he's yet to really appraise himself with what needs to be done. It is good to hear him say and acknowledge that mining in forest reserve needs to halt, and that there's also a need to review any existing legislation, which is good. Now we need to pay attention and interrogate the manner in which the review is done to make sure that every provision that is inimical to sustainable forest management in this country is revoked or repealed completely. So I think for now, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but it's also good to hear him say clearly that they are going to halt illegal mining in forest reserve, and that in itself will give us some form of entry point for us to engage in.
Right. You mentioned the change of baton or change of actors regarding the impunity. And then we also heard the minister designate mention that political apparatchiks have taken over mining in forest reserves. Does this come across to you more of an admission, or does it tilt towards more of an accusation pointing to the other side of the political divide?
Well, I think this statement was made maybe to accuse the NPP of issuing mining concessions to their own party faithful, particularly for forest reserves, on the back of LI 2462. As you know, and if you recall the expose by the Fourth Estate, several NPP highly connected people were found to have mining concessions and some protected forest reserves across the. So that was where I saw the accusation was directed at. But I think very soon, if they continue not to address what we are seeing with their own people taking over mining concessions, some of them in forest reserves, then it will no longer be an accusation, but just actually they themselves perpetrating the ills of the previous administration. And then they'll have no excuse to be pointing fingers at anyone.
On proposals or proposed solutions to dealing with menace, the minister spoke of community mining, had his own definition of what it looked like under the previous administration and how he seeks to implement this. And he says that communities will be empowered to lead the fight. We've heard similar rhetoric before. If this is an approach to be adopted in dealing with the issue, how do you reckon that it should be rolled out or implemented?
Yeah, I think we have always stated that communities have a very important role to play when it comes to helping government address a lot of the illegalities associated with small-scale mining or even community mining. It's just about listening to them and empowering them. It all starts with reactivating a community-responsive law enforcement regime where you take the reports that community make very, very seriously. I know many cases across the country where community members make reports and nobody pays attention to them, nobody listens to them. They do report their own chiefs supposedly involved in allowing galamsey operators to invade their farms and their river bodies. Nobody listens to them. So until we change how the state listens and responds to complaints by a community, we are not going to make any inroads when it comes to addressing galamsey and even empowering communities to do so. We have seen cases where committee members have rather turned to be the criminals for reporting illegal miners who are actively destroying their rivers, and this should stop. There are cases in Toronto in the western region where certain individuals are now facing prosecution because they took steps to stop illegal miners from operating. We can't continue and say we want to empower communities if we do not want to listen to them and act on their grievances. Until we change that attitude, whatever we say about community involvement and all of that is not going to have any effect or impact.
Now, the minister also spoke about recategorization, making a case for medium-scale mining, and his explanation was that a small-scale miner may have a number of small-scale concessions that, when put together, might even add up to a large-scale mining. I don't know what you make of this, first of all, and is the recategorization going to help us in any way bring some level of sanity within the mining space?
You know, I think we would want to advise the new government that it is not the recategorization that will bring about any significant change. There has already been several administrative lapses in the system. We need to revisit all of that. Put it up, lay it all clearly on the table, transparently, and really sort out the mess and get rid of all those illegal concessions which were given up based on political appointees and politically exposed persons. Get rid of that and then go back to the Minerals and Mining Act. We have small-scale mining, we have large-scale. I think for me and for us, we think that has already been sufficient. The other recategorization we are seeing, be it community mining or medium-scale, is just to take advantage of a loophole and say, okay, we can push our people here. This is more for their own political apparatus and those people who are connected to them, but it's not really going to transform anything in terms of the impact on our rivers and forests. In any case, by setting up a new level of mining regime, you are then encouraging more mining to happen. Then the question is, if we look at where we are now as a country, where else are you going to allow this new group of level of mining people to operate? So I think there are several serious questions to ask. I would suggest to the new government that, look, pause everything, address the issues you have, don't even issue any mining concessions between now and the time when you sort out all this mess, and put in place a rigorous and a very robust law enforcement and compliance regime before you say we are even going to consider issuing other new licenses. I think until we do that, they will come and go, and this problem of galamsey will still be with us.
Right. The issue of the licensing regime and the review of same keeps coming up. Today it was very topical during the vetting. It appears we haven't been bold enough to deal with it. At certain points, an allegation was made by one of the committee members regarding the issuance of over 100 licenses during the final days of the outgone administration. Of course, this was not substantiated by the minister-designate. But how do you think we can properly streamline the licensing in order to derive the best from mining in the country?
My brother, I think the issue of licensing and streamlining is all been very clearly stated in the Minerals and Mining Act. It's just a matter of our leaders not being truthful and exposing the opportunity given to them and giving some of these concessions to their own people and people within their party, their families and all of that. It should not be the case. There should be a case and demonstrable opportunity for people to show that, look, I've mined before, I have the capacity, I can return, my documents are in order. But here is the case, a company sets up a day, a week, and then the next day, you have a concession because they are connected to the government in power. It shouldn't happen. I think this all has to do with the corruption-related issues that we've been talking about, that if we don't really deal with corruption, even in the allocation of licenses, then we are going to keep having this problem. So I think, yeah, we can say whatever we want to do, but our leaders need to be truthful and ensure that we go according to the dictates of the law if we really want to ensure sanity within the mining licensing regime.
Right, let's look at the general observation, or what generally you make of the vetting of the minister designate. Before he sat down, what were your expectations? Were these expectations met? What do you make of the questions posed by members of the committee? And same goes for the responses given to these questions.
Yes, I need to say that the minister designate, Honorable Kofi Boa, has been somebody we have also had a lot of expectations for, because even before the elections and his appointment, this man was really an average advocate against mining in his constituency in the Lembele area. We came across a lot of his activities in those areas. So it seems that he's coming to the position with a lot of motivation, a lot of commitment. I hope he doesn't get drowned in the political drudgeries of the day and how that can even change somebody's motivations and all of that. But I think for him, he comes in with a strong personality, strong experience also in managing a ministry. So yes, I mean, we expect a lot, and that is for me is also going to be a challenge. We are going to hold him to everything he has said. So far, his responses, I mean, came across as somebody who has really taken time to understand some of the issue. But I say it's still early days yet. We need to all get to the table, seeing what to do. But there are certain things he needs to be very decisive of, and I will encourage him to pay attention to that. Yes, he says he's talking to experts and all of that, but he should also pay attention to what the communities are saying. He should pay attention to the color of the rivers. He should pay attention to the state of our forest reserves. That should be the bigger motivation and drive for some of the actions and decisions he makes. Otherwise, he's saying all these beautiful things, but if he doesn't ensure that they are done, I'm sure he will realize that we will come strongly again. So I think we want to give him the opportunity, and riding on what he's done even before his appointment or his nomination for the position, he's going to really take the fight by the horns and give us all a good solution to what we've been facing for many years to come. Many years that have passed.
Right. How much of a task or how much of a hurdle do you think he has to overcome when made Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, especially regarding all the devastation and destruction being caused by illegal mining?
I think he has a big challenge because for him, every citizen in this country will see whether he's working or not just by the state of our rivers and our forest reserves. As we travel across the country and we see the rivers still polluted and the forest reserves being cut down and destroyed, that will be a testament for all of us to know whether he's working or not. So his tax is there for everybody to see. Unlike other ministers who, until you pick the books and see what they have achieved in terms of indicators and what they are in terms of results, we are all going to see the results. So he really has a big challenge. And every Ghanaian now, and was also one of the main reasons why the previous administration lost significantly in a lot of the mining areas, every Ghanaian now is concerned about the state of our rivers and also of our forest reserves. So if he doesn't take this one seriously, he really has a lot to answer for. And I think if he doesn't, I mean, we'll see how the next elections will go.
Finally, before you go, he says that the Akufo-Addo administration failed in the fight against illegal mining. From where you stand, what is your own assessment?
I think that is very right, and we won't take anything from what he said. I agree certainly 100% that the previous administration failed in addressing Galamsey. There were a lot of sweet talk, but very little action, and even escalated beyond a point where we could really remedy the situation towards the end of the regime. And I think that really sets the tone for we putting him on the spot and making sure that in a few years to come, we don't say the same of his tenure as Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you very much for your time, and we wish you well.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Daryl Bosu is he is with Arocha Ghana. He is an environmentalist, and he was speaking to us regarding the vetting of the Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources, Emmanuel Kofi Boa. Earlier, he spoke to us after raising an alert regarding the invasion of the Etiwa forest, where we understand a group is in the forest from the Kwabeng side, claiming to be doing mining within the forest. And he also explained to us the level or the extent of destruction being caused within the forest as a result of this impunity. He placed a direct call to the president to act and act now upon this particular issue. Now, Sami, quite disturbing that this is happening minutes after the vetting of the Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources.
The impunity we always talk about when it comes to, this country, because whilst your minister, because there's a claim that they are members of the NDC or supporters of the NDC, while your minister was sitting before members of parliament, yet to be approved and going through vetting, you carry yourself into a forest and say that your party is in power and that you are going to do the mining. Right now, Galamsey is done based on partisan line, depending on which political party is in power. The individuals in there go in there to go and mine. It's a national canker. It's a national issue, and we need to address it, head on as it is. And as I was mentioned earlier, before we went to do the vetting of the Northeast Regional Minister, which we'll come to shortly, I feel it's about time we come together as a country collectively to address this issue of Galamsey. And why I'm saying this is that a lot of the time political consideration is always added. And you will think that because the next administration is seeking another term in office, you want to manage this thing well so it doesn't backfire or doesn't affect you in your wish to win another term in office or as a president. But now we have a very fine opportunity and a fine case. In the case of President Mahama, he's not going for another term. He just have only 4 years. And I feel this is about time for him to go heads up, straight up, deal with this issue of Galamsey, and let's see our water bodies, come back to its normal state, and let's see the destruction of our forest reserve come to an end. Because the last time I heard the former minister say somewhere that, the country's forest reserve is gradually depleting, and if care is not taken, we may wake up one morning and will not have any forest reserve in this country. And so it's about time we come together as Ghanaians and be strong and have one voice, in dealing with this Galamsey, irrespective of which political party is in power, irrespective of which president, we have, we should come together because our water bodies are being destroyed. The last time, the Ghana Water Company says that, we are unable to, or they are unable to treat the water we are supposed to drink. And if care is not taken, within the next 5 or 10 years, we have to import water. And that is scary. To import water from another country to your country, that is scary. And you know the funny thing, Nana, Galamsey is not only affecting the water bodies here in Ghana, it's going to other countries. Recently, the Ivorian president, about a year or two ago, was very, very upset with how the river bodies along the borders are being destroyed, which is affecting production of water in his country, Ivory Coast. We must check this thing. I don't know how we will deal with Galamsey. Is it greed? Is it selfishness? I don't know. I think we should come together and deal with this matter because it affects everybody. Galamsey doesn't know MPP, doesn't know NDC. Exactly. Water bodies being destroyed doesn't know MPP and NDC. And the lack of water, already we have some places where we don't have water. Recently, they don't do Galamsey in Ho, but then Ho for some time has been without water for a long while. As to the cause of it, we do not know. But if we continue to destroy these water bodies, which are the primary source of water for the entire country, then we are in trouble.
Indeed.
We are in trouble.
And it's not just destroying our water, but it's affecting our agriculture. Recently, we were warned about our cocoa and the fact that there was some level of pollution due to the chemicals being used. And, it's the same water that is used to do the farming in these local areas. Now, the Ghana Medical Association has also had cause to raise an alarm regarding the health implications of illegal mining. And the fact that even some persons, some babies were being born with clefts and all that. Deformities. And so I think, like you said, there should be a proper holistic approach to deal with the issue of illegal mining. The minister did say some fine things. We are waiting to see the implementation. Just as Darrow said, because implementation appears to be the major challenge regarding our policies.
A friend of mine told me that in Ghana we have law for everything. We have laws for every activity in Ghana, but what is lacking is the implementation. So if you're unable to implement all these laws, then why do we still have them on our books? Why do you still keep them in our shelves and the rest? But the essence of a law is implementation. If you pass these fine laws and you don't implement them, it is as good as not even passing them in the first place. So we need to deal with this drastically. The more reason why the civil society have already started, speaking, asking President Mahama to state a clear line policy, a clear direction on how Galamsey is going to be fought. Many people argue that the government is just 16 days or I think 17 days in office, and so we should give the government more time to operate. The more time we don't have, the luxury of time we don't have. The previous administration started something. Many people said that that administration failed woefully in the fight against Galamsey, which a lot of people admit. But then if they failed woefully, what is this administration doing to help address issues of Galamsey? And it is worrying. At least we are seeing pictures, live pictures of how the forest is being destroyed and the water level is really disheartening. And those in Accra, we shouldn't think that, we are in heaven. It will come to us. It will come to us. Though we are not mining or they are not doing Galamsey here in Accra, they are doing in another parts of the country where, the source of water that we drink is coming from. And imagine when they even close tap for a week or 2 weeks, how we struggle for water. And imagine we'll not be... I just can't imagine it, Nana. I just can't imagine it. And we expect authorities to deal with this matter. The MPP and Nana Akufo-Addo has done their part. The next administration should continue. As you always say, government is a continuous process. So let's see this government also do their bit in dealing with Galamsey.
Indeed. And there were other issues that came up regarding lands and land administration and all that, the issue of land guardism and all that. I mean, we'll be going into it, but if we could put pictures of that invasion of the Etiwa forest as reported by Darrow Bosu up, so that viewers can appreciate exactly what is happening within the Etiwa forest. We understand. So what you're seeing are pictures from the forest. We understand this is the Kwabin portion of the Etiwa forest, and these are pictures that we received today. And you can tell the level of devastation. Although we've said that we will not allow mining in our forest reserves, this is what we are seeing currently, and apparently this has been attributed to some persons who have besieged the forest, claiming to have the rights to mine because there's been a change in power, and that their government it has now taken over the helms of affairs. And this is what Darrow Bosu was referring to earlier regarding the impunity and, of course, the influence of political apparatchiks in illegal mining in the country. So as you can see, the level of devastation being caused to the Etiwa forest in the eastern region. So I mean, quite disturbing. Quite disturbing. We're losing green cover. We're losing green cover in the capital. We're losing our forest reserves. Pretty soon, it won't be just the water that we'll have to import. We might have to look elsewhere for
trees.
For trees. Even oxygen. You understand? I mean, it will get to that point. It will get to that point because it's dangerous if we're going to continue like this.
And the worst is yet to come.
Yes, and that's why we need some bold action. Some bold actions, some bold solutions to this. I mean, the minister mentioned, among other things, the deployment of water guards and all that, a review of the licensing regime, and a number of things. But we need bold action to back these words. Other than that, it's just the mere political rhetoric that we hear over and over again, and no solutions being brought to the issues of illegal mining.
The people I thought were able to help or will help us deal with this matter, the last option was the military. But unfortunately, there was Operation Hot, Operation Vanguard, and the rest. But then we saw little achievement, we saw little result, we saw very little impact, as far as dealing with this matter is concerned. Because in the last few months of the last administration, around the October, November, there was another military, military action where they started in Etiwa. We are told that they were there for some few days. Immediately they left, the Galamseyers went back because that's what they do. They went back to do, but then you ask yourself, for how long can you station the military or the security agencies in one particular area? A week, 2, 3, a month, 2, 3, a year? And remember that the more you keep these individuals there, the more cost is involved. You are feeding,
the sustainability.
Exactly. The sustainability has always been the problem. And so if the military, we think, will be the last option, is unable to do that, then as a country, I don't know where we are going to. But then for individuals perceived to be NDC members invade the forest because the government have come, is something to be worried about. It runs into what happened in Obuasi. where they were alleged that, you know, because NDC has also come, they were going to the Obuasi, the Anglo-Gold concession. I remember what the Otuofo said. It says that the fact that there's been a change in government doesn't mean there should be lawlessness.
Not at all.
Doesn't mean if there's change in government, that means you should take the law into your own hands. You know, and so we should deal with this matter holistically. And for me, Tufo, I've always advocated, and I still stand by it, that the best way we can deal with Galamsey is let's adopt the shoot to kill system. The shoot to kill system.
I don't agree with that.
A lot of people disagree with me, but I've always stand with it that the best way to deal with it, because we arrest these Galamseyers. Remember that the guys in the forest are not the owners of the concession. Those guys can't buy excavators.
More reason why this your approach won't work.
I'm coming. Those guys will not be able to afford $100,000, $150,000, $200,000 worth of excavators. They are bought by the big men, the rich men who they do not go into the forest. They send the boys. But then, assuming the boys go into the forest and we deploy the snipers to go and do the first operation, let's say 15 boys or 15 guys are gone. The big man behind will send another batch, and then they are also, you know, dealt with. I am very sure he will be afraid to send the next batch, because the next batch of individuals that
I mean, you see, you cannot continue sacrificing these boys at the expense of that big man.
And we cannot also sit down and watch these boys destroy our water body, the water we drink.
Sammy,
how many of us are able to afford?
That is why I keep saying
how
that.
many of us are able to afford bottled water? How many of us are able to afford sachet water? When you go to some of these villages, they don't have the privilege of being able to buy bottled water or
they don't even have
water.
potable water.
They drink from these rivers. That's where they drink. The cows, the goats, and the rest, they gaze in those rivers or find, you know, satisfaction in those rivers. But if we sit down and watch these boys, I'm using my words in quote, these boys to destroy the river bodies. It's mass destruction. They are killing all of us. So should we sit down and select only some 15 or 10 group of people to kill the entire village, the entire town, the entire country? Now, if we do within the first batch, the second batch, the third batch, the big man who is funding them will not even be motivated to send these boys back into the forest.
You have no idea the extent people will go because of their greed and selfish interest.
I'm telling you,
I am saying that.
First operation, second operation,
how many operation, can you kill? They are going to keep coming. It is not many as we can. It is not a sustainable approach. Listen, if you're going to kill a snake, cut off its head. And I am telling you that the powers that be know the so-called big men.
They know.
An excavator is not a bar of chocolate at a shop where anyone at all can walk in and buy. If people are going through proper procurement processes to acquire an excavator, then of course there should be a paper trail. And we are in this country where investigations have been done. Our very own Manasseh Azuri Awuni has done some investigation regarding people involved in illegal mining in this country. We have not seen the end of that and what has become of it. The young man has done a fine job, submitted names or names have popped up in there. Who has commissioned any proper investigation into this? A whole minister for environment and he also was environment science and innovation went through the pains. You get it?
Yeah.
And mentioned names and how difficult it was to fight the menace because of certain figures. What has become of that? So I am saying that the powers that be know who the so-called big men are. They should leave the Kofi Jesus and the Kwame Moses in the forest who have no monies to procure excavators. Those ones can be arrested and prosecuted. But the big man who sits in the capital city funds these activities for his own parochial and greed. He's the one that needs to be cut off. If you destroy the supply chain, then there's nothing else.
But
to
when
feed
you
on.
arrest him, what shows that the operations will not stop?
We've
known or we've studied elsewhere where there's been a cartel, you know, where the boss is arrested. Cocaine cartel, the boss is arrested, yet operations are still going on there. And then he comes back from prison or jail to still come back and come and enjoy the goodies that the boys have worked with it. So you know how you do? Start with the boys. No. When you start with the boys, it will get to the boss.
I would never agree with killing these boys. You see, a network has been established, right? There is a source, there is a distro and all that. But I'm saying that if you go into that network, How we have all these security agencies. Are you saying that we don't pick intel on any of these activities and we cannot infiltrate the ranks of these persons? We can easily do that, but if we have the political will to do this, and we are not benefiting from this, and so we have the political will to end Galamsey today, we can end Galamsey today. We're in this country when COVID came. An EI was issued that we should sleep. We slept. The commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces said we should sleep, and we slept. So if the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces wants to put an end to illegal mining, he will.
The commander-in-chief is not in the forest to issue those directives. The commander-in-chief is not in the forest to ensure. Hold on.
That's why he has lieutenants on the ground. When he said we should sleep during COVID,
but it was the same.
Was he at any traffic intersection?
It was the same commander-in-chief who said we should deploy his own troops in Operation What and Operation Vanguard. Did it bring any results?
We should stop the hypocrisy in this country.
Did it bring any results?
We should stop the hypocrisy in this country and deal with the issues as it should be dealt with.
Is to adopt the shoot to kill system.
That I do not agree with you.
That's all.
That I do not agree with you. There are other ways, other mechanics, and even including the community engagement. Listen, this shoot to kill matter you are talking about, if we decide to engage the community members, make them a part of the mining, proper mining, I'm talking about in their communities. There's ownership. You get it? There's a sense of belongingness.
Is there proper mining now?
Of course. I mean, there are companies that are doing actual mining, which is fine. It's just that we have people who are going into the forest, doing the destruction, and they are not reclaiming the lands. They are leaving the place.
They are the mini.
Exactly, that's where the numbers
they are the
a figure was put out today at the Veteran, suggesting about 3 million Ghanaians involved in illegal mining.
I'm saying 3 million, and we should allow just this 3 million to kill the entire country.
I'm saying that how many can you kill? You cannot kill them all. And you see, if we don't nip the thing in the bud, another group will rise up and begin to do it. Cut off the head of the snake. Take out the big man in there. Once you take out the big man from the network is ruffled, and of course mistakes will be made. Then you can destabilize the entire network and put an end to illegal mining in this country. Because you see, we're playing the ostrich. We don't want to deal with the issue as it should be dealt with. We don't want to crack the whip as it should be cracked, because, and I'm saying this advisedly, it appears they are beneficiaries to this illegal mining who are in places of power and so cannot act as they should be acting. And that is where we have this problem. If you look at the impunity within the sector, and we've heard such commentary across from time and again, you get it? Let's not pretend that it's foreigners who have come to invade our lands and are doing this. No, these are indigents, Ghanaians, who should know better, that are engaged in this. What happened to involving the chiefs right from the onset, the licensing regime? What happened to empowering the chiefs and the local communities to own their spaces and prevent some of these illegal mining? What happened to sitting down with them, negotiating proper royalties for the communities to benefit from them? We were talking about Joburg and how Joburg has benefited from mining in the area. Can we say the same for Obuasi? Can we say the same for the BA areas? We can't. You get it? We can't even say the same for the eastern region where this illegal mining is ongoing. And so, like I'm saying, we need to indigenize the thing and show more community involvement. And our chiefs, these are revered institutions. The chiefs are able to rally the communities behind them. We've seen instances where chiefs have taken action and insisted that there will be no illegal mining in our communities, and nothing of the sort has happened. You get it? So I think we need to empower the right bodies, the right authorities, and indigenize the entire mining within these local areas. I mean, as for the international firms, they will do their large-scale mining, all right. But even them, they also have questions to answer, because it's not always that they are doing
what is right,
environmentally sustainable mining. It's not always the case that they are reclaiming lands after they mine. And so there should be a holistic approach to mining in the country. And that's why I feel it is very important that the stakeholders that are able to sit and critically analyze the sector. They know where the loopholes are. They know how to deal with this. And I believe if they put their shoulders to the wheel and decide, based on political will, that we are taking this bold, decisive action to end illegal mining in Ghana, illegal mining can be stopped. It can be stopped.
The minister designate really has a lot of work to do. Honorable Kofi Amabua.
I agree.
Has a lot of work to do.
Agree.
Really has a lot of work to do.
And even worse of, illegal mining was one of the pillars on which they campaigned to come into power. So the entire country is optimistic to see how they are going to implement what they promised in their manifesto. Although that optimism is very measured. There's cautionary optimism. You get it? But he has a lot of work to do. And for a ministry as such, so now he has to deal with issues regarding mining, and even in mining, if we are looking at the traditional mining that we do, he has to deal with the different minerals in there. And then now he has to deal with the new metals that we are discovering. And then, of course, large scale, small scale, illegal. I mean, he has a lot of work to do. It does not end there. It goes into land issues. Because, I mean, it's a double sector ministry. So he has to deal with an issue of land administration, land acquisition. And you saw how some of the committee members were pushing questions regarding state lands at him.
And acquisition of it.
Exactly, because it's been very topical over the period. And allegations that have been flying here and there.
Looted lands, as they call it.
Looted lands. Exactly, and that came from his own quarters. You get it. So it will be interesting to see how practically he's going to work to resolve some of these issues. And then, of course, a big or major headache that he has to deal with is the issue of landguardism. Landguardism is a major problem in this country. Not a day or a week goes by that we do not report on the activities of landguards and the dangers or threats they pose to lives, livelihoods, and property in this country.
And it scares investors. Because if you're an investor, you want to acquire land to put up something or invest locally, and you see these land guards, you just pack your things and leave. I've had a cousin who bought a land, and tried to put something on it. The next day, he was there in called that Charlie. Someone has come to your land. By the time he got there, his structure has been pulled down and a new structure being put up by somebody else. And later on, it was realized that the same person who sold the land to him has sold that same land to about 4 people. So 4 different, individuals owning the land,
same parcel
of land, and then 2 different land guards. So when this one comes to see that there's a development on this land, they will go and destroy it. Another group, and it was so terrible for him that he had to leave. He had to stop, even trying to develop the land, and his money was never refunded to him. And till today, he decided not to purchase any land in Accra because he's afraid of these acts of, landguardism and the rest. And I feel this conversation came up some time back, and a DEX was created at the Ghana Police Service to deal specifically with issues of land guard. As to how they were able to deal with it or the success of it, we do not know. Secondly, I feel the Lands Commission must also help as far as land acquisition is concerned. Now, I know that when you buy a land, you must go to a commission to go and do a search to look for the real owners of the land. But if you go to the commission there, I wish they would tell you that, this land belongs to this person and that this person has already bought it. And something like that is being done. But I'm afraid they don't tell you all these things. You feel you have, a peaceful land. You go and try and develop it, and then you are told that it's somebody's land, and then today this and this. And the local chiefs, if you sell the land to one person, let it be that one person. Don't sell the land to Kofi. The next day you sell it to Kojo, and then the next day you sell it to Yao. And then all 3 of them will think and believe that, they own the land. And when they try to develop the land, it brings chaos. I think we should end this thing. Is it greed or selfishness? If you sell the land to one person, let it be for that one person. But you don't sell it to others because of the money you get or what. For me, the underlying factor in all this, in Galamsey, in land guard and all that, is greed. Is greed. Is greed.
And I agree.
Nothing more, nothing less. It's greed. It's greed. Because if you are not greedy, you will not embark on such adventure. If you are not greedy, you will not decide to sell a land that you know you sold to A already and then sell the same land to B.
And that is why implementation in this country remains the biggest problem, because if your greed should lead to you committing a crime, if you're selling the one parcel of land to 4 different people, that is fraud you are perpetrating. And that
what
is
do
a
you
crime.
expect?
And you should be dealt with
And you expect
according
all
to
4 of them to build on that same land?
How possible?
Oh, Charlie.
You get it? And so I feel if you're selling one parcel of land to 4 different people, then that is fraud you are perpetrating, and that is a crime. And then, of course, you should be dealt with according to the dictates of the law. It's as simple as that. If we are dealing with people how they should be dealt with, I mean, within the confines of our laws, then, of course, it sends a strong signal out there to some of these people to desist from engaging in some of these acts. But then again, there's also that impunity. There are people who feel that, well, they are above the law and so can wake up one day without any documentation and want to annex somebody else's land. And like I'm saying, if we stop treating some of these issues with kids' gloves, we can make headway in this country. It's sad that someone will work all their life, save up money, purchase a piece of land, begin work on the land, only for some what we call macho men to show up and destroy everything.
And the sad aspect, they'll come and tell you digging fee.
And you go to court for about 10 years and just give up. You'll be so frustrated, you wouldn't know what to do. I mean, these issues have resulted in...
And it has discouraged a lot of people from our lands. A lot of people. And land is so sensitive. If you don't take care, you may even be killed in the process. And so for you to remain safe, because of your family and the rest, you will decide that, oh, Charlie, you're the man in court. I don't really need it. Meanwhile, you have invested money in it. And
all right,
I don't talk about a personal story, so it's okay.
Let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up with the lands minister designate. Your observations are told. I mean, in summary of your observations of.
He was excellent,
fantastic, questions and all that.
Fantastic questions posed. He was excellent in his delivery, but some of his answers were, short in supply, because he said that unless he gets into that ministry, which I find very weird, because you've had all the briefings already. You've had all the briefings from the chief director and the various directors at the ministry. But if you are waiting to go in there before you have a full brief, I think that's a non-starter. Because
I think when you go in there, you can better appreciate
I understand.
the reality of the issues in the ministry.
During the transition period, you are made a member of the transition because you'll be assigned which of the committees to work with. If you are assigned to work with the committee, obviously you should have an understanding that you may be assigned to that ministry. So then immediately you start getting those briefs from the directors or the chief director or whoever is involved. Because when you go into the ministry there and you are sworn in fully as a minister, it's the same directors who will give you the briefing. It's the same directors who will give you the document to read. So if you feel that they misrepresented you in the beginning, what shows that they will not represent you when you come in there? That's what's going to change, because it's the same document that they gave you previous. It's the same thing you are going to come across when you go into the ministry there. So you have the full briefing. You've been told about anything. So you should be in a very informed position to give us a clear policy plan in how you intend to implement certain things at that particular ministry. But when you say that, let's wait till you get in there, I feel they use that to buy themselves some time. And also to escape from some of the harsh questions that may come as follow-up questions.
And sometimes you would want to play safe, be careful enough not to make certain pronouncements that will come back to bite you. Because despite the fact that you are going to serve in a ministry, it's a political appointment. There is a political agenda to prosecute, right? And this is stemming out of the manifesto of the party and, of course, the ideologies or the vision of the president, at whose behest you are serving at the ministry. And so it's important to be very careful in your submissions at the vetting, not to go contrary to the mother plan, if I can put it that way,
which is the manifesto.
Which is the manifesto of the party. I mean, you might have your own vision, your own ideologies that you want to prosecute at the ministry, but this must be subject to the one under whom you are serving. And whether it feeds into his own ideologies and his vision, for putting you at that particular ministry. And so it's important that they are very careful regarding some of the things that they say during this vetting. But I feel he did a good job.
Yeah.
He responded boldly to some of the questions that were put to him. He appears to me to have his own ideas, his own plans towards addressing some of the challenges we see.
As to whether he will be given the free hand and the free will to implement his own policies and programs.
Exactly, and whether his own ideas will not be subjected to the political jargon of the party, and he will be given enough room to execute same.
We wish more the best, because I've had the opportunity to speak to former appointees in the previous government, and they would have wished that certain things would have done in different ways, and they had proposed those ways, but then they were shut down because they were told that you work on the dictates of the president or the appointing authority. So if the appointing authority wants you to do it this way, you must do it that way, irrespective of the outcome of it, even though you may have your own plan in your own way of how you want to address that challenge or deal with it. You may not be able to implement your own plan, but then you have to deal with the primary objective of the appointing authority. And here lies the case, the manifesto of the NDC. If the NDC wants to do it, this way, and you also want to do it that way, it means you are not in agreement of the source document. So you may want to, leave the space. But if you want to still remain in the space, then go by the details of the party's document, which they say is the social contract they had with the Ghanaian people, and the document that brought them to power. And so you can't go against the document or the source that brought them to power. And so you just have to, live by it and implement it according to how they want you to do, and leave your own way of dealing with it, on your decks. So we wish him all the best. As one ministry, a lot of people will pay a lot of attention. Because of the critical issues happening in that particular ministry. Galamsey is one, which is on the topmost agenda already. People have started the conversation, asking the media to revisit the Galamsey conversation, because election is over. And so we should deal with these matters. And it was the same conversation by the media that got authorities to act on it. And so we should revisit these conversations and see how best they can deal with it. And especially another issue is the issuance of license to mine, mine in forest reserve or mining in general. We're told of some figures in the last administration. For this administration, we do not know if they've issued any license yet. But then Ghanaians will also be looking keenly at the Minerals Commission and the number of licenses they will issue within this period of time for people to go into that area and do the mining. Climate change. One ministry that's also going to be given attention is the issue of climate change. COP26 or I think 27 is coming up very soon. We've had all this COP and the implementation of climate change and climate policies and dealing with it. Thankfully enough, this government has a minister in charge of climate change and sustainability. And how he's going to deal with issues of climate change. We wish him the best. The previous administration,
green transition has also been added to the energy ministry.
Because the last time I said that now the world is moving to green energy. The era of fossil fuel is going. Europe says by 2035 they will stop fossil fuel. And now the conversation is beginning on electronic vehicles. We know of Tesla. We know of the cyber trucks and the rest. Now the developed worlds have shifted already, but for us here in Africa, we are still in the mood of the diesel petrol vehicles. The previous administration brought in some electronic buses. How far with those projects, and how more are we going to see these electronic vehicles come to Ghana or come to Africa? So we also need, how would I put it, a direction on how we are going with this new energy or this green energy, so that we will not also be left behind, because we are in the era of AI. And how are we also adopting this AI system as far as our development as a country is also concerned? So we shouldn't be left behind. We shouldn't be sitting down and say business as usual, because we should think about the future. We should know that there will be a time where green energy will take over completely. and then dealing with fossil fuel will do away. So we should also take our minds towards that side and build towards it, because the future is here. If anybody tells me that the future is the next 10, 15 years, no, the future is now. So let's deal with the situation now.
Well, we all know the environmental consequences if we leave things to be the way they are. Just last year, we experienced this drought that has resulted in a loss of, food, both for local consumption and for export. It even resulted in the ban on export of cereals to neighboring countries and all that. And so it's important that the ministries now, which will have to be Ministry for Energy, Green Transition, Ministry for Lands and Natural Resources, and the Ministry, the Minister of State in charge of climate change and sustainability, to come out with a holistic plan and to drive this conversation about climate change. And then we know the way forward. We haven't gotten to the levels of other countries where we've seen decommissioning of coal plants and all that, and even talks about Africa, the need for Africa to even pollute more to be able to reach certain levels. We haven't gotten there yet, but it's important that
Africa is not contributing that much.
But it's bearing the brunt.
It's bearing on us. Even here in Ghana, the weather pattern has not been as it is. In Ghana, anytime is June, July, August, we know it's rainy season. But now, do we see that? No, we don't see it change. November, December, January, of its dry season, Harmattan. But do we see it now? We're in January, but then Harmattan came in for a few days and then it went away. So we are getting to feel it here in Ghana, and the pattern as it used to be is no more. So that should give us an indication that climate change is here. Climate change is affecting us. Climate change needs to be dealt with. It's natural, but then we can do certain things to save ourselves than depend on Europe and the rest, where there will be conferences, huge amount of money will be promised, and those demands cannot and will not be met. And if you say that you are sitting down waiting for support from Europe or the America, no way, it's not going to happen. Donald Trump has recently taken some drastic measures, leaving the Paris Club and the rest, and is affecting all of our things. So we should also think of our own way. You should think of our own, means of addressing issues of climate change. And I'm excited about the Minister of State being appointed. In the previous administration, there was only an advisor to the president. But this time around, there's a Minister of State, which I feel will have more powers to deal with issues of climate change on the advice that he will give the government and the sustainability, that will come with it. I'm very concerned about climate change. I'm one person who is very worried about climate, because its effect is worse. It's really worse than we anticipate. It's really worse.
Very well. Let's remind viewers and listeners of 97.3 City FM that we'll be going back to the appointments committee for the vetting of the Ashanti Regional Minister designate, Dr. Frank Amoako-Hene, who is scheduled to take the seat in a matter of minutes. Pretty shortly, he will be invited in by the appointments committee, and we will be joining them to bring you that live feed, live coverage, live report from the appointments committee regarding the vetting of Dr. Frank Amoako-Hene as Minister Designate for the Ashanti region. The chairman we can see seated there. We hear him calling for the nominee to take his seat, and so pretty shortly we'll be joining him. But briefly before we go, Tia Ibrahim, Minister Designate for the Northeast region, had his turn. He went after Amakufibua, who is Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources. Were you impressed with Tia Ibrahim?
Yes, I was. He's a local boy, as I always say. But then I foresee some challenges. It's one of the newly created regions, in the northern part of the country. And the needed development that was projected or was expected to go in there did not go there as the residents there were expecting. And so as the regional head, there's going to be pressure on him. There's going to be more demands on him to bring in the needed development. And that question was asked. But then he said that it will be to the availability of funds. If the funds are available, development will come. But if the funds no day, nothing you go fit do.
Well, indeed, we'll be joining the Appointments Committee soon. We have seen the nominee taking his seat, Dr. Frank Amoakohene, in his kotoko and in tin-tying cloth. He's just about being administered the oath by the clerk to the committee. And so let's go over to the Appointments Committee for the vetting of Dr. Frank Amoakohene, Ashanti Regional Minister Designate.
Swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Honorable nominee, in 2-3 minutes, tell us about yourself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dr. Frank Amoakohene. I was born at Kolebu. My mother comes from Nsuta Ishiefu. Her father comes from Mampong Ashanti. My dad comes from Nsuta Kwaman. His father comes from Drobonso. By the matrilineal pattern of inheritance, I'm from Nsuta Ishiefu. I began my school from Kwaman SDA Primary School. From there, I moved to Ogwa SDA, Daban SDA, Pipayasi SDA, Buenim SDA, Aguna SDA, all in the primary school, and settled at St. Monica's Primary School in Ashanti Mampong, where I completed my basic education. From there, I moved to St. Monica's JHS for some few months, then moved to Anglican JHS for some few months, then finally settled at St. Andrews Junior High School, where I completed my BCA. Mr. Chairman, from there I proceeded to the Osei Senior High School, where I pursued science, completed in the year 2008. Then from there I moved to the University of Ghana, where I pursued Bachelor of Science in Biomathematical Science in the first year. Second year I moved to Bachelor of Science in Medical Laboratory Sciences. I completed in the year 2014. In the year 2016, I had the opportunity to pursue Bachelor of Science, Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery, where I completed also in the year 2020. After I completed, I had the opportunity to enroll in the Doctor of Medical Laboratory Sciences program at the UDS. From there, I completed in the year 2023. In the same year, I also enrolled with the Accra Business School to pursue a Master of Business Administration program, a generic option. I've been in student leadership. I was president for University of Ghana Allied Health Students Association. I was president for National Health Students Association of Ghana. And by virtue of that, I was member of the National Executive Committee of NUCS. I was chairman for the NUCS at 50 Central Planning Committee. From there, I became the president of the National Union of Ghana Students. Right after NUCS, I entered into mainstream politics, where I ran for MP in the 2020 general elections, but I was unsuccessful at Mampong constituency. In the year 2022, I ran for regional secretary for the NDC, which I won, and I'm currently serving as the regional secretary for the National Democratic Congress. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Our honorable guest, this is parliamentary sitting, so we don't clap here. I will plead with you to listen to the proceedings in silence. Please, it is very important. Take note of this. Order.
You can start somewhere. Elvis, you can't talk on this.
I will call on Honorable Elvis Ose Mensah Dapa to start. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Congratulations once again, the incoming Regional Minister for Ashanti region. Congratulations once again. I'm told you are from the Vakus land, that is Osei boys. On behalf of Abrempong boys, we say congratulations once again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Because I'm also a product of Osei boys. Honorable nominee, my first question, per my investigation, couple of researches, I can see and feel like you like TikTok. Am I lying? How often I meet you at TikTok?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that is correct. I'm a social media person, and I always choose to engage with the youth on social media. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Any further question?
My second question. How are you going to manage to bring all the paramount chiefs in Ashanti region to solve disputes? For example, when you come to Ahafuano Southwest constituency, we have 2 paramount chiefs and sub-chiefs 48. So in case of emergency, how are you going to resolve issues to deal with the chieftaincy? Once is one of the best institutions in our region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So traditional leadership is one that we cannot downplay, and more so in the setting of Ashanti region. Thankfully for us, the Otunfo Osei, His Royal Majesty, is one who is very much revered and has so much leadership control within the traditional front in Ashanti region. Mr. Chairman, when giving the nod, I'm going to work closely with the Menchia and His Royal Majesty in order that when issues, conflicts whatsoever start arising, we would be able to confront him at the early stages in order that we can solve them head on. So when giving the nod, I want to assure Mr. Chairman and the committee that I'm going to work closely with Menchia and the Transitional Council in order that we'll be able to resolve any problems that may arise. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Honorable Nominee, what are your plans to improve upon road network? Precisely, I have a road, for example, in Ashanti region, from Yoso, that is Ahafuano Southwest constituency, up to Esuoko. Now, we have done a couple of processes. At the moment, I can say that we've reached at a certain point. Will you be there to facilitate it in such a way that Yoso to Esuoko Road in the Ahafuano Southwest constituency can still proceed, or?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Road infrastructure is one area that, when critically paid attention to, can help bridge the infrastructure gap so far as the region is concerned. Mr. Chairman, within we also Domiabra all the way to Menchia within the Ahafuano Southwest constituency. Personally, I went there for campaign activities. So I've had a first-hand idea about the road nature or the nature of roads in those areas. When giving a nod, I want to assure Mr. Chairman and the House that these areas are areas where cocoa production is on the high and cocoa farming is on the high. I would work closely with the cocoa board so that we can lobby and get much of the cocoa routes into these areas. And again, work with the sector minister for routes in order that we'll be able to get the needed development in all these areas where
their efforts, especially in farming, contribute significantly to the economy of the Ashanti region. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I will proceed to give the floor to Al-Hassan Omar, Honorable.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations, and I wish you well. I believe you will be the first youthful face to handle such a very important region and the Golden State. And I don't have much than to wish you well so that our party too will grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. May I give the floor to Honorable Hajia Ladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me take the opportunity to congratulate the young regional minister. I know how hard you have worked. I'm not oblivious of that. You did well. You worked so hard. And your work has proven itself. No one needs to say it. I have worked directly with most of your activists, and I know very well that yours has brought some addition. I only want an assurance that you are not going to be an armchair regional minister and let the party go down again in the Ashanti region, and that you will work hand in hand with all stakeholders for the party and for the region and for the whole of Ashanti-Man to know that, yes, we are, and that we will continue to work hard. Otherwise, I wish you all the best in all the endeavors that you will be facing, and may Allah bless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, as the honorable member rightly put it, I'm very youthful, and I represent the youth in governance, and I have that responsibility of making sure that I make a stronger case for the youth. I want to assure Mr. Chairman and the House that I was regional secretary, and I wasn't armchaired. I moved around all 47 constituencies. Some I spent as much as 3 days over there. I want to assure the House that I wouldn't be seated only at the RCC. I'll move around to make sure that the work is done, and done well within the various municipalities and assemblies, in order that it will be a good example to involve the youth in governance subsequently. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I recognize Honorable Dr. Anana Ayu Afriye.
Honorable Chairman, it's not mischief, but it's interesting that I'm going to ask Dr. Makohini questions. I would say Dr. Makohini is consciously NDC, but it's my product politically in students' politics. Yes. If you have a son who differs with you ideology-wise, you always grow him. And I'm very happy to see somebody I've fathered at student level being appointed to the region. Dr. Makohini, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Makohini, the first one is, with that solemn level of tolerance which I have known you and encouraged you, are you ready to take the fire of dissent as far as the development of Ashanti region is concerned from this time around, you as a regional minister and me as an MP wanting the best for your region? Are you ready for that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, constructive criticism is part of leadership and governance. And as you rightly said, you well trained me within the students' front. Mr. Chairman, the honorable member is the first NASAC president. and I was the 10th NASAC president. And though ideologically we differ, we joined forces to make sure we build and rebuild the Students' Front. And I want to assure Mr. Chairman and the House that with that tolerance and that ability to accept dissent and divergent views, I'm going to ensure that when given the nod, I'll work hand in hand with all political parties, every person within the region, the old, the young, in order that collectively we can build Ashanti region and move the region forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further question?
Yes, Honorable Chairman. Looking at Ashanti region, the fact that we have the MPP has more members of parliament in Ashanti region, what is going to be your predisposition in terms of yourself, your DCs, and the MPs towards development of Ashanti region?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Once you are elected into office to serve the nation, to a larger extent, we are expected to put behind our partisan affiliation in order that we can partner well and build our respective constituencies and the region at large. Mr. Chairman, when giving the nod, I'm going to ensure that the MMDAs and the chief executives who man these sectors work closely with the respective members of parliament so that every constituency, every district, every municipal, and the Metropolitan Assembly get to see the needed development. So yes, the MPP has quite a number of MPs within the region, but I'm sure that with the right engagement and partnership, we should be able to leverage on that to even help make sure we develop the region. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I'm done with this. It's a simple question. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Respectfully, would you encourage...
Or your last question?
Last question. Would you encourage only and only responsible mining in the Ashanti region?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As a medic and knowing the health implications of irresponsible mining and the effect on even the unborn and the society, I'm going to work hard to closely work with sector ministers and the agencies to ensure that we take good control of mining within the region and do well to make sure we, if not completely, to a larger extent, eliminate irresponsible mining. That I want to give you my assurance, Mr. Chairman, that I'm going to work hard and assiduously on that to make sure we restore our water bodies and the environment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I will then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Sukparo Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Frank, congratulations. Mr. Chairman, I've known Frank for the past maybe 14 years. We've worked together in our students' days when he was the NASAC president, but then I was also leading the PUSAC, private university students in this country. When he became NUC's president in Ghana again, he was always in touch with me. We collaborated in so many things. And I am of the view that this is the right choice for the Ashanti region, considering the fact that he's the youngest so far in the ministers appointed by His Excellency the President.
Please, your question.
My question, Mr. Chairman, it is to congratulate Dr. Frank. I cannot ask him any question because I've worked with him in the past and I have no doubt in his, competency. And therefore, I can only wish him well and let the people of Ashanti region know that this is the best for them. And also, they should give him all the needed support that he needs to run the region. Congratulations, Doctor.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Honorable Adams Abdul Salam.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Doug, congratulations. First of all, on behalf of the Ashanti MPs Caucus, we would like to congratulate you and thank you for your contribution during the campaign. You, together with the regional executives, made sure that we upped our numbers in Parliament from 4 to 7. And I'm sure with your leadership in the region as a minister, we hope to increase those numbers in the subsequent elections. I have a question that I'm sure would be on the minds of a lot of people. People who have followed you know that you are heavy on social media. Have you done any TikToks today?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've posted just one video today.
On your way to Parliament to show that you were coming for a vetting.
Okay, so I have a team that manages my social media account for me. So as and when there is an incident or there is an issue, they show it to me, then they do the needful by posting on social media.
So, Minister, can you assure this committee that you will not over-rely on social media in a way that would impede your performance as a minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think that from the discussion so far, it is clear that I've been involved a lot in youth leadership. And in time past, when I was young, my father would send me to the community center where they get to play Ludo Dummy, among others. In recent time, those centers do not exist. There's a new society known as the social media, where we get the opportunity to share ideas and also to interact. So right from my student days, I was very present on Facebook, Twitter, among others. Having been elected as regional secretary for Ashanti, I noticed that, and upon profiling the region, I noticed that most of the youth were rather on TikTok. So I may be posting on Twitter, but I would not be getting my target audience. The reason for which I needed to be very much present in that space in order that I would be competitive enough to champion the ideas of my political party and also His Excellency the President. Given the influence and the following I have on social media, Mr. Chairman, I want to assure the committee that I'm rather going to use the platform to promote good governance, to leverage on that in order that they will all buy into the developmental agenda of the region and the country at large, so that we'll be able to drive the youth along and also get them to own the developmental policies of the government and the country. So I want to assure the House that I'm not going to overly rely on social media. However, the platforms will be available so that the youth who would want to reach me can still send a message, and there will be a team there who will look at the messages and draw my attention in order that I will be able to assist them where need be. With this said, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, so as a regional minister, you are going to be supervising the MMDAs. And with your presence on social media, have you thought of how you could leverage on your presence to enhance local participation in local governance?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think that it is an interesting area that, when given the nod, I would like to explore. I intend to be on the field, as I've been advised to, and spend enough time with the various MMDAs so that we'll be able to not only supervise and monitor, but be part of whatever they are doing. Considering my youthful nature and the fact that most of the youth are on social media, I want to assure the committee and the House that I would make sure I leverage on my following on social media in order that we could get the youth to be actively involved in the activities of the MMDAs. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the last one. Minister, you're a doctor, 10 politician. So with that background, what health policies are you going to promote to enhance health delivery services, especially in deprived communities and constituencies like mine? Remember when you were in my constituency, we visited a health center, and you were appalled by the conditions of the health center. So I'm sure the people of Atrebuana are listening. And remember, you promised to come back So they will be looking forward to seeing you as a minister. So what policies are you going to promote to enhance quality health delivery services in rural communities and constituencies such as mine?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, yes, considering my background, I'm sure that the knowledge I have within the health field is going to help a lot so far as the health delivery services within Ashanti is concerned. Given the question at hand, the underserved communities are either cut off by three major things I identified during the campaign. It's either they have no health facility within the catchment area, or they have no good road networks linking them to the available health facility, or the people themselves are not empowered enough with the right information to know when to make a decision to go to the hospital or otherwise. Given these three issues and problems, I want to work closely with the sector minister in order that CHIP compounds, health centers would be made available in communities where they have no access to healthcare facility. Given that as well, our secondary level of health provision, that is the district level health provisions, in districts where there are hospital projects where they have not been completed, I'll work hard with the sector minister in order that we'll be able to complete same for the use of the good people of Ashanti region. At the tertiary level, almost half of the northern belt depends on Konfanoche for their healthcare delivery. The Sewa Hospital and the Afari Hospital was to come in, ease more of the pressure on Konfanoche in order that we could help His Royal Majesty Otunfuo in order that we can give it a world-class touch and heal Konfanoche as he puts it. As we speak now, and from the briefing, these two major hospitals are not in use. When giving the nod, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to work closely with the sector players in order that we can assess the state of these two major infrastructural inputs that we will have in our health. Once that is done, I'm sure that we should be able to get it in use so that pressure will leave Konfanoche. Then together with the central government, see how best we can help His Royal Majesty put Konfanoche in good shape. When it comes to the information aspect of it, I would work closely with the MMDAs in order that they would get their public health units all out to embark on health education so that the community can definitely have the needed information to take the right decisions. When it comes to roads, I'm sure that the first question I answered, I spoke extensively about how I'm going to collaborate with the COCO board and to get the COCO roads and also the sector minister for roads in order that they can have access to these health facilities when they are built within the catchment area. With these, I'm sure that we should be able to rebuild and bring back a robust health delivery system in Ashanti region. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. Any further question?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Then I give the floor to Ritana Odoleso.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Dr. Akamugri, congratulations on your nomination by the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to the position of Ashanti Regional Minister.
Thank you.
I heard you answer one of the questions and you said you'll be father for all. Yes, as regional minister, or whatever portfolio you find yourself in, you have to be father for all. But in the name of father for all, we have seen some in times past. Are you going to be father for all to give fair hearing to everybody, or father for all where your own people will be neglected? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I think in answering the question, I didn't explicitly use the father for all terminology, but it meant that I was going to open my arms to everyone within the region in order that they will be able to approach and then let us know their challenges and help solve them. Whilst doing that, and as a youthful leader, consciously, definitely, I'll have to help build the youth within the region. So yes, I'm going to be there for everyone within the region without having to also put the youth and the good people of Ashanti region at a disadvantage. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any further question?
Yeah, on this note, I want to wish you well. I pray God's blessings for you, that you excel in your new position so that will be a learning process for the youth that are monitoring you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will recognize Dr. Asamoah. You have the floor.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Congratulations, Doc, on your nomination. Coming from the Ashanti region, we are proud that the young man has been given the opportunity to lead the region. Ashanti region happens to be the second largest region as far as population is concerned in the country. And recently, we know there were some clashes within the Obuasi enclave, which, if not taken care of, it might extend to other constituencies that mining is ongoing. What do you intend to do to make sure that we prevent such incidents, taking into consideration post-election violence?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So yes, it's a sorry situation at Obuasi where we lost 9 energetic men. Any issue that involves the loss of life is a sorry one. And I want to use this opportunity to extend my condolences to the affected family. However, the nitty-gritties of what really occasioned the clash is still under investigation. And thankfully, the President of the Republic has commissioned a team to investigate the matter. And I'm very sure that the committee will do a good job and come out with good recommendations. Given that recommendation, Mr. Chairman, when given the nod, I'll follow through with the recommendation in order that we will be able to use Obuasi as a test case and as a learning platform so that we can extend those recommendations into the other mining areas in order that we can prevent any such fatal clashes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further question?
Following up with this, that means that the youth needs to be taken care of. And you know, Kumasi has the second largest number of headquarters, and they just outgone MPP government invested so much in training headquarters to be able to reskill and redeploy them. And we all know that buildings that were built for Kayayes in Accra experienced some kind of looting after the election. What do you intend to do to be able to make sure that the youth in Ashanti region and the youth that are coming from the northern side of our country are well trained so that we can reduce these headquarters and the pain and the suffering they tend to go through? We most of the time underutilize their abilities and what they can contribute to our nation building.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Every youth in Ghana deserves to have a decent job. And with that in mind, His Excellency the President has a plan, and as stated in our manifesto, to embark on what we call the National Apprenticeship Program, where we seek to give employable skills to the youth of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Chairman, when giving the nod, I'll work closely with the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment in order that we will get the fair share of that program to the good people of Ashanti region. Given that, and as part of the manifesto, the President, His Excellency John Mahama, has made a huge commitment that he's going to help through the youth ministry to train 1 million coders in digital skills so that they can have this digital knowledge to be able to survive in institutions, among others. I'm going to also work closely with the Sector Minister in order that the Ashanti region will get its fair share. Specifically on the Kayaye issue, I think very much that that intervention was good. However, upon reflecting on the thoughts of some of the regional ministers that you have vetted, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, the ideas they share, I think that when we augment what has already been started with that, we should be able to, in the first place, prevent the northern-southern migration in the first place, whilst we take care of those in the south through the program that was initiated by the former administration. So yes, we need to empower the people right where they are, so that they wouldn't have to travel all the way to the south in order that they will find an avenue to be trained. So I think that as regional minister, when giving the nod, I'll work closely with my other regional ministers in order that they will equally be on top of the game, in order that they empower the people in the north rather than allowing them to come to the south before we can get an intervention for their training. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Well, you are entitled to one more question. And that should be the last question, indeed.
Thank you, Chair. So, whilst I'm congratulating you, I want to assure us, Ashanti region tends to have the largest number of members of parliament from the opposition party. And we know that Ashanti region, like I said, the largest number of people. How will you assure us that you're going to work closely with the member of parliament and your MMDC or DCs collaboratively so that we can build a strong region which the Ken, the Otumfo, Osetutu has always been advocating for? How do you intend to make sure that you strongly work collaboratively with all the MPs and the MMDC and DCs so that we can achieve that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, as Riley said, the region is predominantly NPP, and as such, it reflects in the parliamentary seats. In order to navigate this challenge, I would ensure that when giving the nod, I would constantly engage with my members of parliament within the region, in order that we can all have a clear blueprint and a framework for the development of Ashanti region. It is only when they are left or kept in the dark, that is the only time that they will come out and agitate, because they would not understand the direction within which we are moving the region. So I want to assure Mr. Chairman and the House that when giving the nod, I'm going to work closely with all members of parliament within the region, and also ensure that the MMDAs, the chief executives there, partner well with their MPs so that they can bring development into the region. At least we have 4 years, if all things being equal. Let's use the first 3 years to develop the region. We can do all we want in the election year, but I'm sure that if we're able to commit all hands on deck within the first 3 years, we should be able to turn things around for the better for the region. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I will move to Honorable Shaibu Mahama.
Chairman, let me thank you very much. Frank, congratulations. Chairman, listening to his posture, demeanor, and the way he answered the questions, I have no doubt that you will deliver. I'll leave you with two things. Behind you, I see very big party stalwarts. I see Auntie Betty, I see Dr. Dufour, party chairman, Queen Mothers. Not only should you not disappoint them, but also the youth in Ashanti and Ghana as a whole will look forward to you for two things. First, to give them direction, and secondly, to let the president, who has nominated you for appointment, note that he can give other opportunities to other youth. So please, two things with you. I wish you Allah's blessings in your new role.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. You are done. I will give the floor to Honorable Patrick Obama.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and congratulations, Minia. Trinkwa. Mebusa onsem kakrebi. How many paramounces do we have in Ashanti? Paramounces and divisions. since you are in a nice cloth from Ashanti, and you've spoken so well, how many paramounts do we have in the great kingdom under His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would not know the numbers of head. I know of the Mampong Traditional Council, Ofenso, Kumewu.
If you don't know, you don't know. We have about 66 and 12 divisions in Ashanti. Okay? You should know, because you'll be a frequent visitor at Menchia during a day. You should know where they sit and how to go about your duties. Secondly, I know Otumfuo is very passionate about some projects that I'm going to be mentioned. One is the Central Market project. Number 2 is the Lake Road project. You know the Lake Road. They're buying that side. Santase to Anyankwanta. The Accra Kumasi dualization project. The Sofolai Ebuakwa. Swami interchange. They are projects that commenced under the MPP administration. Please, the dualization project.
Order.
Chairman, you need to protect your member. Accra Kumasi dualization project was commenced and continued by the NPP. It's on record. You can check. It's on record. You can check. Aferi Hospital, Sevilla. You mentioned it. There's nothing political about these. They are for the good people of Ghana and Asante-Mine. Please assure Asante-Mine and His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei-Tutu that you are going to ensure with your beautiful cloth and your power that all these projects, which were started by the MPP, together with the 1D1F projects, are completed so that the good people of Ashanti enjoy some benefits out of this project.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Rightly so, all projects within the region deserve to be completed for the use by the good people of Ashanti region. I think that we are at a point where we need to, as the Honourable Member rightly put it, depoliticize development, especially within the region. So, in line with the same, and with the assurances we got from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama when he visited the Menchia for the first advocacy, he was emphatic that he was going to support to make sure that we complete all stalled projects within the region. And I'm very sure that that will not go without that of the previous administration, in addition to that which was initiated by my very own Uncle Kofor, Krufu Market, and those that were initiated by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, including the KJTR Central Market Project, the Banka Community Day Senior High School, Fumsu Community Day Senior High School, Afrancho Market, Ofenso Community Day Senior High School, Dobonso Community Day Senior High School. Bosomchin Oyoko Community Day Senior High School is operating, but maintenance has also become a problem. So with this, Adijama Community Day Senior High School, with this said, I want to assure Mr. Chairman and the House that when given the nod and with the commitment of His Excellency the President, we're going to make sure that we complete all these projects that needs to be completed for the use of the good people of Ashanti region. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chairman, I don't have a follow-up question on that. I'll go to my second question. What will be your strategic vision for the Ashanti region? And I'm asking that it has to sit with the vision of Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II. what will be your strategic vision for the good people of Ashanti?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Considering the nature of Ashanti, with agric, trade, business being the hallmark of the region, I think that it will be well situated that when given the nod, I pay particular attention to the agric sector, pay particular attention to bridging the infrastructural gaps we have, especially in the areas of trade, as we mentioned, concerning the markets that we need to expand, among others. And lastly, the region has its unemployment rate sadly above the national average. The national average is 14.7. The region has its unemployment rate around 16.0. At the face of this challenge, I'm going to work closely with the various sectors to ensure that the youth get access to decent jobs in order that we can bring down the unemployment challenges we have in the region. So, Mr. Chairman, bridging the infrastructural gap, making sure we make the agricultural sector very lucrative, supporting businesses, and also helping to curb the unemployment situation that is on the rise within the region. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, thank you. My last question. When I show CV, page 2. Let's turn our attention to your CV, page 2. Why, Roxanne? When the voter regional nominee came and the chairman was speaking ever with him, nobody complained. In the other name, they all complaining. So, Doc, 2022 to 23, medical doctor, Bekwai Municipal Hospital. 2021-22, medical doctor, Greater Accra Regional Hospital. 2014 to 2016, medical laboratory scientist, University of Ghana Hospital. Are you a medical doctor, properly so called? Senior house officer, properly so called? Walk me through this. I'm an illiterate in that area. I want to be sure. Because I was told in there to be a junior officer, senior officer before you are given a practicing certificate. Walk me through whether you've qualified as a practitioner within your space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So the areas you read regard to two separate professions. The first is medical laboratory sciences. I completed that in 2014. Was duly licensed and practiced for some few years, after which I left back to the medical school. I completed medical school in the year 2020. I did my first year housemanship at Ridge Hospital, then my second year housemanship at Bekwai Hospital. Then I left there as a medical officer. So I'm done with internship within both the medical laboratory space and also within the MBCHB space. So I'm so qualified and I've undergone all the requisite training and the service I need to undertake. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So you're a medical doctor licensed by the Medical and Dental Council?
Yes, please.
Properly so called?
Yes, please.
Dr. Panier. Congratulations, Doc. I wish you the very best.
Thank you very much. And I can't tell you for cry.
Thank you. I recognize the presence of the second Deputy Speaker of the Naif Parliament, Honorable Andrews Emoku Asema.
Yes, Chairman, thank you so much for indulging me. My brother, congratulations. I don't have much to ask you. My question is that you know Ashanti region well. You know the state of the region. I just want you to tell me and tell the chiefs and the good people of Ashanti how and what you want to see Ashanti region at the end of your tenure? In other words, I want you to tell me the legacy you want to leave the region with at the end of your tenure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At the end of my tenure, I want to see or leave behind a peaceful and a well-developed region where the citizens in there have an improved standard of living. With these three issues mentioned, I'm very sure that it should be a good legacy to leave behind for posterity. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much.
Oh, so you didn't let me conclude. Anyway, I wish you well.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thanks so much. Honorable nominee, your constituency is here to ask you one question. It's the person of Honorable Amprechum.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to ask a question to my great constituent, who is going to be the next regional minister.
They call him governor.
Let me congratulate you for your nomination. I'm sure you'll be a fine regional minister. After the baptism of fire and introduction I gave you into politics in 2020. He contested me in 2020. And that was his entry into the real politics of Ghana. And I thank God that you've grown since then into a regional secretary to the great NDC. And today, you've been blessed as a nominee for the biggest of all the regional ministerial positions. I've got just one question, and I don't think it will be a difficult question. My question actually has something to do with Mampo, or something that will benefit your hometown. And I'm expecting that when you sit on the great chair, that will be your number one agenda. That's why I'm interchange. An extension to it is the dualization of the route from Swami Interchange through Tafo, through Ohia, through Meduma, through Mampontein, all the way to Asromaso Junction. I was quite instrumental in putting that project together. Somewhere in late October, early November, the minister then, Honorable Asenso Boache, we met at Tafo, and then we cut the sword for that road. That road happens to be the most congested road leading from Kumasi to the other areas. If you check all the other routes that leads out of Kumasi, all has been dualized, with the exception of
Honorable Amprachum, question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just about to land. I was just preparing the ground before I actually hit home. And like I said, it's a friendly question. I am landing. And I'll be landing very soon. Now, that road is the only road that has not been dualized. And we have gone far. Sword has been cut. We need to move ahead with it. Can you give your word that if we give you the nod, oh, no wonder you lost out.
I haven't lost out yet.
Okay. There's still hope. Yes. I'll pray for that. Can you tell me or convince us or convince your people of Mampo, convince members on this table that when given the law, you are going to do your utmost best make it a priority, champion it to make sure that Mampo, which is the next big town after Kumasi, having lost out all these years.
That is wrong.
Formina, don't talk. Formina, you are a small boy in this matter. When we talk of the big boys in the Ashanti region, Formina, you are small. There's a hierarchy. There's a hierarchy, yes. You know that, my brother.
Honorable Amprechum, your question. And address the chair.
Honorable nominee, my question has been asked. Can you give us your word that you are going to... My Hema is sitting right behind you. You've managed to bring the whole occupant of the silver stool in Ashanti region here to support you, the Queen Mother. Give your word to the Queen Mother that when you are confirmed, you are going to do your utmost best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The President indeed and the Minister of the previous administration indeed cut sword for the construction of the Swami interchange and the dualization of the adjoining routes, including the Swami to Tafo all the way to Mampong road. Unfortunately, the timelines they gave elapsed because we were assured that the project will be done by the end of 2024. Unfortunately, after cutting the sword got lost and we could not complete the project. Given that, Mr. Chairman, I want to assure the House that I'm going to find the sword and I'm going to make sure that the project is well completed. And as my MP rightly said, at least if not for anything, for the good people of Mampong, rightly seated behind me is Nana Ajakoma Difie II, the Queen Mother for Mampong Traditional Council. At least that will be a good legacy to leave behind for the good people of Mampong and also for the traditional leaders of Mampong. I work hard and closely with the roads and the sector minister and also with central government in order that we can find funding for the project and complete it in the shortest possible time. I want to assure the committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for assuring my very good friend that you do a project that they couldn't do. Honorable Roxanne Nelson.
Let me get bless him. Chairman, let me bless him and then he takes over. Honorable nominee, I want to assure you that you will say true and you can count on me to make Mampo great. It shall be well with you.
Not to deport people.
Chairman, thank you very much. Dr. Mwakuhini, you are welcome.
Thank you.
This is Doctor obtained on merits. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Ashanti, I'm sure is proud to have you lead them for the next 4 years and more. Now, Kumawu Hospital, abandoned by the immediate past government, abandoned and forsaken. Afari Military Hospital, abandoned, neglected, and forsaken by the immediate past government for the past 8 years. As the potential regional minister, will you consider prioritizing these projects for completion? Will you?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Surely I will, in addition to other additional stored products. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you very much. Dr. Mwakuhini, when you drive from Bebieni, Mwabieja, Tuaso, that stretch, Tuasi, and off to Nkawie, there's heavy traffic. Sometimes
you live here also, and maybe you come. And when you are 20 minutes from Central Kumasi, you can spend 2 hours. Now, some work had been done, but it still leaves much to be completed in terms of the kilometers involved. Will you prioritize this during your term so that traffic flow, when people travel for hours and they are entering Kumasi, please, you did some portion, yeah. That is a regular road I use. I'm addressing the chair. Chairman, save me from this Nkawiya man. So, will you consider improving some more kilometers on that stretch to reduce traffic? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As rightly captured, there is so much traffic on that outstretch from Ebuakwa to Nkawiya all the way to Nyinahini. And that road needs to be dualized in the best of opportunity we will get. And I'll work closely with the sector minister to make sure that as much as possible we get to continue work on that road. Whilst at that, there is a ring road through Achumakwanoma constituency, so that if you have no business at Ebuakwa, you can use the Trader area and then get to Tuanse or Mpasatia, and then you can continue your journey. I'm very sure that if those ring roads are equally tackled, it would actually first limit the number of people who plow through the Ebuakwa, and in a long run also help reduce the vehicular traffic. With this said, Mr. Chairman, I want to give that assurance that to the best of my ability, I'll work hard to ensure that we pay particular attention to that road. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further question?
Chairman, my final question. Doc, I'm sure through your industry and those of your chairman behind you, the Ashanti region gave the NDC thousands of votes. And so the youth are looking up to you as the regional minister. What programs will you roll out to as a matter of immediate effect, give some employment opportunities to our young ones? And let me tie in with this. We have promised to legalize Okada. Okada is such a major source of employment to our people, especially in the rural areas. And I know that the peri-urban areas of Ashanti are populous with Okada and tricycle riders and all that. And they always have problems with the police, licensing regime and all. What will you do as RM to ensure that the youth are secured in this regard so that they can play their role within this aspect of our economy in Ashanti region?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, as rightly put, in line with the President's vision of making sure we put the right framework to legalize and regularize the Okada business. And as a matter of fact, in some communities within the region, that is the only means of transport for them. However, our inability as a government to support them with the right training and also with the right legal framework for them to operate has given them a lot of difficulties within these areas. So, when given the nod, I'm going to work closely with the Transport Minister so that we can put into the right perspective how best we could, again, present to Parliament a bill for your consideration in order that we can first have the legal framework to regulate that industry. So that if a policeman is arresting an Okada rider, there could be a law backing same for either non-compliance whatsoever. But as it stands now, it's become more of a harassment on the road. So when giving the nod, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to work closely with the Transport Minister to make sure that we get to present the right framework so that with your approval and permission as Parliament of the Republic, we can get that legal framework to help support our brothers. Having done that, as a government and in line with the vision of the President, we also want to offer alternative skill to most of these youth so that everything will not be just about Okada. For which reason we mentioned the National Apprenticeship Program in order that they can equally look at other artisan skill in order that they can do something for a living outside of the Okada business. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, thank you. That will be all for Doctor. Doctor, once more, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will give the floor to Honorable George Kweku
Vice Chair
Rickett Hagan. And in doing so, he should act briefly as the Putam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
As I did with the earlier regional minister nominee, I would like to welcome you as well to the club of regional ministers, past and present. I have no doubt in my mind that you will do well in the role. Now, got a babysitter old. I want to take you back on the youth issue because you are very youthful and you are an inspiration, I'm sure, to a lot of youth in this country, including your region, the Ashanti region. Unemployment in this country is extremely high, and youth unemployment is quite astronomical in those figures. So I'm sure the youth will be expecting to hear something from their incoming regional minister. You have said a few things about it from Honorable Roxon's question, but as you sit here right now, the youth of Ashanti region are looking up to you as your youthful minister. What would you like to tell them this afternoon? I'm sure they are listening or watching. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As you rightly put it, I have a lot of responsibility to making sure that I create equal opportunities for the youth of Ashanti region. Those who are interested in schooling and need the right financial support to do so, I'll work closely with the GET Fund, the Scholarship Secretariat, the GNPC, in order that they can have access to scholarship opportunities to continue their education. Those who want to learn a skilled work, as I mentioned earlier on, we're looking at getting a fair share of the National Apprenticeship Program. Those who want to explore the areas within agriculture, I'm going to work closely with the sector minister. If my memory serves me right, the Agric Minister made an emphatic statement that he's committed to making sure he makes the agric sector lucrative for the youth. And in so doing, by providing mechanization centers where equipments, tools that are needed for farming are rightly so available. So that if you're a youth and you don't have the needed money to venture into the agric sector, at least you will have that support. Because Ashanti region has huge arable lands that could help and support the youth. My very hometown, Mampo Ashanti, they are much more into carrots farming. Edra, more into maize. Ofeso North, more into tomatoes and cashew, among other cocoa, especially within the mining areas too. They are much more into cocoa production and cocoa cultivation. Given the fact that the president equally wants to set up a cashew board under the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, I'll impress on the sector minister so that we can get that board in place and help make cashew cultivation a lucrative area in order to encourage more of the youth to look at agric as an aspect for job opportunities and employment avenues as well. Again, the rural MMDAs do have lands but may not have the capital needed to even move into farming. The urban MMDAs do have the capital, KMA for instance, but they don't have the lands. As part of the mandate given the MMDAs, I think under Section 119 of the Local Government Act, they have the mandate to be able to purchase lands within these areas and form more of partnership in order that the youth who are interested in farming and are within Kumasi but do not have the avenue of doing so can have a free access within such a farm plains, for instance, that have huge arable lands but still underdeveloped so far as agriculture is concerned. With this, I'm very sure that we should be able to open up the space and make sure that the youth have something doing, and at least they're able to also support their families. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Let me ask you one last question, and then I'll yield to. This is again a question that I have asked regional minister nominees, and I know it's a challenge that you are going to face. You have, as a regional minister, Ashanti regional minister, you are going to have institutions, ministries, department, agencies. Because of decentralization, you will have all this within your region. Now, most of them will be drawing their budget from the parent ministry, which will be in Accra. Their budget is done by them. You don't have any control of your budget because we've not been successful with this composite budget that we want to introduce. Now, so what's going to happen is that you will have departments and agencies who will be carrying out projects in your region without your knowledge. Because you're recourse to you. And I'm sure you want to consult in the future because I've seen some regional ministers around. And that even some, you may have to sign certificates of projects you know nothing about. How are you going to deal with such a situation when you have agencies, departments around you who are doing things that you don't have control of or don't even have knowledge of? I want to get your take on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, yes, as regional minister, you have the responsibility of coordinating all these institutions within the region to make sure that they function and they are able to deliver on their mandates. They equally have the responsibility of dual allegiance, where they have to report to their parent ministries and equally report to the Regional Coordinating Council. I'm very sure that with the right engagement, right from the word go, and a very extensive engagement and collaboration with these departments, I should always have information on what each department is doing within their sectors within the region. If I leave that gap between the RCC or myself and the departments, then as you rightly said, there may be that gap and that situation where you may not be aware of projects going on. So, Mr. Chairman, when giving the nod, I'm going to work closely with these departments and more so the various sector ministers. And I'm sure at our level, if we are cordial and we work closely, I should get hint or wind of what they intend to do for Ashanti region, even before the programs are implemented within the region. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Mr.
And
Chairman.
Congratulations in advance. I know things.
Thank you.
By the authority invested in the absence of the chairman, I will yield to Jerry. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, Frank.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Frank, you are 35 years.
I'm 34 years.
34?
Yes, please.
Have you played football before?
Yes, please, I have.
Do you still play?
Not on a regular basis.
football team do you support?
Kotoko.
That's not the name of the football team. What football team do you support?
Asante Kotoko.
Perfect. So you are wearing a very nice cloth.
Thank you.
I just want to find out, has it got any meanings? Do you have any reason for wearing this particular one?
Thank you very much. With the guidance of my traditional leaders, my parents, and the good people of Ashanti region, I chose this cloth because of the name and its cultural significance. The name of the cloth is Asanteman. And if you see rightly embroidered in it is the porcupine. That is the symbol of Asanteman. The porcupine serves as a very tactful animal that is always on the alert on self-defense and in promotion of well-coordinated strategies to survive every situation. It has quills, or the spines, and the spines, though seen individually at the back of the porcupine, they work in a very coordinated fashion to either in defense of the animal from predators or as and when they need to undertake a certain activity. So that is the porcupine in the cloth. Also is the spider web. The spider web in Ashanti tradition, we use Kwakuanansi for most of our folk tales. It signifies wisdom, interconnectivity, and oneness within the Ashanti kingdom. Also, I have the akufna and the gun symbol in the cloth. They also signifies royal authority and loyalty to the Asanteman and the Republic of Ghana. The colors, as carefully chosen, is green, yellow, and black. The green represents the forest and the greenness of the Asante kingdom. The yellow represents the rich or the richness of the Asante kingdom. And the black signifies our race and also the black stools that were brought together in order that the Asante man had the golden stool that the Otumfuo, His Royal Majesty, sits on during his sitting at either Akoside or Awukude. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, just before I do a follow-up, the Honorable Chief Whip, the Majority Chief Whip, had indicated that the Sechere Kumewu District Hospital has been abandoned. Mr. Chair, just for the purposes of the record, it was opened in 2024, although it delayed in its execution as in the construction, but it's been opened and it's in use. So, and you can check. There is a My Joy Online report on that.
Why do you want this house to take your answer?
Point of information.
Mr. Chair, it's a point of information.
A point of information is raised at the time that the person is making the statement. So proceed with your...
Correction.
Let me proceed. Honorable Nominee, I saw a video of you leading a charge of young men and women in a certain facility, virtually packing some of the things away. I wasn't too sure what you were doing. I just said to myself, there will be a day like this for me to meet you and find out. Was it an operation, recover all loot?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't remember any video where I, together with any youth, packed any item whatsoever within the region or outside the region. So if you could kindly give me some more details. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So if I'm able to show you the video, you'll be okay?
Yes, please. That
very well. I'll try and get it for you. Beyond that, I've also been well informed in my few travels into the Ashanti region, especially in Kumasi. And I'm talking about the greater Kumasi. There are a lot of issues. Significant among them is traffic congestion. And it is normally seen that is either the tricycles and the users of Pragia, as we usually call them, and their activities have caused this congestion. Do you have any plans? Would you consider banning them, or do you have any alternatives for them?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think that if, in any case, that would be a secondary causative reason, the primary of which I think we discussed around this table with regards to dualization of the routes and also getting to fix the ring routes in order that everyone wouldn't have to access the greater Kumasi in order to cause the traffic. That notwithstanding, I'm well aware that the previous administration had banned the use of Pragia within Kumasi Adum Central Market area. So I'm very sure that when given the nod, I'll have a holistic review of same and engage with the sector players and see which further steps we can take in order that we'll be able to solve some of these problems. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, a 34-year-old man, strong, energetic, and you seem to have a lot of capabilities, but you are going to work with big men, including
Define big men.
In fact, divine big men, including the Otumfo said to.
That's a big chief.
How do you intend to work around all these very big men? Because there is also the possibility that, and I'm not saying anybody is going to undermine you, but you are not going to have it easy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Throughout my leadership, I've always been young.
Before you come in, for the record, Otumfo is a big chief.
Not a big man.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In all my leadership roles, I've always been young when I get the opportunity to serve. I was 28 years when I was elected as parliamentary candidate to face my elder brother, the Mampong MP. Also, I was 32 when I had to serve as the regional secretary for the NDC. Throughout the leadership journey, what I have observed is that you give honor to whom honor is due. You can be the leader, but at the end of the day, you are not the repository of knowledge, and you need to be humble and be respectful whilst being assertive at the same time. His Royal Majesty Otumfo Osei-Tutu is my kin and my Otumfo, and he is an advocate for youth leadership and youth participation in governance. So I think that the age is actually going to be a leverage where I will get the traditional leaders, my uncles, my mothers, to rally behind their very own son in order that we can leave a good legacy for the Ashanti region. So, Mr. Chairman, with that said, I want to assure the House that age will not be a limitation so far as this rule is concerned when giving the nod. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. What would you say are your most valuable traits? And how are you going to use those traits to get you to excel in your new office? Against the backdrop that, as I perused your CV, you have not worked as an administrator, or you've not done any administrative work before, unless I didn't get that right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My traits and the things that keep me going is that I'm very hardworking, and that has been part of me throughout every leadership role I have served. I'm also always committed to what I need to do or what must be done. And I try as much as possible to avoid procrastination, because my late father always says that he's the thief of time. I'm sure that having a clear plan for the region, remaining steadfast and committed to them, will help us be able to meet all targets and be able to ensure that we develop the region. Again, on the second part of your question, being president for a union at the student level is equally an administrative office, yet at the student leadership level. I've served at NASAC, I've served in NUCS, I've served in Ugasa. And again, as the regional secretary of the NDC, as our constitution rightly dictates, if you are the secretary, you are more of the CEO of the party within the region. You are tasked to ensure the day-to-day running of the party. You are tasked to ensure that you drive the party's machinery within the region by working in a well-coordinated manner with your constituencies and all other stakeholders, including the Council of Elders, the wards, the branches, among others. With this vast experience, both from the student front and the opportunity to serve my party in a big region, like Ashanti region, I'm sure that being nominated as the regional minister, when given the nod, the work may not be completely different, and I'll be able to transpose some of these experience into my new role. Given also that I have past regional ministers at my disposal, I can see Dr. Samuel Sapon, a former regional minister, Honorable Akon, a former regional minister, Honorable Eric Opoku is equally a former regional minister for the region, and my very own uncle, Simon Osemensa, who are all available and within the region. I would work hard to make sure that I reach out to them so they could be of huge resource and institutional memory in order that they can help guide my path to make me successful as a regional minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Just a follow-up. I do not know if you know lawyer Idi Muhayuddin.
Yes, please, I know lawyer Idi Muhayuddin. When I was NASAC president, he was general secretary for the National Union of Ghana Students, and we all served on the National Executive Committee of NUCS. My regards to him.
Well, he extends his congratulations, and he says you should go and make them proud.
Thank you very much.
Just a follow-up. Do you have an idea what the Hill Konfanoche project is?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So it's an initiative by the Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei-Tutu, in order to put Konfanoche in good shape and also give it more of a world-class touch. In so doing, he embarked on a fundraising exercise in order that you'll be able to raise some funds to support the redevelopment of the project. That is as much as I know from where I sit. Thank you very much.
How do you intend to collaborate with His Royal Majesty?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Health delivery and the health of every citizen is a primary duty of central government. So at any point in time where it needs to take a traditional leader or a private individual to spearhead any of these activities, it only tells us that it's either we are losing it as a political class or we are not doing as much as we should do as a government. With this in mind, I think that it is time that central government steps in and partners strongly with Otumfuo in order that we will be able to heal Konfanoche as he rightly puts it. I'm very sure and I believe so much in His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who constructed the Rich Hospital, the University of Ghana Medical Center, and all the other hospitals within the Ashanti region, Kumawu, Konongo Hospital, among others. During his visit at the last Akwasi, he made an emphatic statement that he is committed to making sure that we develop the Ashanti region, including the health infrastructure within the region. So when given the nod, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to collaborate well with His Royal Majesty in order that we can, as a government, help support, make his dream a reality. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
You know, the Fourth Estate always want to be jealously guided and protected. The press center in the Ashanti region was pulled down. And as we speak, there is no press center. Whether it was in Kwame Nkrumah's time or Akufo-Addo's time, we as a country, intend to move forward? What do you intend to do to have a press center so that at least they will support you and also criticize you constructively in terms when you are not doing so good?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is in the right perspective that we support the press. And with that said, I want to assure the committee that I'll meet with the Ghana Journalists Association and also the regional chapter leaders so that collectively we can put our heads together and with the support of central government be able to help restore the Kumasi Press Center. I want to assure Mr. Chairman that it's an area that, with your guidance, I would look into and support them. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I recognize Roxanne Nelson Dapamako on a supplementary question.
Doctor, Honorable Amwakohene, when was that structure pulled down? Tell the nation, tell us. Under whose watch was it pulled down? And the land trust.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I do not know if my colleague, the Chief Whip, is saying that he is aware a particular land has been sold. If he can furnish us with any documents to that effect, then I think that is a relevant question. Else, Mr. Chair.
Doc, I will restrict you to answering the question when the structure was pulled down and under whose regime.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I do not have the full details, to be honest with the House. I do not have the full details with regards to the pull down of the structure. Thank you very much.
Mining in the Ashanti region.
Clement, you know him, eh?
There is increase in mining activities in the Ashanti region, and to a larger extent is affecting cocoa production. I want to know, how do we protect our cocoa farmers vis-a-vis mining?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The issue of especially illicit mining or irresponsible mining is one that we need to win our fight over. In order to win that fight, we will need the community to own the fight. In the absence of the community owning the fight, our efforts may not see the right results that we need to see. In some areas that I've had encounter with people who purportedly have cut down their cocoa in order to embark on mining, their primary reason is the fact that there is much more profit in the mining or galamsey as compared to that of cocoa. Because you plant it for 5 years and after that, the money you get, you spend a whole lot on either spraying or buying fertilizers. So what it means is that we have a responsibility as a government to make sure we make the cocoa industry a lucrative one. In so doing, we need to cut down on the burden on the ordinary cocoa farmer. I remember in time past, we used to provide free fertilizers for our cocoa farmers. We need to make sure we get back to that policy so that at the end of the day, they can save some money and that will help increase their profit margin. Again, as a government, we need to revisit the cocoa mass spraying policy in order that they can equally save some money in that regard. I listened to the Minister for Food and Agriculture, and he indicated clearly his commitment to ensuring that the amount we give to the cocoa farmers after we purchase the cocoa seedlings will be something he will look at to make sure we increase the prices. With this, I'm very sure that the cocoa production sector should be lucrative enough in order that people would rather opt to keep their cocoa instead of cutting them down to embark on illegal mining. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So, football fields. The MPP constructed about 30 of those football fields that we call astroturfs in the Ashanti region. I am also aware you are a sports enthusiast. Do you have plans And these questions are from people in your region, who the young men and from Mampong want to find out if you are going to continue with the construction, help them with the construction of football fields.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sports is one area that we cannot do away with as a country. So together with the sports minister, I'm going to make sure that Ashanti region gets its fair share of the sports infrastructure that we need to inject into the region. Admittedly, and specifically with Mampong constituency, I know there were some attempts to build one of the AstroTurf, I think at Bosofo RC Primary. It was initially attempted at the Tadium Park, which could not work because of the drainage system of the area. And I'm very much aware that it was attempted at Bosofo, which they still could not complete or even get it at any level. All the ones that have been started and we could not complete, I'll work closely with the sports ministry in order that we'll be able to get the needed grants and support to complete them. Whilst at that, maintenance of existing ones, and especially the Babayara Sports Stadium, is one key area that I'll pay critical attention to. Because in recent times, during the qualifiers, you remember that we had an issue with CAF and FIFA regarding the state of the pitch. I'm very sure that anytime there's a football match in Kumasi, the Black Stars, for that matter, performs creditably well. And for which matter, we need to ensure that not only would we be overly dependent on Babayara and maybe the Linkley, we should also get additional sports infrastructure in the form of a sports stadium to augment what Babayara does for the region. So, Mr. Chairman, when giving the nod, I'll work closely with the sector minister in order that we will increase the sports infrastructure within the region. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I want to ask the nominee, have you considered issues of sanitation in the respective markets in the Ashanti region, especially KJTR? In fact, apart from sanitation, there is also some overcrowding, and there are some high crimes also recorded in these markets, including what we cannot confirm whether they are arsons or otherwise. What do you intend to do? Sanitation, overcrowding, and all the ones I've mentioned earlier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, overcrowding, we need to complete the other markets, KJTR Central Market project, in order that we can decongest the place. Kofu Market and the others, we need to complete in order that we can decongest the place. If the place is well decongested, definitely issues of crime and all that will definitely be limited. Again, on issue of sanitation, with the little engagement I had with the sector players, we have a huge work to do. And the fact that we should treat waste as a resource instead of just a refuse that needs to be dumped somewhere, in order that we can recycle same and also encourage that we do source segregation so that it can make recycling very easy. Beyond that, there used to exist buyback centers where people come in, buy plastic, metals, among other waste that has been properly segregated. If we're able to introduce some of these interventions, we will definitely have an opportunity to have a good control over waste management. Again, using the camp-size approach, in areas where we have highly, a bit of a more, we are generating a lot of waste so much, we need to have a dedicated service provider who is stationed and available to provide more of a round-the-clock service instead of they coming in to sweep in the morning and leave the place until the next morning. I think that with these interventions, we should be able to have a good control over the sanitation problems in Ashanti region. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
What's happening to Inaini and New Edubiase Sports Complex? Any plans for them?
Honorable Minister, proceed to answer the question.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I do not have the full details of the current state of the complex. And when given the nod, I will engage with the stakeholders to take the right briefing so I can take a decisive.
We also have issues of deforestation and then illegal felling of trees. Any plans to, as it were, stop deforestation and illegal felling of trees?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. When given the nod, I'll work closely with the Forestry Commission in order that we will be able to review those with licenses and concessions to legally cut timber and logs, among others, within the area, so that we'll be able to flush out those who are doing same illegally. Whilst at that too, we need to be able to be up in terms of planting back whatever we cut within the forest. Again, illegal mining, as we did earlier on discussed, has also been another source of environmental and depletion of the forest, among others. Once we have a good control over same, we should be able to win the fight over deforestation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
This is my last question. I know my second deputy speaker wants you to go home. The Minister of Tourism, I'm sure is expecting you to collaborate with her on issues of even the exportation of kente. Do you have any plans for kente weavers? And how do you intend to implement him?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to assure Mr. Chairman and the House that I'm going to work closely with her. Bonure, Adangomasi, they are all areas where we have many of our youth involved in kente weaving, among others. I'm going to work closely with her so that we will be able to help create opportunities for our youth and the good people of Ashanti region who are involved in these crafts and these other cultural significant areas of our society. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Doc, I wish you very well, and I pray everything goes well for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I proceed to recognize the presence of Juliet Amokohene, spouse to the nominee. Andrews Nana Kwesi, Ashanti Regional Chairman, and he's here with regional executives. Honorable Betty Mo Didrisu, former Attorney General and Minister responsible for Justice, is here in our midst. Honorable Samuel Sapon, former Ashanti Regional Minister. Nana Edubo for Kwao, the second. Otumfo Jasihini, representing Otumfo. Bafo Kote Kutin Sraman, the second. Bremahini. Nana Ejakoma Difie, the second. Mampong Hima, and Paramount Queen Mother of Mampong, representing all Queen Mothers. Bishop David Ofori, leader of Ashanti clergy. Nti Edu Bosafo, uncle and leader of the family of the nominee. Dr. Mary Eusi, Executive Secretary, Ghana Free Zone Authority. Professor Otin Ababio, Geology Department, University of Ghana, Legon. Honorable Dr. Kobna Dufo, former Finance Minister, and Professor Otin Aje, former Energy Minister, and Nana Ya Asantiwa II, Ejisu Mahima. Thank you for coming. Honorable nominee, Wabin. Thank you very much for attending upon the committee and answering questions in a very composed manner. You are hereby discharged, but you hear from the committee.
You're watching our live coverage of the Ministerial Veterans. Dr. Frank Amoako-Hene, Ashanti Regional Minister Designate. Quite impressive for a young man to have come this far in such a little time or in such short time. We'll be delving into his session and we'll be having a conversation about some of the things he said, his knowledge of the region, and of course, what his plans are for the region. This is Channel 1 Television. Stay with us. We'll be right back with some more.
This is your chance to be served by a robot at Accra's premier destination for fine dining, Hallmark Cafe, located in Jowolu, just after the Allied filling station. It's the perfect spot for delectable pastries, desserts, hot and cold beverages, as well as a variety of continental and local dishes to satisfy your cravings. Enjoy convenient staff lunch services, expert kitchen management, and outdoor event hosting. Here, simply press a button and your waitress will be at your table in no time. Visit Hallmark Cafe today and experience the future of fine dining. Call us now at 053-7344-095 to make your reservation. Hallmark Cafe. Delight in every sip and bite.
We have recorded tremendous success in ensuring that the vision of our founding fathers does indeed become a reality.
We welcome you to the next Africa Prosperity Dialogues and the Africa Prosperity Champions Awards, which take place in Accra, Ghana from the 30th of January to the 1st of February 2025.
I will work to foster the partnerships that transcends our borders, and I'll work collectively with you towards regional stability, economic growth, and mutual respect.
We see our role in enabling Africans to have a better future.
We indeed have what it takes. There is no dream which is too big or impossible.
On occasions like these, we give ourselves an excellent opportunity to showcase the difference we can make.
To register, visit africaprosperitynetwork.com. Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2025, delivering Africa's single markets through infrastructure. Invest, connect, integrate.
Introducing a new era of sophistication and power. The Haval Julian from Zondatech Ghana Limited. The Julian is packed with features that elevate your journey. Enjoy excellent interior build quality designed for comfort and style. Experience an impressively smooth and refined drivetrain powered by a 1.5-liter turbocharged engine with 147 horsepower and 220 newton-meters of torque. Visit us at your nearest dealership and drive away your brand new Haval Julian. Call us on 0501-772222 or 0501-773333.
Step up with DSTV and we'll show up by giving you more incredible entertainment.
Going to have a little fun.
Upgrade your subscription between the 13th of January and the 31st of March and get an even higher package for a whole month on us.
Buckle up, here we go.
There's nothing better than putting a little bit in but getting a lot out.
Time to boost some office morale.
Incredible!
When you want to build a future, you gotta know what you want.
Step up and we'll show up on your home of entertainment, DSTV.
great music, excellent service, great company, and meats galore. The Alisa Friday Barbecue. It's fun on Fridays at Alisa.
One upgrade is nice, but a double upgrade is amazing. And that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.
It's so cool!
Get big value. Get big entertainment. Very good. Perfect! Upgrade and get even more with GoTV.
Yeah.
GoTV. Love it.
We have recorded tremendous success in ensuring that the vision of our founding fathers does indeed become a reality.
We welcome you to the next Africa Prosperity Dialogues and the Africa Prosperity Champions Awards, which take place in Accra, Ghana from the 30th of January to the 1st of February 2025.
I will work to foster the partnerships that transcends our borders, and I'll work collectively with you towards regional stability, economic growth, and mutual respect.
We see our role in enabling Africans to have a better future.
We indeed have what it takes. There is no dream which is too big or impossible.
On occasions like these, we give ourselves an excellent opportunity to showcase the difference we can make.
To register, visit africaprosperitynetwork.com. Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2025, delivering Africa's single markets through infrastructure. Invest, connect, integrate.
Step up with DSTV and we'll show up by giving you more incredible entertainment.
Going to have a little fun.
Upgrade your subscription between the 13th of January and the 31st of March and get an even higher package for a whole month on us.
Buckle up, here we go.
There's nothing better than putting a little bit in but getting a lot out.
Time to boost some office morale.
Incredible!
When you want to build a future, you gotta know what you want.
Step up and we'll show up on your home of entertainment, DSTV.
Grateful that you stayed on with us. This is Channel 1 Television and you're watching our live broadcast of the Ministerial Veterans. We're also live on radio, 97.3 City FM. And it's been quite an interesting session so far today, starting off from the Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources, Emmanuel Amakofi-Bua, then to, of course, Tia Ibrahim for the Northeast region. We've just heard from Dr. Frank Amwakuhene of the Ashanti region, and pretty shortly it will be the turn of Akamugri Donatus, who will be heading to the Upper East region. Akamugri Atanga Donatus. But Samiri Afe, my colleague, is still here with me in the studio, and we'll be having a conversation about that veteran. I think he will probably be the youngest. So far, amongst the nominations that we've seen, he's probably the youngest, 34-year-old Dr. Frank Amwakuhene, Regional Secretary for the National Democratic Congress in the Ashanti region, served in NUGS and other student leadership positions, contested the Asante Mampong seat on the ticket of the NDC in the 2020 general elections, lost to of course, the then Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, who of course was on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party, NPP. Now he's been nominated Regional Minister Designate for no mean region than the Ashanti region, and today he has appeared before the Vetting Committee. Samir Afe, were you impressed?
Very impressed.
I think he's a sharp guy.
Very
his knowledge of the region, the projects in the region, the work that has been done, level of progress of the various projects, and of course his own plans and ambitions for the region. I think it was very impressive.
Very impressed, and I get excited when I see such sharp young men like him who have been given leadership roles. And especially in a very difficult region like Ashanti region, a region well dominated by the opposition, opposition political party. And the onus is on you to work with them to ensure that the needed development is brought in the region. In the time past, the regional residents of the region have complained a lot in terms of development. And you coming in as the regional, secretary for the NDC and campaigning on these, promises of stalled projects and coming to continue with them or coming to fix them, there's pressure on you to deliver. And I am very impressed with his level of, knowledge in the region. He has almost everything at his fingertips. And as regional secretary, I didn't expect less. I really expected more from him.
The roads, the traffic areas, the types of transportation in the region.
I'm really impressed. And I wish him all the best. I really wish him all the best. And I hope all the old men and women in Ashanti region will support him to deliver, because Ashanti is one of the major parts of this country.
All right, let's go back to the appointments committee. The Upper East region is well represented at the committee because their regional minister nominee or designate, Akamugri Atanga Donatus, is currently seated before the appointments committee for his own vetting session.
Moved to Notre Dame Minor Seminary Secondary School in 1981 and completed in 1988. Moved to Bolgatanga Secondary School, Big Boss. Had a sixth form and completed in 1991 and did 2-year national service and proceeded to the University College of Education in 1993 and completed the diploma course in mathematics and social studies in 1997 because 1 year in 1995 there was students' riots and the UTAC withdrew services, so I had to do 4 years instead of the 3 years. Later on, I went back to University College of Education, Winneba in 2000 and did a top-up in mathematics and social studies. Then I went back again in the same school and did the Masters in Human Rights from 2011. From there, I went back to Mboga and I was still teaching in Bolgatanga Girls Secondary School since 1997 up to 2008. From 2009, I became the regional coordinator of Ghana School Feeding Program, and I lost the job in 2017 when there was a change in government. After the change of government, I decided to stay and work for my party on pro bono, no salary for 8 years. And that is who Akamugri is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to vet the nominee, starting from Hajia Ladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you couldn't have started anywhere better than the Hajia Ladi you have called. And I know Honorable Yabowema is worried about that. Mr. Nominee, I don't even know how to congratulate you. You more than deserve your being nominated as the regional minister of the Upper East region. I can assure you I know how best, how much, how far when you started struggling. It's not even the issue of when people are saying that you are a secretary or whatsoever. I think I quite remember your Kalabilwala. And when they say Kalabilwala, it tells how we struggled and went into the trenches. I want to thank His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for recognizing you and making sure that at least for all these years, you got to this point. I am still waiting, but I'm so happy for you because I am now an MP. I have struggled with you, and went further, I have become an MP. My question to you is, Honorable Donatus, are you going to ensure that the party in the region continues to strive from strength to strength like you did? We said 14 over 15. That is the number of seats. Then we said we must make it 15 over 15. And actually we got 15 over 15. Can you ensure that the party wins more votes? Not the seats. After the seats, when they come, I know you will do it. And that you would work to the benefit of everybody in the region. Not only NDC members, not only foot soldiers, not only Akatamansonians, but the whole of the Upper East region, especially women and the girl child. I can only wish you the best, and I'll say congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. May Allah bless with good health and long life, with all the protection that be. You are most welcome, and that is my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Haji Aladi. Now, Honorable Nominee, will you work in the interest of everybody as a regional minister when giving the nod?
Thank you, Chairman. As she indicated, or the honorable member indicated, I became the constituency youth organizer of the party in the 1993, deputy regional youth organizer in 1993, and acting regional youth organizer in 1994, and the regional youth organizer in 1995, and became the regional secretary in 1998 up to date. And in fact, by the extension of the fact that I'm the regional secretary, meant that I'm the neck member and the longest neck member. And the reason why I have stayed that long is because I carry on everybody. I carry on everybody, not distinguishing between gender and not much about only your political party. I'm a good converter. I have a lot of the people on the other side because of my relationship and the way I move along with them. I try to make sure that I grow the party by converting members from other parties to our party. And I can assure you that when I worked as school feeding, that is pro-gender, and it looks like
Chairman,
I've worked with the women.
Chairman, the nominee was asked whether he will be a regional minister for all. He is rehashing his CV.
Yeah.
Honorable Donatus, we beg you. We beg you. We don't want you to set your own questions. The question was very simple and demanded a 1-minute answer.
Thank you, Chairman. I will work with everybody. I bring everybody on board.
Thank you.
Irrespective of their political colors.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll give the floor to Honorable Patrick Baum.
Honorable Donatus, congratulations. And we are all in love with your smoke. You are challenging the Zwarongo chief or the Zoko chief. Anyway, I'm mates with Dr. Reina Akumprigea. We sat in the same class from Legon Law Faculty to the law school. He wants to find out from you, through the committee, your plans to fix the Zoko-Burkina Road, which is very important and dear to the good people of Bongo and the Upper East. And that there's not a single tarred road in your area. Being nominated as regional minister, what plans will you put in place to ensure that some of the roads in your district are tarred? not the region. The region has a lot of tarred roads, but Zoko in your district, where Honorable Abongo was MP for 16 years. Honorable Bawa came from there. I'm sure you now have a new MP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In terms of road network, Upper East can be classified as the region that has not got good roads, and that is inclusive of Zoko. So when I am given the nod, what I can do is to liaise with the Minister for Roads and Transport to ensure that the fair share of Upper East is given to us. And we'll have to come up with the roads that need to be tarred and those that need to be graveled so that they can work on that for us. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. That was a brief answer. On your CV, your religion, you said traditionalist. You are a traditionalist. When you say you're a traditionalist, are you a malam or juju man, or you pour libation, or what kind of traditionalist are you, Donatus?
Thank you, Chairman. When I say traditionalist, it means I am practicing the traditional religion of my forefathers. That's what I said. Thank you.
African traditional religion.
Thank you, sir. That's right.
In the custom of Frafres or the people of Zoko?
In the custom of Frafres. People of Zoko are also part of Frafres, so we have our culture. And in fact, we are Gurusi speaking, so we have our tradition and how we pray to our gods. So I pray through the traditional mode.
How is it done?
Well, to do it, you may need to pour libation. Yeah. You can evoke the spirits with your empty hands. You can also, when they demand for you to kill an animal, you do so, a fowl, you do so. That's what we do. Thank you.
No dog meat. Yeah. And I mentioned dog meat. Honorable Adongo was excited. Well, how about the Chuchuluga Sandema Funsi Road? Any plans as well as... let's deal with that. Then I come to my final question.
Thank you. The Chuchuluga from BC route was awarded.
VAC.
Yeah, was awarded under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama's first term. And then it got abandoned. Some little work has been done about it. So when I'm giving the nod, what I will do is to liaise with the Minister of Roads to understand where they have left and to try and see how we can fix it and fast track, because that is a road that is linking to the food basket of the region. From BC Valleys is very dear to the region, and I will have to work hard to ensure that road is done. Thank you.
Chairman, my last question. A lot of MPs from the Upper East region, the citizens from Upper East region, they fly to Tamale. Some of them drive 2 hours to Bolga, some 4 hours to Pusiga. Lade is always struggling to get back to Accra. The Paga airstrip, I've landed there many years ago. It's not in good shape. Do you have any plans to discuss with the President to make it a priority to redevelop the Paga airstrip so that the Upper East can also receive commercial flights in that beautiful part of the country? Thank you, and I wish you the very best, Donatus. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The airport in the Bolgatanga or Upper East region is something that is dear to all of us. And under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, there was some initial works done, and it got stacked due to probably funding. And so when the campaign was going on, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama was in the region and assured us that that would be one of the major programs he's going to do. And so I will only have to follow up and insist and persuade him to ensure that that project is taken off to lessen the burden and also open up the region for economic activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Ritana Odolesowa.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. Honorable nominee, congratulations for your nomination by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. I have no doubts, listening to Haji Aladi, what she has said about you, I have no doubts that you work very well, making sure that you got 15 over 15 in the 2024 elections. So I want to congratulate you and wish you well. And it is my prayer that you bring all together. As regional minister, you are going to be the minister for everybody in the region. So let's work with them well so that we'll maintain our 15 seats and then more votes come 2028. God bless you.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Dr. Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Donatus, for the confidence repose. I just want to congratulate you. But I just want two questions, simple questions. They have to do with security. And then most especially people in Boku commuting to Accra through the Boku-Bolgatanga road last year or so. Some innocent people were also, if you want, some people were brutally attacked by the military, all on the back of the problem in Boku. How can you assure the people of Boku, in the meantime, was the president promised to have a final solution to the problem in Boku? How can you assure them the security to move out of Boku and move in of Boku without any hurdle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The security in the Upper East region is really very serious, and it is a matter of concern to us. And what we are happy with is that immediately after the election, the president, on the 8th day, had visited the two leaders that are involved in the conflict. And plans are put in place, I understand, to see to it that there's a lasting solution to it. What I would do as a regional minister, if I'm given the opportunity, is to liaise with the security agencies, those who are the experts in the area, and my colleague in the northeast region, to see how we can do some engagements that will improve upon the situation and will lead to bringing lasting solution in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My second question have to do with the mining at mining site around the Tongo areas and also the cardinal resources. There have been this tension between locals and then these mining companies, and also the activities of Galamsey and happening within that enclave. What steps will you take to ensure that locals benefit from the mineral resources, and also if there are concessions given to commercial, they also participate in the development of those communities involved?
Thank you, Chairman. Really, it has come to our knowledge that some tensions occur in the areas, partly due to the fact that the large mining companies probably have not given some space for the small-scale mining people to operate. Sometimes that is the cause. The second one could be community requesting for royalties or their involvement. And so what I would do is to engage the stakeholders, the companies and the communities and the mining groups. These people who are doing the small-scale mining, they have formed some associations, some groups. So I'll engage their leadership to find out how we can get a better solution to the problem so that we can coexist and exploit the resources for the benefit of all of us and for Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and let me just say thank you to the nominee for their answers.
Thank you very much. I proceed to give the floor to Honorable George Kweku Rikedhagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations. Again, I will say, as I've said to others, I also welcome you to the Club of Regional Ministers. Again, a challenge that is faced by regional ministers across the country is that of decentralized institutions who will operate in your region and take their orders from their parent institution, either a ministry, department, or an agency, where they draw their budget from. And many a times, projects happens in your region that you may not be aware of because they've taken the directives or the projects are signed in Accra. I want to find out how you will be able to work together with all these institutions to make sure that whatever is happening in your region in terms of projects or programs, you are actually aware of it and you are able to help out in terms of making sure that the economic benefits of such projects are actually realized by the people in your region. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The way I will address it, if I'm giving the nod, is that if the various departments find it difficult to cooperate with me because they take instructions from their mother departments at the national level, my first point will be to have engagement and good relationship with the sector ministers. And so if I am relating well with them, they will be able to share with me as to what their plans for Upper East is. And once they share with me, then I will be able to also engage the local players at the regional level, and so that we can fine-tune things together. And if I have constant meetings with the local players and make them to understand how we should coexist and operate with each other, I think we will solve the problem. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, last one. What would you like to see at the end of your 4 years? Hopefully you get a nod, as I believe you will. What you will call a success at the end of your 4 years for the people of the Upper East as their regional minister.
Thank you, Chairman. As the end of my tenure as a regional minister, I will want to see to it that the Bolgatanga Airport is fully in operations. I would like to see the multipurpose dump of Palu, which will provide jobs and open up the area for economic activities, will be constructed. I would like to see to it that the peace in Boku is actualized so that Boku can return to the good days where we used to refer to Boku as the West African constituency because it shares border with two international communities, Togo and Burkina Faso. And Boku was so good and also a business center until these things. And I hope that at the end of it all, as you equally see that the agenda 111 hospitals that are left there will be completed. Mr. Chairman, Upper East, we have a very serious problem in the health sector where you have the patient-doctor ratio to be 1:24,124 doctors. That's a very serious issue against the accepted UN ratio of 1:1,000. And so I will wish that at the end of my tenure, we should have the health sector improved because the healthy society will be the society that can lead us to development. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nominee, I wish you well. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Jerry Shai. Available ranking.
Thank you very much, my able chairman.
Honorable nominee, congratulations to you. Did you say you have 5 children?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
How many of them are currently enjoying the free SHS?
If you say free SHS, I have 2 of them who have completed SS already, and so they are not. I have one in the university. He is not enjoying free SHS. Then I have the last one is in GSS, and so I'm not a beneficiary as of now. Thank you.
But do you have any views personally on the free SHS?
Thank you. Personally, if you want to help people who are downtrodden, who cannot make it, it's something good. Free SHS is meant for, to bridge the gap between the haves and have-nots. And so it's a good policy. And so for me, the only problem that we have is the way it was implemented, where you do not have infrastructure and for classrooms and for dormitories. And in fact, that caused the quality of education. So we only need to improve upon the implementation of it so that we can have the full benefit of the whole process. Thank you.
You did not complete middle school. Do you have any reason why?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I did not even complete primary school too. Thank you. I started my primary school in 1977, and I ended the primary school in 1980. So which means I did some 4 years in primary school. So I didn't do 6 years. I went to the middle school. I did Form 1, Form 2, and wrote common entrance exams. And I qualified to go to secondary school. That's why I left in 1983. I went to Notre Dame Seminary Secondary School after I had qualified to enroll there. So therefore, I could not complete the middle school. Thank you.
So where did you have your national service?
Thank you, Chairman. I did my national service in Jokugu Primary. JSS. I did 1 year. Then the second time, once I didn't have admission. And so I said, then there's no way I should be following. So I decided to do another year there. I did 2 years in Jokugu JSS.
So you've been the regional secretary of your party since 1998 or 88?
1998.
To date?
To date, yes, I am.
So you are the Mugabe of the Upper East region. That is correct. In terms of party leadership.
Thank you, Chairman.
As in NDC party leadership, yes.
I think that if it is NDC party leadership, I'm the oldest in the whole nation. Because I'm the NEC member, by extension of the regional secretary's position, you are a NEC member of the National Executive Committee. And so therefore, all the people who are there, even my national chairman was yet an MP. He was not a NEC member. So I'm the oldest of the NEC in this country.
At 55 years, you confirm that you are the oldest? Or it's a... Yes, Chairman, I got him. At 55 years, Honorable nominee, you are the oldest NEC member.
Thank you, Chairman. I've given the years that I started leading, being a NEC member. Per the NDC Constitution, if you are the regional chairman, regional secretary, you serve as a member of NEC representing your region. And so I became the regional secretary in 1998. Therefore, I was a member of NEC nationally. And I was there up to date. Today, as I'm talking, I'm still the regional secretary. And those who came there were some other people who were leaders of the party, but some of them had left. So I'm the only one who has served. I served with his Honorable Hudi Ahaya there. And so Hudi Ahaya and Co are no longer there. Late Iti Mensah and Co, I was with them. They are no more. And so I am the oldest NEC member in this country.
So just for clarity, at what age did you first become a NEC member?
1998.
At what age? Not year.
What age? They have to do that. I have to do the subtraction for 1998 to 1969. Yeah.
I'm waiting for the age. I understood you clearly. You said longest serving. Yeah. And I'm asking, at what age did you first become the NEC member? 16. So, and there is a reason behind that.
Yeah, I will do the math.
Check, maybe you were 16 years.
And do the mathematics.
Honourable member, you can make progress. They've done the calculation and they said that he's been there for 27 years. And at the time he joined the NEC, you are about 28 years. So please proceed to ask your question.
All right.
It's always good to have a very protective chair.
27 years. I was 27 years when I became
27
NEC
years.
member. Yeah.
Very well. Congratulations on being the longest serving.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so having perused your CV, there is the aspect of you graduating with a Master of Arts in Human Rights. Is that correct?
Thank you. That's true.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Have you in any way or form averted your mind to what is currently happening in your region with reference to early child marriages, and that in your area it is recorded to be about 28.7%, as against the national one, which is about 19%. This is a problem. And I want to first of all find out from you, how do you intend to resolve this problem?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The issue you brought up is something that people do undercover. And so if somebody decides to give a daughter and the age, and what he will say is a help to the auntie, you may not know, you can't hold them for it. And so, but once we know that that is against the law, it is for us to engage, if I become the minister, to have community sensitization why it is not right for them and constitutionally wrong for anybody to marry somebody under the age of 18. And so I'll embark on that community sensitization.
Oh, just by way of information, the sensitization may not be enough. There is also, you have powers including getting the law courts to perform their task. I do not think that one of the things you want to see under your watch is to see a 13, 12-year-old getting all forms of teenage pregnancy and getting abused. So please take that up.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes. I also have an issue with a lot of health practitioners or medical practitioners or officials or officers who happen to find themselves transferred or sent to your region. But what happens is that most of them run back. Don't you think there is something we are not doing right in the region to keep these people? And what are the things you think we are not doing right, and how do you intend to get them done rightly?
Thank you, Chairman. Well, it's really a common knowledge that people, when you send them to rural communities, those who are brought up in the urban areas, they find it very difficult to accept persons to rural communities. Mr. Chairman, Upper East is a rural region. And so probably those of them who after accepting postings to the region, decide to abandon the region. Maybe it could be partly because of the fact that the region is rural, and if you are in a rural region, there are a lot of things that you may not have access to. People would like to probably improve their education and others. And even the fact that we don't have an airstrip for you to even fly back to Accra to do your exams and others. For personal development, the people will have to get back to their urban centers. What I hope to do as a regional minister is that we'll have to link up with the education minister, who can provide a lot of things in the region, so that if people would like to improve upon themselves while they are working there, they will have that opportunity. And so that is the way to go. And the other way is also to try to partner with the district assemblies to see if they can sponsor our own. If they can sponsor our own people to be doctors, if they put you back to your own place, you cannot describe your place as rural and that you have to go to urban. And once you are accustomed to the conditions there, your likelihood of staying in the place is almost 90% than somebody moving from an urban area to a rural area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So I have some statistics I just want to share with you, and you either agree with me or otherwise. So we have in your region about 96 health facilities comprising about 30 hospitals. Sorry, 20 hospitals. 7 government, 3 CHAG, and 10 private. 67 health centers, 38 clinics, 3 private maternity homes, 488 demarcated chiefs compounds, or chief zones, 395 functional chiefs zones, and 224 chief compounds. And I heard you rightly say that is 1 doctor to 24 patients.
24,000, not 24.
It's actually 24,124.
1 patient to 24,124.
1 doctor.
1 doctor to
24,124 patients.
Yes. And if the nurses ratio.
Yes, and the nurses ratio, you also have about
1 is to 313 nurse,
very apt.
Patients, nurse-patient ratio.
Very correct.
So that is very, very appalling.
Is there?
Yeah.
What other, apart from what you have just indicated, can we do? This is actually changed. Because one gets bitten by a snake and then you are expecting one to have some treatment. And the fact that the nurse is taking care of about 313 or more people, or the doctor has to take care of about 24,124 people, that person may just die because of basic first aid. What can we do, Mr. Nominee?
Thank you, Chairman. I think that what we can do is to have the government to have a relook at the situation in the rural regions. There must be a special package to ensure that people accept postings to those regions. And so if they accept postings to those regions, then we can help reduce the gap between the ratios. And again, as I said earlier, it is so important that we ourselves should be up and doing. We should also try to take the health issues as central in our lives. And so that every assembly we should engage every assembly to sponsor health workers so that we can be there. Another issue is also the combined effect of the facilities available. Some of the workers, because of the lack of funding, and sometimes the special drugs are not available. And so people find it difficult to come and know what to do, but there's no available drugs for me to treat the people. So people don't want to associate themselves with people losing lives because of lack of these items. And so we'll have to also get to government and let them understand the peculiar situation of Upper East region, and so that the supplies, medical supplies, and funding for certain activities are properly done and quickly, so that we can motivate the workers to stay in the region.
Is it possible? I mean, Chairman tells me RCC doesn't have a budget, but is it possible you're considering getting some private partners to support you, provide some accommodation for some of these people that come in as well? Is it possible?
Thank you, Chairman. That is quite possible, because these days it is not possible for only government to be able to bring about development. You have to look for public-private partnership. And actually, when I'm giving the nod, what we'll do is to get our people to start writing proposals and engaging private individuals to see how they can also augment the efforts of government, so that we'll be able to address the issue. Thank you.
So, having been party secretary from 1998 to date, there is the fear that you are going in to have an extension of your party office at the region. What assurances are you giving to all manner of people, be it CPP, GCPP, my mother sitting here, and myself visiting you in the Upper East region, that I am a die-in-the-wool MPP? What assurances are you going to give us to showcase proper servant, independent leadership, irrespective of partisanship?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Upper East, our politics is different from other regions. We are not antagonistic. We and the opposition parties, we are not antagonistic. We only engage on ideas. And because of that, we have good relationship. When I was nominated, you have the NPP regional chairman, their secretaries, all. They are happy that I'm there. And I can assure you that what happens is that when I'm driving my car and I see an MPP executive, I will pick him and card him to destination and say, please, can you join my party? So that's how we do. That's how we live in Upper East. And so I can assure you that my office as a regional minister is an office, is a public office, is a public office for all citizens of Upper East region, and not for NDC alone. And for that matter, if I want to do my party business, I will find a day and assign the day to my party office where I can go and receive my party people about politics. And that I can separate the job of the secretary and that of a regional minister. Mr. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nominee. I think you are doing well. I want to find out from you. We have a lot of what I would term territorial conflicts or boundaries, conflicts that arise as a result of whether this is my boundary or your boundary, and we have it all over the place. I'm also very much well aware of the Arigu and Gubarugu. I don't know if I got the pronunciations right. I think it's Arigu and Gubarugu conflict that is gradually brewing. Any plans to avert that conflict, if at all?
Thank you, Chairman. It is Argo and Borgo. So, Guborgo and Argo.
I need the tutorials properly.
Yes.
Argo and Gorgo.
Guborgo.
Argo and Gorgo.
Thank you. So, actually, those issues are there. When I get to the office, by your permission, what I will do is to engage the community leaders and the key stakeholders of the area, and we will have to have dialogue. And when we dialogue, we will be able to get a solution to it. If we decide to go to fight, that will not lead to the benefit of anybody. There's no winner in war. So it is only dialogue that can solve. So I can assure you, I will liaise with the security agencies, I will liaise with the conflict resolution people and the stakeholders so that we carry out what necessary activities are there for us to ensure that we have lasting peace in those areas.
Thank you very much. Since you're talking about war conflict, let's still go on the tangent of the long-standing Boku conflict. I'm a very worried man. I have a friend that I lost as a result of this conflict. It's called Noom, from my constituency. He traveled to the north, specifically the Upper East, and never got back. It's been decorated now, or it's been decorated now as political and a whole lot. Chieftaincy issues and all that. Honorable Nominee, I know you want to end the Boku conflict. Tell us how you intend to do so.
Thank you, Chairman. The Boku conflict is an old one, actually, as you indicated. And it is not easy for one to sit on the table and say, you can end it. But you must take certain steps. And those steps have already been taken by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on his 8th day in government. And there's a certain roadmap that he has drawn between, the two feuding factions. And so what I would do is to rely on the roadmap drawn by the president and also engage the regional security agencies and find out where they are and what are the issues, or how can we deploy certain measures to be able to resolve the matter. I will not sit here to claim that I'm an expert in conflict resolution and I can do it alone. I will do by inviting people who have the know-how to help in that direction. Thank you.
I understand why you're a Mugabe. I do. So I think you have few tourist sites in your region. And maybe Chama will tell you that you don't generate any IGF, but you have plans of collaborating with the Minister of Tourism or Ministry of Tourism. And what are some of these tourist sites? I mean, this is just the opportunity for you to sell Upper East.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Upper East is really lucky to have a lot or a number of tourist sites. You can be talking about the Tungu Hills. You can talk about the Tunzuk Shrine. You can talk about Bungu Rocks. You can talk about the Paga Crocodile Ponds and so on. And so the way to generate revenue from these tourist sites is to, first of all, if I'm given the opportunity as a regional minister, to engage the Ministry of Tourism and to know what is their roadmap for me to make inputs. And when I know the roadmaps, and we try and also go ahead to ensure that we are able to construct the airport. You know, tourism goes with people visiting the area. So if the transportation to the area is not in the good shape, it will affect your your tourism potential. So if we're able to construct the airport in Upper East region, it will go a long way to boost that kind of activity that will lead to realizing some revenue for the local operators and the whole country. That's how we have to go about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have a further question? Okay, I recognize Roxanne Napamo Honorable for supplementary.
Chairman, thank you very much. My Regional Secretary, RM Nominee, welcome.
Thank you.
Fantastic guy. And we thank the President for recognizing you for this role. Yet, now, as a follow-up to the question regarding the rehabilitation of the road to improve tourist visitation to the tourism attraction sites that are in your region, there's a road that stretches between Asonge to Zalerigu through Damogo to Tindungo, through Pelungu and Ensat, Sakuti. It's a very bad rocky road. But if you prioritize its rehabilitation, it will help in the tourist travel between the areas that he mentioned earlier and the tourist attraction sites dotted along this stretch. As the RM, will you prioritize that this stretch of road be done? First, to ease transportation of goods and services, and also to improve the inflow of tourists to the area.
Thank you, Chairman. My honorable member knows Upper East more than myself. But actually, that is an area or an enclave that has a certain connection to the tourist areas. And so, surely, if I become the regional minister, it is one of the top priorities to ensure that we do road rehabilitations in those areas. In fact, we'll have to even open up the whole region. If you go into Upper East entering from Tamale, you can see that we have only one highway straight into town. That is something that we need to look at. We have to do some kind of engage the road minister if we could do some overpass, both left and right, and so that you can have a way of circumventing. And mind you, we are in a situation where you have conflict. And that is where when you are coming in and there's no way you could maneuver, once you take off, they know sure banker that you are passing through here and people will wait for you. So opening up route network in Upper East is part of the ways that we have to do to resolve conflict or reduce conflict. And so I will lace up with the Minister of Roads and Transport to ensure that we open up the region, constructing feeder routes, and rehabilitating those that are existing so that we can boost the region's potentials. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you, Odabio.
You know your region houses the right honorable speaker. Is he Upper West or Upper East? Upper West? Oh, very well. So I've been corrected. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so my final question to you. Water, sanitation in the markets, and arsons in the market. These are all security issues. Water. How do you intend for the good people of Upper East to get clean, drinkable water, to have their markets safe so that they can ply their trade? Their roads are safe. No armed robbers are going to chase them when they've done a lot of selling. And yes, how do you intend to?
Thank you, Chairman. As you said, actually water is life. And I'm happy that under the NDC government, under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, there are a lot of works that were done in water. You have Boku Water Township, and you have the one in Bungo and others. We have to continue to expand and make sure at least most of the communities have these water systems. And that is also engaging in getting the dams where the water is drawn from. The water is drawn from Via and Tonu. So if those dams are not desilted, they will affect our program of getting clean water for the areas. So we have to look at those projects and improve upon them, and then also expand the water systems in the various communities so that we'll have water for the people. And so if you do not have clean water, it can lead to cholera. If they drink from any bad source, it can lead to cholera. And so water is connected to the health of the people, and that is a priority that we have to embark on. Thank you.
I am told the MPP government did a lot of work with reference to water, from Navrongo to Boga. I'm sure you are aware of.
Thank
the
you.
upper is water supply. Pardon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I I'm not much abreast with it because I wasn't the regional minister at that time. Thank you.
Donatus, we all know you are a very honest man. So you are not aware of the Upper East water supply system. $40 million by Denies, which was commissioned by President Akufo-Addo, the presence of everyone in the region. There's nothing wrong admitting of this very important project. There's nothing wrong with it.
Says you are abreast.
How can you not be abreast with such a very important? Donatus, come on. We like you, but this one, Mugabe. With all, you can ask Agaga, you can ask Clementa Park. Adongo was part of the committee that approved the loan finance committee. Adongo, come on. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Honorable Patrick Boama, the nominee, in a very clear and unambiguous term, provided the answer. He is not abreast with what you are talking about. So we take that as an answer to the question, please.
Thank you very much. But there's something I like about Chairman. Anytime he's trying to do some nice chauffeur, he's very serious behind the wheels. And the nominee, we get you. We get you. But I'm sure you are aware. I'm sure you are aware. I'm sure you are aware.
Mr. Chairman, I said I am not abreast with the issue.
Mr. Regional Minister Nominee, this is my final question to you. Do you have, it depends on the fact that, because he's not abreast, that is why I want to bring his mind to that. Do you have any form of betting activities in the Upper East region? Betting.
Mr. Chairman, if you say any form of betting activities, I cannot talk to it because, one, if the people are doing it behind the scenes and it's not in public, it's not published, I will not be able to know. And so I am not abreast of issues of betting.
Well, so, but do you think the betting tax should be scrapped?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any tax that will not lead to development, devoid of people suffering, can be allowed to stay. But if the tax is such that it's exploitative of a certain class of people, and government proposed to abolish it, I am for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish you very well. And I just heard about dog meat factory. Is there a factory in your region which is a dog meat factory?
Well, thank you. I think you want to take me back to the early days of the MPP, where the Gatti brothers, Anton Kabu, declared he was going to build a dog factory in Upper West. Who were even begging that if you could do one in Upper East. He has not even completed one in Upper West, let alone Upper East. So as of now, there's no factory.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Akamugri, Donatus, Atanga. La Mani.
La Anson.
Udansika. La Ang Sona.
Oh, boy.
Thank you very much. I recognize the following guests. Chairman Pio PR, the Tuderi Adiali Ayagitam. Ayagitam, President, Upper East Regional House of Chiefs. Naba Alam Yarum Baba Salifu, Paramount Chief of Bongo. Naba Alangum Taba Sairu, Namo Chief. Naba Kabampuya Dagari Chief. Alaji Mumuni Bo Naba, Regional Chairman, Upper East. Mr. Abubakar Salifu, Atongo, Regional Vice Chairman. Mr. Aganda Atia, businessman. Mrs. Patricia Akamugri, spouse of the minister nominee. Mr. Mutawa Kilu Yasana, regional organizer. Mr. Tahiru Aberenga Nsobila, constituency chairman, Bongo. Timpani chief, Naba Kletus Abugri. Tensia chief, Naba Abukbila. Bari chief, Nyakura Manti. Mr. Jonathan A. Salifu, Regional Communication Officer. Honorable Kletus Avoka, former Member of Parliament, Zebila. Former Upper East Regional Minister, Honorable Ephraim Avia. Honorable James Tinga Zuga. Honorable Albert Abongo, former Member of Parliament. Honorable Edward Bauer, Chief Executive of GMPC. Honorable Charles Bauer, Member of Parliament, Bongo. Dr. Aaron Issa Anamfuri, former Chief Executive, SIC Life. Dr. Aaron Issa, Honorable Isaku Bakuri, former MCE Boku. Honorable Roger Abolimbisa, former MP, Bursa North. Bonotobo members, all constituency, Bonaboto. Well, I have BONOBOTO. So it's Bonoboto members, all constituency chairman. You are welcome. But honorable members, I will plead with the nominees yet to be vetted. Starting from tomorrow, you will only be allowed 10 guests to accompany you. The marshals will be at the gate to return the 11th person. Therefore, to avoid embarrassment, don't come with more than 10 for only the rest to be returned. Please, take note, and notice is hereby accordingly served. Honorable Minister Nominee, thank you for attending upon the committee. You will surely hear from the committee, and you are hereby discharged.
Thank you, Chairman.
No.
Wow. Akamugri, Atanga, Donatus. Sammy?
Mention any name again.
Akamugri, Atanga, Donatus.
Nice one.
the man has been a party executive since forever. Hey.
So he was just 27 years old when he was regional secretary.
In
1998. He said he's 55 now.
55 now.
Yeah. So since 1998, he's been attending all NEC meetings of the National Democratic Congress.
Since 1998.
Yeah. He knows the party ins and outs of almost everybody present now.
Proper party person.
Proper party person, if you want to.
Yeah.
You want to describe it that way. And for someone who has been a regional minister since 98. I'm not sure there's no part in the region he has not been. There's no part in the region he has not visited. And there's no interaction he has not had with anybody or none of the residents, you know, in the Upper East region. And I'm very excited with the responses he gave. You know, he sounds very confident. I'm sure he will leverage on his popularity and his knowledge of the region to help him administer what is expected to be done. But the main challenge for him will be the Boko conflict, which was mentioned there. And he was very frank that nobody can solve the Boko crisis or the Boko conflict unless the people are able to solve it themselves. And for him as leader of the region, he will do his best to bring all feuding factions together and see how best they can really address this Boko challenge. This Boko issue has become an albatross on the neck of a lot of governments, successive governments, you know, whichever government it is, has always had a challenge to deal with it. And I'm hoping and praying that, you know, things will work out well. So Boko will go to its past glory, as they always say. The everyday death is becoming a worry, you know, a worry. The everyday casualties we record in Boko is sending, you know, fears down the spine of, you know, residents in that particular area. And I am hoping and praying that this administration will do their best and see how they can resolve. Because I've heard President Mahama say that he's going to engage, or they started some engagement with Asante and other prominent chiefs to see how best they can bring, you know, all the feuding factions together and address this matter, because that is the only blot when it comes to the Upper East region, because without mentioning Boko. And it's a worry. It's really a worry. And I hope with his experience over the years, he will be able to deal with this challenge of the Boko crisis.
Right. He'll be heading the RECSEC.
Yeah.
And so he has an opportunity to engage all parties, the feuding factions, the stakeholders, the chiefs of the two sides. And also, you know, there's the existing Boko Inter-Ethnic Peace Council. Then, of course, there's the National Peace Council. And with what the president has said about bringing in intermediaries, including the Asantene Otumfo to the second himself and others, I mean, I think he can ride on the wings of what has been laid ahead of him to continue with the engagement. But more importantly, as he put it, and with how we have already established him as a proper party person, usually serving in the role as a secretary, you are just almost like the whip in parliament. And so he should be able to know how to engage on either side to bring some consensus building, I mean, going forward to help deal with the Boko situation. And then also for me, he appeared to know the existing challenges.
Of course.
Of
you
the
can't
area.
be a regional secretary without knowing these challenges.
He knows the existing challenges of the area, and so he has a fair plan or a clear vision on how to deal with same. But then again, he recognizes that he will need the powers that be at the national level to back him in whatever it is that he wants to do. And so for me, I think he was very honest with the committee. His admissions and submissions, quite honest if you ask me, and I think it's good. And of course, I mean, with his knowledge as the longest serving NEC member of the NDC, if you like, because I mean, having been at the, having attended NEC meetings since 1998, I'm not sure. Perhaps we will need to cross-check if there's an NDC NEC member who has served in that capacity longer than he has. But I mean, quite an interesting chap, and it's quite a great veteran, if you ask me.
This is one appointment, I will say that is well deserved, because you served the party all these years, and as a politician, there's always the highest mark you always want to reach as a politician, which is the ultimate, being the president. But if you don't get a chance to serve as a president and you'll be given an opportunity to serve as regional minister, it's also part of the reward of long years of service and long years of loyalty to the cause. And for him to be there all these while since 1998, we've had, you know, Atamels, Atamels, and John chapter 1 and John chapter 2. I feel there's a time for him to get a reward that he deserves, so at least he can use his knowledge that he's acquired over the years since 1998 to help bring the needed development to the upper to the Upper East region, which is a very important region when it comes to the social politics of this country. Because when you mention Upper East region, you are talking about the Boga area, we are talking about Bongo, we are talking about Navungo and all these places. So you really need someone who understands the issues in the Upper East region, someone who is a grassroots person. And this gentleman, Donatus, I like the name Donatus. This Donatus has displayed that indeed is a true party person and someone who knows, the ins and outs of the region. And so he stands at a better place to help administer, development or any other thing that comes to the region. Why are political, or political appointments made? To bring the needed development. Because their belief is that if there's a political, leader or a political appointment, that person will solicit for the needed resources to help develop the space that he or she finds, himself. So he's played his role as a regional secretary. The next step for him is to become the regional minister and see how best, he can bring in the development. But I've always been against the appointment of party people
because you think it creates a vacuum.
It creates a vacuum
at the party
level. And we see the appointment being made by President Mahama. It runs through. For instance, the Ashanti Regional Minister designate. He's the regional secretary.
Yeah.
I feel you still need him because you have an election coming in 2028. Even though he's going to.
But don't you think when you elevate him to the regional minister level, then it gives him more control to spread wider and also to do because mind you, he's there as minister, but on the ticket of the party, so he'll be minded to do the work of the party.
Very true. But then when you become a regional minister, there's a clear distinction between regional minister job and
handling government business and party business.
And if you realize in the vetting, it ran through almost all the questions that was asked. Are you going to deal with everybody or only your party people? So there's always a problem as to how am I going to deal with my party people?
Balance.
A fine balance, a thin line between the two as a regional minister and regional secretary. And we wish them all the best. If they develop their places well, it all inures to the benefit of the country.
Well. Congratulations to all minister nominees, and thank you so much, Sami Wiafe. Thank you to our viewers and our listeners on radio 97.3 City FM. This has been our live coverage of the ministerial veterans. My name is Nanatufo Boateng. We'll be bringing you updates and, of course, news items from the various sessions, the various veteran sessions in our subsequent bulletins, but mainly, of course, on the Channel 1 newsroom, which airs at 8 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Thank you for staying with us. It's always a pleasure. We're back tomorrow to continue with the veterans. Keep watching Channel 1 TV.
The Heritage Cup 2025 is officially